Like, maybe if we, if we catch them, it'll be genius. But it's like, yeah, unfortunately, though, you can't just be flipping a coin like that and saying, what if we leave the entire B, side of the map and just don't even defend it? Not acceptable.
No, it's a bit strange. But like I said, there had to have been something that we just didn't hear, some piece of information, some call from a teammate to cause that. 3-1, still Vitality in the lead, but man, they're on back-breaking economy at this point. Zywoo, Glass Cannon Scout, 2 SMGs, 2 M4s, no kits, no head armor. This is going to be tough.
Whole wall coming out. Molotov over towards secret stairs. They've got it all figured out and not faking it. Moving right into Shocks, who will take care of Freiburg. So this time that fight is going to go in favor of Vitality, and Shocks won't stick around. No reason that he should. Apex is also covering Mini.
Yeah. He is indeed. No, that spacing from Dig is a bit iffy. No one available there for the trade of Freiburg. That's the power of the entry player. He's willing to go and die just so someone else can get that trade, but no one was there to pounce. Now Forrest jumps and Shocks picks him right out of the sky, pins him to the wall. Flashbang is out and he's playing this superbly.
Yeah, falling back and definitely hearing them stepping on the other side. 30 seconds. And more backup is coming, almost shooting into the back now. This is going to go horribly wrong for Dig, which is a real shame considering they just stole that last round or managed to turn it in their favor. But yeah, this won't work out. Exist trying to fight it, but it's not going to happen. Apex will take him down. So 4-1. They have the money to buy anyway, Dig. I guess that's the the good news here.
We're getting that fun Shoxy. We're getting Shoxy Jesus so far to start this game. That's a really nice sequence, and that's one of the players, despite the fact that he seemingly feels like a shadow of his former glory, you still don't want to give someone like Shocks those one-on-one fights over and over. The fight, the relocate, the fight, the relocate. Great defense of the lower bomb site, and Vitality have a 3-round lead. Another buy coming in for Dig, as they did win a round starting with mostly Deagles and Tech 9s. And again, Shocks is just being aggressive, and again, no chance for a trade. What a freak. I wonder, we talk about this frequently, Anders, when we watch Dig play this map, is that there is the opportunity for the CT side to be aggressive towards lobby, because more often than not, it's usually outside presence, and Get Right is like the lone player holding towards lobby. So we always wonder if any team is going to come in with a hyper-aggressive defensive side to exploit Get Right. Shocks is doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually really hard to find Get Right, but yeah, it has been sort of a topic that we've been going back to. Shocks boosted up in the corner, and he'll get that kill. He couldn't really see much. And even Zywoo showing up with a headshot on the scout, and then a follow-up body shot to take down Exist. And the celebration or the excitement about having enough money to buy here has kind of disappeared quickly. Some of these rounds seem really decisive in favor of Vitality as well. When they're in the right position, they're really winning.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing at the moment from Dig is that they're coming into these rounds with a game plan, but the aggression from Shocks and Ramp Room twice now, in the pistol round and now this round, has really messed with their plan, and they're struggling to find an adaptation in the mid-round scenario, whether it's because they don't have a plan B or because the early battles are won so decisively by Vitality. Whichever one you want to pick, Dig is just getting ruined by what Vitality is bringing to the table. Scout is going to get upgraded for an AK-47, and this is looking beautiful for Vitality.
In fact, they've upgraded into...
Look at that little smile on Shocks' face.
Don't get to see that often enough, do we? Yeah.
No.
He's looking around saying, where's the competition? What's up? Oh, man. 3 AKs that they've stolen. It does give us Tech 9s on Dig's side. 2 of them. Makes me happy. Going to be Molotoving off on the hut and running whole circ all the way down. So he's ready. So Shocks and actually a couple of people showing up. They're running under him, and yeah, this could be interesting. Is he going to make the jump down? Bomb is being planted. Shocks wanting to stay safe, and I don't really blame him for it. There's the kill. And outside, Zywoo also taking a bit of a fight. Shocks realizing someone is here. He's just going to tap the bomb, waiting for someone to show up. 4 versus 2. As long as they don't panic, they should win this round.
Yeah, but it is awkward for Shocks. He's waiting for his teammates to show up and actually give him some assistance. Get Right, biding his time with the Tech 9. That bomb is getting very low. Good win for Get Right, but it's just the only one. Again, Shocks playing such a good game at the moment. Another multi-kill round for him. And he's going to get the defuse on top of it. 6-1.
Yeah, that's actually just a very good job, isn't it? Because again, if he would have jumped down, let's say when the bomb was being planted, when it was being covered by Get Right, who knows if he just goes down and suddenly they're in like a 3-on-4 or 3-on-3 or something like that. Very important that he stayed cool. 6-1. And we have got, with the bomb plant especially, plenty of money on the dig side. Got that AWP on Holzerk. That's been thrilling to watch him play with his team. Forrest going down, but that's a nice guess. Instant revenge.
Get Right over in the door. Holzerk and Exist rotating back to help him out. Dig still have a variety of options to do, but again, this aggression from Shocks, it feels like it's just a matter of time. Get Right's going to have to clear this out, and you know he's going to check it. It's not going to matter.
Shocks is really, he's playing this part of the map excellently. Good and important peek from Freiburg, something that can easily be overlooked once there's already been some aggression out in yard. Maybe you think, well, surely it's not going to be anyone, you know, lingering around out here. 55 seconds as they make their way down secret. Masuta is on the other side, and that's a good position for him to be in, just to take a peek. Oh, he's going to keep moving forward. That is not a good position, and now waiting around the corner. They weren't expecting that. Shocks with a huge double. He actually wanted more even. He's going to fall back and just Molotov that off, but I can't believe he just did that.
No, that's a fantastic double kill, and he can just stay down. He can actually even hop into vents and just spot for the cross from Exist. And Shocks has all the information. What a game he is playing at the moment. I love this. Exist gonna challenge. Molotov into the corner. Shocks will just tuck deeper. That's not gonna reach him. And meanwhile, RPK has a freebie. A free kill as Exist tries to deal with Shocks. A triple kill round for him. 7-1. This Shocks is a time traveler. This is like 2014 Shocks go into the future.
Well, I mean, if that were possible, man, there are some people we need to go and get, Jason. Bring them back here. Markelov, be my first pick, obviously.
Of course, that would be your first pick. You got Get Right, Forrest in the server, and you're choosing Markelov. You sick, twisted bastard.
Oh, man. 7-1, ladies and gentlemen. These rounds are, I mean, they're pretty quick from Dig on. They're not really messing around once they get into the action. But it's just they're getting beat up quite a bit. You could tell on the scoreboard or on the looking at the economy for Vitality, it's not like they've made their way out completely clean in some of these rounds. So has actually cost them a little bit to have the lead, which is fine as long as they can continue it, I suppose. But consecutive rounds right now, if they went 7-3, it could be a decent half all of a sudden for Dig.
Problem is, have we seen them in a close round like that they lost? I don't like they're really struggling to even get anything going, at least initially. This door. Oh, Apex is playing a very dangerous game. Oh dear, he just wanted the information. That's for the lobby pinch. They're wrapping around this whole time. Holzerk and Get Right are dead. They don't even know it yet. Oh, but no, Get Right turns it, spins it right in his favor. That's incredible stuff.
Oh, they come back towards Cyber, and that's always a mistake. Good shot with the AW. Get Right. Yep, he's reading the writing on the wall, just saying, let me get out. And Shocks, that looked like it was about to be a headshot, but not quite. And now, well, he's going to jump past his own Molotov, I think, to go for it. 1 versus 2. Swings the corner with the P250, but he's surely dead here. Yeah, and it's too much to handle. That's a nice recovery out of Get Right.
Yeah, there really is. I love everything about that play from Apex and Vitality. That's Apex causing a distraction for the lobby crunch. Not only does he get the information when he opens and closes the door so quickly, but all the spam is masking those footsteps of those players wrapping around him. The chaos is probably preventing a lot of communication from coming in. That's a very clever way of pulling off the lobby crunch. And unfortunately, Get Right just hits 2 great shots. He did it previously as well, just holding angles inside of lobby, got a double kill as well.
7-2 scoreline, and look at the odds favoring Vitality right now. That one round, I mean, again, this is for the whole series, but it's the trend so far has been pretty heavily in favor of the French side. So hard to blame people for trending in that direction. Saibu's outside, and he's got a lot of info what's coming. Can they readjust? I don't think in time. Oh, Masuta with just a pistol, turning around, and he's there for the triple with the AK-47, continuing into the quad, and leaving Holzuk alone. Oh, what a slaughter.
Oh dear, Holzuk in an impossible situation. At least he's got the bomb. At least he can spend some of this time trying to readjust it across the map. I do not enjoy that play calling. A minute left trying to come through that smoke in the door. And a round you had to have known their economy was going to be a bit busted. A 5-7 is your doom.
I mean, what can he do at this point in time? Especially with a knife out. That's hard to get a kill at that range. This isn't... I don't know. What game can you throw your knife in, Jason? Call of Duty? Is that possible?
The old school GoldenEye, you could do throwing knives.
All right. Dating yourself again?
Yeah, I'm really good at that.
None of the Sumas know what that is.
Listen, GoldenEye, everyone, that should be taught in high school. That should be taught in elementary school. That was the game that defined all the FPS games that followed it. It started the whole genre.
Oh, okay. It's a big claim. Ooh, Masuta, he was inspired by his previous self, and so is RPK. Going for it. Shox fighting back in a decent style, and he'll actually make his escape with the deagle. He might be jumping down to his death here. Sliding off and not getting the headshot. This is 9-2 in really not that long time here for Vitality. They are off to a brilliant start on Nuke.
I mean, you're making the joke that I'm dating myself. I think what we have going on right now is Dig is really looking dated. They're getting out-boomered.
Oh no.
All these fast, aggressive plays, the pushes from Shox, the lobby crunches, they look like they're just, 5 steps behind at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a little bit ugly, hasn't it? Just some good stuff coming out so far. Looked like a really fresh Vitality here that we're seeing. It's also a Vitality where it seems like everyone's playing well. Like this is just the whole team working well together, which is, I mean, that's always going to be hard to deal with whenever a team is having that kind of performance where everyone is just strapped in and ready to go.
Man, this is it's not going well, Anders. I hope you didn't pick Dig.
I didn't. Didn't someone though? I feel like there was some crazy person that did.
Who was it?
I've learned my lesson.
It's normally you.
It is normally
No,
you.
nobody picked Dig. It was a full sweep for Vitality in this prediction.
Wow. Do you want to change?
Oh, you're not gonna catch me making that mistake.
Think of the credit, Jason, you would get. Think of it would just be awe-inspiring. People would someone would build a statue if you did it.
Well, I've always wanted a statue of myself.
Yeah. Made in what material? Gold?
I don't know, that's a really
copper.
good question.
You really
Brass. I think I want brass.
thought maybe you disconnected, but you were just thinking.
I actually was giving it some thought. Shox is in some trouble, and while he's played incredibly this whole time, I don't think there's a chance.
It's almost like he heard Get Right and just tried to ignore him for a while.
I know. I was so confused. Maybe how much success he's been having made him think that he could just sit there at that impossible angle and hold off a 4-man hit.
Oh, Saibu, yeah, they're right on the other side too. Is he realizing how quick they got down here? Well, now he certainly is. He'll pick up the kill, but there's another one there. Still doesn't even matter. Whole circ to drop. Masuta back in action with more double kills. Been having himself a good time, landing himself 10, which is still being outdone by Saibu and Shox and Apex. So, yeah, 10-2. I actually thought maybe they could catch Saibu there a little bit quicker, but not so.
I thought he was going to get himself killed. I was with you. It looked like he wanted to just straight up peek through the double doors and ignore the fact that the entire control window had been lost. I don't know why he's looking so frustrated. 10-2, 8-round lead, and we still haven't seen a whole lot of positive play yet out of this Dig roster.
No, I really feel like it's lacking. It's eluding us for the minute. Shox there with a little bit of a secondary smoke. Turning around for some of the bullets coming his way. Yeah, I'd probably want to back out given the health that he has here. None of that connecting through the wall either. He's brought in Apex to continue the grenade throwing. But it looks like Dig want to set up for an explosion into the A-bomb side here.
Yeah, that is their last chance for us for the opening. And Apex, he's committed. Gonna back away off the flashbang, waiting for ZywOo in support. Utility is gonna be dumped. Shox is quickly in lobby on the flank. Double flash, and ZywOo almost hits a blind shot, but Matsuta is now involved. Shox is now involved, and the bomb is on the ground. Freiburg stuck on the other side of the smoke. It clears, his position is given up, and Shox is gonna end things. 11-2. Vitality can do no wrong.
I swear some of these rounds look like they're about to swing in Dig's favor. I mean, the entry onto the bomb site here was looking really good, but they can't hold on to even the rounds that start somewhat well. 11-2, moving into round number 14. This is so quick. How long has this game been going for? Like 5 minutes, and they're just already losing the first half.
Yeah, it feels really fast, and if you wanna take it a step further and talk about how much worse it is for Dig, this is their map pick. This is the map that they wanted to play coming into the series. Yet to show us a reason why.
Man, I don't know. I was obviously thinking Vitality were the favorites to win this going into it, but maybe not quite at this level.
Not by this much. Yeah, well, I don't think anyone expected Shox to have the kind of start that he wanted, and for me, that start from Shox is the defining performance so far in this game, because I truly do think that his aggressiveness, his assertiveness, especially from ramp room, has just demolished the game plan that Dig surely came into this with. At some point, after you get demolished by Shox that many times, you try and switch things up on the fly, and I don't think it's nearly as effective as Dig would like.
So it definitely doesn't seem like it. Ooh. Matsuta nearly going down. They need the next 2 rounds so badly, and then they need to win the pistol in the second half, and maybe then there could be some energy back on the side of Dig here, but things really are looking rough. Deep grenade does land on 3 players. That's a massive grenade to soften them up against the M4s. One jumps over the shot from ZywOo, but they won't survive, and it continues. No. That's a beautiful triple. They had the chance. They were even jumping over his bullets, but no long-term survival there.
All right, get right on top of the silo. ZywOo is gonna just add one more onto it. What an incredible sequence. 16-5 for ZywOo. Shox is 16-6. Apex is 13-5. This is wild.
I'll tell you what the real tragedy is here. It's now that they're winning so much, we're not getting any of the really good Apex movements. Like it's completely eluding us.
Yeah, because they're not getting destroyed, so we're not seeing the frustrated Apex.
Yeah.
But I wonder, we've spent like 3 years looking at that form of Apex. I wonder if there's some cool memeable glimpses at Happy Apex. We've never even seen that.
Ooh. Yeah, there could be. Maybe like a Happy Apex dance or something. Not this round.
Well, we had the bird wings.
Bird wings were good. I wonder if we still have that queued up from yesterday. Did someone save it on a hard drive? Could be an important piece of history. Oh, Mitsuta comes back and takes out Get Right. Shox turning for the flashbang, looking for the setup. Really patient from Shox, but he wasn't quick enough to get the kill. So 2 on 3. RPK low. Oh no! What? RPK with a headshot on Holzerk. I thought they were dead this round. This should have been the round where finally Dig could pick it up. Absolutely insane shooting coming out here from the CT side. And Forrest now 1 versus 2. Turns his back and he's dead. 13-2. 4 vitality in the first half. What a grotesque performance from the French side. 17-7 on Shox at the end of it, and 16-6 on Sidewood. This is really something. We'll see how this goes in the second half. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup, a lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Well, here we go. It started off like this, Vitality flying just into the future. Things were looking amazing, and it ended like this, Jason, with just excitement, clapping all over the place. 13-2 in their favor.
Yeah, that's such a wild first half. That happened, that was so quick. That was so quick, and Dig haven't even provided themselves with enough to really, even have an opportunity to get back into this map. If they lose the pistol, it's over. Vitality just 3 rounds away from taking this opening map of the series. Not a good look so far for Dig. Here we go, towards outside. Shock's on the ground. He's had a phenomenal game, a resurgent performance. And Apex getting ready to drop down Mini.
There's the jump past. Makes a bit of noise, but they would have heard that anyway. Bomb is making his way down as well, looking to see if they could get into ramp from the other side, and that catches Get Right, and hard to blame him. Who would have seen that coming? I actually thought maybe they would go back and go down secret, but not quite so. Exist is falling back in the bomb site. Oh, the madness continues. They're all coming for him, and he gets a kill, and then he's down. This is just, they can't be stopped, apparently.
What a well executed pistol round from Vitality, and Shox is even dueling against Holzerk at range. Finally, he goes down, so does ZywOo. 2-on-2 situation, and there's no kits picked up.
No, there isn't. No smoke or anything either. So, I mean, yeah, once these doors get bust open, it's going to be very hard. They're looking for them everywhere and not finding them, and that's crucial time. They have picked up a kit now, so we'll see what they could do. Tapping the bomb again. Here comes the charge, and Holzerk holding the line. That is incredible. A 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2 victory. Yeah, and Holzerk punishing them a bit, even in their death. I can't blame him.
That might be the first time we've seen Vitality, actually maybe the second time we've seen them make a mistake, at least the first time they recovered in that opening half, but man, that's rough. The plan to come out the window off the bomb, good job from Dig. Nice shooting from Holzerk as well, protecting his teammate, and Dig finally have something to be cheering for. An important clutch to keep them in this map, but it's a second round bye. AKs, Galils, and utility for Vitality.
I think that was over-eagerness, right? That was Vitality already celebrating and just being excited about the whole thing. And probably not quite thinking clearly. Holzerk goes down, so I guess the madness is just back right away. Not even a round of reprieve for Dig. My god. Jason, have they got no mercy at all?
Here's the problem is, why would you not make this call to buy when this entire half you've just been dominating every step of the way? Like, Dig has made them not feel any pressure whatsoever. They've done nothing to say that they can actually stop them. So, yeah, if I'm Vitality, even with this lead, I mentioned this even in the previous series as well. This is when I usually hate these second round buys, but you can't even argue with the fact that Vitality, everyone has been performing so well and so dominant. There's no reason to not think that you can't just exert your force of will again. So 14-3 is going to be the score, and it's now Dig who win the pistol round and are broke moving forward.
I bet they said, lol, let's buy. They just, that's how comfortable they're feeling. 14-3. This is outrageous. Yeah, I mean, winning Apex is much less entertaining. Is what I'm learning so far. I'm glad he's winning. I like Apex. He's a great person, but
you want to see him lose?
There we go.
Just for your own selfish purposes.
He's got some hand movements back.
What was that one? If you had to give that one a title, like a piece of art, what would it be?
I think that was like smash him up, ground him like pepper, like this guy's. Like you've all seen it. You've all seen Hell's Kitchen or something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, good one. That was well done.
I bet we could Photoshop like a pepper grinder in there, like one of those things.
You know, most people have gone, when you make like cooking jokes with the French, have gone for the baguette angle. You've changed it entirely.
I know. I mean, we can sure to come up with
something. Think the baguette is overplayed at this point?
Slightly, right? I sadly don't know much about French food. They have this thing called, I think, raclette or something, which is like melted cheese, where they melt cheese off like a giant cheese wheel, and it just about looks like the best thing in the world.
That does sound fantastic.
Yeah, like they melt it straight onto your baguette. It's just genius.
Straight onto your baguette. Is that a euphemism?
Yeah, I'm sure if you go to the right spot, it could be. Get right. Goes down. Shocks continue. Exist is next in line. There is no stopping this Vitality team. I don't know. We should go on to the next map already. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah. This is where you see Fifth Laren run out from behind his little webcam and throw the towel in, and he's like, "Oh, gotta stop it. I don't want to see my boys beaten up like this."
Yeah, please, they've had enough. They can't deal with it anymore.
Bless my heart and soul. 15-3.
Fairly aggressive map 1. Well, at least they have upgraded pistols in this round, Jace.
Yeah, at least. They've got to rattle off 12 in a row if they want to come back in this. I would bet that's not going to happen.
Yeah? I think your returns, I bet, are going to be really tiny. Like the transaction fee will actually eliminate your winnings.
Yep, it's not even worth it. Zaiwu outside, and he's holding strong with no fear. There's no utility out. He's willing to take whatever fight, wherever it comes from. Apex is going to push on top of the roof. Get Right is fortunate that Shox is not having a wider angle. Delayed lobby crunch is working for the moment, but again, it's Shox they have to deal with. Even though he's low in HP, he's been so good. He does go down. And Apex going to start walking as he comes back in for the flank.
Man, they're low on health. Mixist and Freiburg here. So, yeah, with a bit of a... maybe a bit of a fortunate fight, it could be 2 quick kills coming in from Vitality. They have 55 seconds. Holzerk falling back as well. And Cywood just hanging out on the other side.
I think this is the best thing... yeah, I think this is the best thing Dig can do, is just fall away from lobby. That's where Vitality is going to expect you to be. So just back off.
Maybe the best thing they have done so far on the map.
Sick. It's reasonable. Ooh, there's a nice shot for poor Freiburg fan. Poor everyone from Dig. This is actually painful to watch a little bit. Apex is going to start putting the bomb down, and you would imagine. He's got a lot of utility as well. Zaiwu's got to cover heaven. And he will indeed. Exist goes for a very wide swing. And Holzerk is the last one left.
Oh, I don't think they were expecting a second player there. Can he get it? He can. Good double for him. Going to be jumping down to defuse it. So, 15-4. They make it through. At least another round. Just 11 more to go.
Problem is they had to fully invest in this round, so they still don't have a lot of money. Like, their buy in this round is still going to be pretty trash compared to what Vitality's going to have. Holzerk is going to drop an M4 just so teammates can get utility, but 2 SMGs on the board. You imagine a third one or a FAMAS on Freiburg. It's not looking good. You know, we've often talked about always having a permanent camera on Apex, and I guess in a way, this isn't really how we wanted it done, but we've kind of got one now.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we should have him in the corner, like maybe a secondary stream just for him, like a whole different channel that people could just tune into. A sort of Big Brother with just Apex being, and he can't get voted out ever. Oh, flashbang is really good, but Exist is still able to find at least the 1 kill. Oh, and a nice shot from Holzerk to take down Masuda before he even hits the ground. So 2 versus 4 here. Auto shotgun will take care of it. And Apex running for the bomb plant, which he won't get. That's finally a better round. That's like the first console round.
Yeah, that one makes them... And now that should force Vitality into a save. Apex is the only one with money. So yeah, time for Vitality to just chill. Maybe do one of the classic French timeouts. Sit and spawn, talk things over, figure out that next gun round. You got a lot of rounds to play with. 10-round lead still for the Frenchman, and here we are live again. Dust 2 will be the next map, Anders.
Which I don't think necessarily is going to be great news for Dig, given that Sairu and Shox are hitting all of their shots, and so is the rest of the team. That could be a real issue. They do have 3 stolen AKs on the CT side. That's something. Masuda hitting a headshot, and
Don't do it.
Danger for Get Right, but he's going to stand tall out in the garage, dropping Saiwu and Apex. A little bit scary there. Finally, we'll go down to Shox. So that still makes it a 2-on-3. Please, not to pistols.
It would be fitting. There would be some kind of poetic end if this was the way it was going to go. I think this position from Freiburg should seal a victory for Dig, though. I find it hard unless he gets really unlucky with timing. He hasn't gotten a kill in the round, so I don't necessarily think they even know he's here. And he's already moved past Shox' vision. Now, if Forrest gets killed, which he has, Freiburg's going to have to make a move, but he'll be able to grab the bomb. Shox has the bomb. Oh, he's been spotted. What a great heads-up play from Shox, but he's out in the open. There was no chance for him to get away. Masuta is going to finish it off. 16-5 is the final score, and that's a dominant victory from Vitality. They didn't struggle whatsoever, and Dig have got to feel pretty stunned. That's their map pick that goes the other direction in such an incredible fashion. So, we'll take a break. Dig is going to have to talk things over, get back into it. And man, what a performance from Shox. If we get that on a map too, this might be a quick series. 16-5, and we're going to head to the break.
Have completely bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky. They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
And internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way. Apex, how did that feel on you? You took down Astralis, now you've taken Dignitas down on their best map, and you also got into Dust 2, which is a confident map for you guys and not looking so good. So is this just going to be a quick 2-0?
Well, definitely. I think we played a really good nuke. Right now, it's one of our strongest maps, so I'm I was pretty confident in it, and we played really well at City side. So when you played such a good City side, it's pretty nice game overall. So yeah, now focusing on Dust 2, it's gonna be different. I guess they're gonna give us more difficulties on this one, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'm still confident to take that one.
Well, Apex has reason to be confident right now. Dignitas are not really showing up on this map. The heavy hitters for Dignitas in particular have been struggling. Forrest not quite hitting his form here. It was only GetRight who was kind of just trying to put up a fight, but Dig have got to find some answers here for the second map, or this is going to be the end of their playoff run. Thorin, what did you take away from that first map of the series, my man?
This is basically why they brought Shox in, as I referenced a few days ago. They actually wanted him to be the second star along with Ziwu and reinvent his game back to what it used to be a few years back, not the kind of in-game leader / role player he'd been in G2 for the last few years. And the interesting thing about this matchup is since we've got 4 members of the classic NIP, people forget the reason why Very Games was able to topple NIP and become the best team in the world many years ago was because of this man, Shox. He was the nip killer. He always used to get it going in those finals. Even when he switched over to LDLC and Envy, he used to absolutely torment the NIP guys. He looked fantastic in this game. Ziwu, the guy just delivers every single time. And then I think you said it best, Samler. The problem is, this could have been an interesting game if some people from Dig had turned up. And in this game, they had a really, really lackluster attempt to the game. They didn't even look by some of the pushes like they believed they were going to win some of these aim duels. So when you consider this was their map pick, really underwhelming start to the series. They've got to see something very different on map 2.
And Maniac, I mean, that is where we're going to be going. I believe you have a clip to show us here that could highlight some points.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to talk to you guys and show you a little bit the confidence that Vitality had going into this game because they were so aggressive here. This is an inside push coming in from Dignitas. Apex is going to do his best to get 1 kill, revenge, but then look at this. They don't even give Dignitas the time to plant. They're going to use their flashes together and jump right in. No bomb plant whatsoever. They're going in with the AWP. The trading game is on point. Zai was going through smoke, Zoot as well, and that is it. So this sequence right here is just a good illustration. Vitality, they did not doubt any second. Never second guess themselves. They just went in, they just run the train on Dig, and that was it. And I mean, I agree with you guys. It was problematic on the side of Dig. No one really showed up individually speaking, and I think Vitality just never let them use their strategies. They never allowed them. They were always one step ahead. They was always in their faces, and individually speaking, this just, night and day. They were just too good.
And so moving into Dust 2, the second map of the series, I mean, we usually say more of a frag-heavy kind of map, a bit more on the aimer side of the map, but that's not like Dig right now. It's like, yeah, can we not? Because if Forrest and the guys aren't showing up to hit shots, what do they need to do? Thorin, we'll start with you.
I mean, I'll actually invoke the term for probably the most meaningful way it's been used in the last 4 years. They need some nip magic. They need to actually come and have people win clutches. They need people. I mean, Exist did not bad there, but we need Freiburg to do something in the game. Obviously, it goes without saying Forrest and Holzerg have to perform. So, listen, it's not impossible. There's a world in which 2 or 3 of these guys light up a little bit in terms of aim, and they can certainly make this an interesting map. I mean, one thing I found very interesting in my interview with Alex about his time at Vitality was he basically said the reason they used to struggle on Dust 2 was that they couldn't sort of get Ziwu integrated on the map. So he can certainly frag out, but I have always noticed that sometimes he can just get left on that A site. So listen, this is not a map anyone can be guaranteed to win, as the last 5 or 4 days of Blast should have shown everyone with a million ties on it. So if the game is still right there for Dig, but we cannot be anything like that nuke performance.
And Maniac, who are you going to be watching here on Vitality to just close it out? Is it still going to be the Zaiwu Shoxy combo that just get the job done here on Dust 2?
Well, we have it here on the screen. I think Shox, I'm gonna use that momentum from Nuke and hope that he somewhat carries over to Dust 2, right? Because I have this bittersweet feeling, this bittersweet memory of Shox taking over when I see him play like that. The problem is it's just too sporadic, right? It doesn't happen. The consistency really isn't here. But when it happens, then I just want to enjoy it. I think, as Duncan pointed out, Shox playing to his level of years ago, jadis, that would be the key for Vitality to be back at the top. But it's just it doesn't happen too often. So just want to have to happen a little bit more.
Well, we actually have a little bit more time here, gentlemen, to discuss. And so we can get into, I mean, Dig, this looked like their lowest performing map as well in the last 3 months, which doesn't bode well. I mean, Halzerk didn't even really manage to hit his stride in that map as well. And I mean, is there just too much pressure? We're continuing to put too much pressure on this guy? I mean, he doesn't look very happy right now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look great. And I'm just looking at their stats past 3 months. Halzek is the second best rated, but with 0.94. That's not a good look. And the maps I've played, it did feel like he didn't really find any way to have an impact. He was cornered on that B-bomb side, overtaken by these B-splits more often than not really finding his groove. So yeah, Dust 2 is definitely not the map I'd put him to shine. And I just think that the responsibility on his shoulders is just way too much. And Duncan even tweeted about it. We can't really expect him to be, carrying all the games like Nico, Lexi, but obviously not. All I'm saying is that whenever Dig found some great results along the way, that was almost always through Halzerk. That's like the problem. That's the one dimension through which they could shine. Forrest would do Forrest. His numbers are always, I want to say, from average to good. He's probably the only one always performing, bearing this new game that we just had. But Halzerk would be the one. Whenever Dignitas had a good result, he'd be the one. But that is unfair. He should be part of the system, not the system in itself.
Do you agree with that assessment, Thorn?
Yeah, I mean, the whole point for me is he's supposed to just be the best player in Dig, and then the rest of the players are meant to do their job, and then he puts you over the top by having big performances. Another problem you're going to face, and especially in a matchup like this, is one of the areas you can always break down any team sport is, let's start with the 2 superstar players. Who's the best player on your team? Who's the best player on our team? Well, at the moment, the best player on the Vitality side is levels above Halzerk. So even if Halzerk plays up to what he can do, I think it's unreasonable to expect him to outshine Zero. So we're going to have something else from the others. Now listen, the rest of Vitality famously have underwhelmed at times and have not been able to put frags on the board. So I would say look to the rest of the Dig players. Yes, Halzerk's got to do his job, but what are they there for? They're not just there to be famous players and have a lot of experience. They're there also to put frags on the board and to win Counter-Strike games. So start now.
Well, on that note, I think it's a good time to move into a quick break before we get into the second map of the series, and we'll find out if Dignitas, it's redemption time for them. They need to come up with the goods or they're going to be out. So we'll find out right after the break.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lectro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my God, the defuse.
All right, welcome back. Map number 2 is coming up. If you set your alarm to watch this series and you were like 5 minutes late, maybe you missed map number 1 because it was that quick. It's Dust 2 coming up, Jason. How are you feeling?
This should be good. I don't know. I don't know how you could say that this isn't going to be like a complete blowout with the way that we saw Vitality play. This is their map pick. They have... Yeah, it's a bit aggressive after that first map, but man, between ZywOo and the way Shox was playing, and even the looks we've seen of Masuta early on in his tenure here in Vitality, I'm just having a really tough time finding a whole lot of advantages for Dig. I do think they're massively better than what we saw on Nuke, but this is going to be, I mean, they're digging themselves out of a big hole.
Well, that really did look like a team that had either lost or forgot or misplaced whatever structure they were meant to be playing out of. Because I do completely agree with what Duncan was saying. Like, it is a problem that the individual level on Vitality is so high, but I don't think that accounts for the whole problem here. Like, there is some fundamental Counter-Strike that sort of went out the window for Dig on Nuke, and hopefully that won't be the case. Maybe all that fundamental Counter-Strike escaped Nuke and fell into Dust 2, and they can find it here.
I almost lean the exact opposite direction, where I think Dig clings too much to fundamental Counter-Strike, and I think I think that's one of the reasons why Holzerk has been so important for them, is they haven't gotten younger, right? They haven't gotten those new players in who have grown up in the crazy younger style of CSGO. They're still clinging to the old style, and you need someone who can mix things up, or need someone who can call an audible on the fly.
Ooh, they're gonna go out middle, but there's a good crossfire, not good enough. Get Right will still go down. They continue the fight. Smoked off his Forest and inside of the window. Nice kill from Holzerk, and he's back around the corner. Does get tagged in the face, but he's got one more chance to get a headshot quickly here. Needs it as well on Shox coming in. Nice done. That's Holzerk picking up a kill, and now RPK in a lot of trouble. Man, that was such an important kill in the back, and he swings for another one. Nice triple for Holzerk.
Yeah, well, RPK had a real chance there. He even gets that goosh. I just think he cleaned up that kill. And if he sticks on that and finds that frag and Holzerk is very low, then all of a sudden RPK finds himself in a 1 versus 1. Good recovery from Dig, and you're right, it's entirely Holzerk. Not those 2 kills, the one in middle previously as well to shut down that half of the attack.
Can I point something out? When they were running out towards B, I'm pretty sure ZywOo turned around at the drop out of T-spawn to let RPK jump on his face so that he wouldn't have to fall too far. Not that he would have taken any damage. I think he was just being a real gentleman. It's a small and insignificant fact, Jason, but those are my favorite facts.
Those are sometimes the best. Small and insignificant. That's the byline of your biography.
Now in the second round, moving quickly past that. They're coming out quickly through the smoke. The Molotov didn't really do much of anything. This is an AWP, and it's doing a great spray down. I was worried because, let's say he had got dinked immediately and had given up the AWP. That would actually be a powerful weapon against most of the weapons that were then left on the Dig side there. But they are off to a good start. They win the second round, no problem.
That was great. He didn't even have to do anything. That was like the easiest quad kill that he might ever find. He just held the trigger and didn't even move, didn't have to transfer a spray, didn't have to really worry about anything. Just a straight line of dead bodies. 2-0 for Dig. And it's just pistols, Glocks, Deagle, P250 for the French side. No utility whatsoever. I'll tell you what else has been pretty impressive with Vitality, for me at least, throughout Blasphemy. I don't know if you feel similarly. Apex's calling is much better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And again, we had this discussion earlier, right? Which is that it may actually help that there is no input delay from him seeing a piece of information and being able to make a call. And especially because he's such a forward player in most of the maps. So So he'll have a lot of that info to go off right away. Well, I think there's one thing is the calling. Another thing is what looks, at least from the outside, like a pretty high level of confidence in his calling from the Vitality side, because there aren't that many moments of hesitation where, you know, like, oh, they're kind of halfway doing it, but not really. It does feel like they're following through whenever they see something. They're just going for it right away. Ooh, nice shot.
All right, Hacky Boy. Flashbang out into the double doors. Another stack here. 4 players in mid for Dig. They've done some research again. They've got a game plan. The question is, can Vitality put a stop to it the way they did on Nuke? We saw this very similar stack from Dig in the pistol round as well. And now they need to recover and readjust over towards the A bomb site. Get Right still holding on to long.
He isn't there with the UMP. Hasn't seen anyone, hasn't felt anything for a while. He could set up a flashbang for his teammates if he turns around and throw it over, but that's going to be a little bit too late now. He's going to try and join them. Holzerk and Freiberger here, and it's Forest, sorry. Good double kill again. The AUG coming into huge effect before finally RPK is alone, and Forest will be the one to close out the round. That AUG on Holzerk is really quite impressive.
It is doing some work. It's chewing them up. That's 6 kills in 2 rounds they've attacked into it at the A-bomb site. You've got to admire that. 4-0 for Dig. A complete reversal, and they even get the free AWP, which is passed over to Holzerk. Or no, excuse me, that wasn't the free op. That's him picking it up himself. Thought maybe they got that off ZywOo's body. His op name is Lightning Fast. How do you feel about that?
So I like that. That's almost like some like, you know, some neuro-linguistic programming type thing, or like, you know, trying to you know, motivate himself, some sort of positive affirmation. Maybe he says it in the mirror every morning. He looks at himself and says, "You're lightning fast," and then he has it on the AWP as well. Maybe it works, Jason.
You took that in a whole direction I wasn't really prepared for. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
I feel like you brought up this neuro-linguistic thing.
Yeah.
And you didn't really have anywhere to go with it, and you just kind of tried to talk and make it sound like it was making sense as you went along.
That's really not far from the truth. I was kind of expecting that you'd you know, interrupt me at some point. But you left me hanging.
I
with
wanted
it for
to
a long
see where
time.
you took it. I wanted to see where it was going to go. There it is. Lightning fast. Not accurate, but fast.
Well, those two things are both important in a lot of different ways. Get right. Kind of looking for it there. He's waiting for it. Should wait for the teammates. And actually, I think smart play here from Vitality to go and fight him. They're not quite going to win that fight as smoothly as they wanted to. But staying on the bomb side versus 3 people with rifles was definitely an even worse idea. Flash in the eyes of shots, and he'll go down to Freiberg. So, a mildly expensive round there for Dig, but still making it 5-0, and they'll save another rifle down here. So, I think they'll be alright with it. It's also like 10-2 early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was making a little bit of joke with the not accurate but fast, but that is kind of the case. A lot of their targets, so I'd like to see that improve as we go on. Maybe he's just warming up. Didn't really have a chance to get the op going on Nuke as well. Good recovery from Freiberg. Shox that was such a low percentage win anyways. 5-0. This is a really good start from Dig. Complete reversal from Nuke.
So far down the middle, Forest. The only one to really hear much of anything. Some steps being taken by Apex there. Default spread from Vitality, which is fine. I mean, that's it's just that's why we call it default. It happens a lot. But they're not seeing anything, feeling anything. No aggressive moves coming out from the Dig side. Holzerk will find a kill, and that's got to be annoying. They've been waiting around for a little bit here now. Apex. Not going to peek behind it just yet. He's a little bit slowed down. Thought maybe he'd actually try and go straight for the jump. And look at Forest in the middle. What an absurd move, but this could be genius.
Oh yeah, it's a perfect timing, although looking lower dark. RPK's coming, Holzerk is defending against it. Quick scope, quick shot. And now Forest turning the corner. Shox never expected it. Dig is outplaying Vitality on this map so far. Molotov into the site, dropping down. Freiberg's ready. Holzerk is going to stay alive just barely. And all 5 players of Dig survive. All right, here we go. Got ourselves a series. Timeout being called by Vitality out of this plant. They haven't even gotten close to a victory in some time.
We're seeing, yeah, an interesting reversal that's going on right here. I was really worried about Dust 2, mainly again because of the ridiculous firepower between Saivu and Shox. They have respectively 2 and 1 kills so far, so this is a great turnaround.
Yeah, I was in the same way. I was very afraid for Dig coming into this map. That was, you know, we've talked about it frequently in the past. Is when you have such a dominant map loss, you can wipe those one off quickly and just move along. So at least there's that, and obviously very experienced, but still, just the way Vitality was playing on an individual level didn't look like anyone from Dig was going to be able to stack up.
Yeah, I'm sure they must have been feeling pretty, well, at least sort of halfway through Nuke, like, this might not be the kind of map where we're really going to do that well, guys. Yeah, you're right. Maybe emotionally it has less of an impact. Holzerk making the run towards the B-bomb side alone with the AWP. Could be slightly scary. Over at long, though, they have a tremendous presence, but Apex will still pick up a kill, and no one's following him. He's here alone. They need to either get out there and help him or fall back and push somewhere else, because otherwise this is just Apex probably going down alone without much else happening. Forrest waiting back there a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I'm so confused. Why send him out alone if you're not even going to be doing anything else?
Well, because they wanted to obviously get him in pit at the very least, and the problem with that kind of play from Apex, he knows there's at least one more out long, maybe 2, but we've seen Dig put 4 players, you know, in middle previously. Did RPK crash? What's he doing?
That's a good question.
Look at that guy, bald and beautiful.
That guy has got just a powerful mustache. There's no denying it.
It goes with the gun skin as well. That bright pink, the hot pink.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast. It does feel like RPK could have potentially crashed here. Holzerk waiting back to Saivu's going to be going down. Another good challenge, and looked like he shot right between them. So now Masuta and Shox. Oh, and Masuta coming into play and taking out Exist. There's RPK dropping from the server, and now it's a 1 versus 2 as Masuta goes down, and Forrest will end the round with a good kill there. So 7-0 in favor of Dig, and he went out after the damage and kills already happened, so there's really nothing to do about that. That's sort of how the rules are universally in Counter-Strike, and I don't actually think you can make them any different, so that's just unfortunate. He's still there. He hasn't disconnected from his house, but just on the server, guys.
Still physically present. Okay, so tech pause as RPK gets reconnected, figures things out.
Hasn't disconnected from the simulation, Jason.
No, he's still plugged in. Still nice and plugged in. Well, this has been an interesting turn of events for Dig. I think you've got to be happy if you're part of the Dig org or you're a Dig fan that you're seeing them have this level of fight back here on Dust 2, considering Nuke was just a miserable affair. If you're just tuning in, Nuke was what, 16-5, I believe, Anders? I don't know if you can recall correctly.
No, I'm old, Jason. I can't remember that far back. Don't know what
it was indeed 16-5.
Oh, well, good. That's
just
amazing.
Yeah.
Can you give me some comments on Vitality, because we're praising Dig, and I think rightfully so. I don't want to take any. This is a fun turnaround, but what's happening to Vitality?
I think actually it's the complete. It's the opposite from Nuke in a lot of ways. Where I think this game plan that Dig is bringing out is actually working. We've seen a number of times they're being very mobile on this defense so far. We've seen them stack 3 to 4 players in middle to start rounds, and we've seen them, you know, put 4 players at long in the previous round, and Apex tried to take it alone. But they're shifting so fast and so aggressively. This almost might be a scenario where if Vitality starts to realize this, if they can start pressing different parts of the map at the same time and really challenging, somewhere you should be able to find an easier fight because of the way that Dig is stacking different locations each and every round. But I think that early, at least the initial contact that Dig is creating with Vitality, they have such an overwhelming advantage that Vitality's not getting any of the entrances or any of the map control that they'd like.
Yeah, I mean, surely the disadvantage to having sort of larger stacks around the map should be that there's some weakness everywhere else. But it does feel like Vitality, they've walked into a lot of the stacks and have ended up fighting in some tough scenarios. Oh man, I'd love a really quick play out middle here for Vitality, especially because Holzerk's been opening a lot in mid. Like one good flashbang, maybe you can get close to him. That's my
that's your contribution.
It's my contribution. And they obviously can't hear me, so... but...
A classic pop flash mid rush. Yeah. But I mean, also that's the real problem with the kind of defense that Dig has been running from time to time. Is even if you pop flash mid, they've had, you know, Get Right, I believe it was, close mid in the cubby, just playing anti-flash. So as soon as that pop flash comes in, he turns, and you think you're going to pop Hulzerk, but instead you're getting sprayed from the side. This is a nice contact play at the B bomb site. It's going to be just Freiburg, and there's no time for even to get the utility. But you can see how fast Dig is set up to get 3 players at this B bomb site. Unfortunately, with Freiburg going down so quick, there's just nothing that can be done.
Yeah, and Shox was lurking in the middle to take down Get Right, who was trying to come in and help out. So yeah, this is all very good. They've got Apex outside, but they want to be really careful. More people are showing up, and they get slaughtered in CT spawn. Exist has to try and take some people with him here. There is no chance to escape, and Shox will take him down. First round on the board for Vitality.
Apex will get no credit for any of that. He got 0 kills in the round, but the fact that he pushes to those boxes outside B, takes the fight, it freezes those 3 members of Dig that are trying to retreat through CT spawn, and then all of his teammates get aggressive through window, Shox in middle, and while Apex is getting destroyed, they're slaughtering the other Dig players. So a good job from Apex to freeze them. They had already won the round, but that's the first step to draining this economy, right? Otherwise, Dig gets away, is able to save 3 weapons.
Apex in that corner. Grenade will land. Oh, could have done way more damage. He just got out of the corner. Now pushing into the B bomb side at the same time. Freiburg all the way in the back. He's got Forrest there at the door. Swings really far in. Freiburg to pick up a headshot, and what a follow-up, and more damage onto Shox. That's a great defense. I actually thought that could have gone out of control. In the middle, Forrest will continue, and they had one more bullet. He would have had that fight as well, or had that kill. Shox now pushing in and looking for it. He sees the top of his head, sees an arm, and... oh, man. That was intense. He had lined it up. Well, the more time that passes, the worse it gets.
Yeah. This is actually a really cool round. I think this is a great round to just showcase one of the great things about Counter-Strike is even sometimes when you do everything right and you make the right call, you still lose the round. Because I think Vitality handled that perfectly. It's kind of what I mentioned previously, attacking 2 different points in the map at the same time. Apex out towards long, grabbing attention, and then a contact hit towards B, which had just worked the previous round. And they got all the fights they wanted, right? They actually swung into the site. They got close to double doors. They got to the car. They had the fight on Freiburg inside the bomb site, but it's just handled perfectly from the Dig defense as well, and they actually win the battles. But the opportunity was there for Vitality. So very cool little battle going on in that round, in my opinion. 8-1 in the favor of Dig.
Yeah, 8-1. Just allowing for a single round, and then they go back to their winning ways. Now, obviously, the round loss bonus will continue here for Vitality, so a bomb plant and means they can still go on buying. Hulzerk is alone up here. Exist is sort of behind him in case anything happens. He can maybe throw a grenade. I think he may already have it in hand. Oh, goes down to Apex. Excellent kill. So yeah, that Molotov is not really going to do anything to save him. Will take a bit of damage, and they want to keep going. Exist is not blind. That's a nice turnaround from him. And Forrest has also picked up a kill. So 3-on-2 as Get Right takes care of Misuta and cannot go hide long, which is smart.
Oh, but RPK, they don't know this flank. Actually, they might have heard the footsteps right at the end, but Freiburg's still not perfectly ready. Would be a big win if RPK could get that. It brings Forrest down to 6 HP. And a 1 versus 2 for the best player of 2019 against 2 of the best players of all time. Get Right and Forrest taking on Zywoo.
Yeah, he needs a spot, preferably on someone that he already knew where it was. Yeah, he knew Get Right was out long at one point, and he'll find the kill. Good double here for Get Right. Teamed up with Forrest. They wanted to go together and make sure they didn't get picked off one at a time. So 9-1. Well, this is absurd, isn't it? I don't know what's going on today.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not see this coming at all. I did not see Dig coming out with this kind of a performance. What a great lead that they've built themselves. Still time for Vitality to get back into it, but that's slipping away slowly but surely, and they still have not had one of those rounds. They haven't yet put Dig in the position to be reset, which is exactly what Vitality would like. A few more rounds. If they can win 2 in a row, I think they'll have just about done it. Only 5 rounds remaining in the half to complete any kind of a comeback for Vitality.
Some grenades landing there. They want to go through again. Forrest is there. Freiburg is there. That grenade. Oh, it goes a little bit behind him, but it's still massive. Saiwu down to 30 health, and they're going to keep going. Masuta with a good opening. RPK coming in with a strong kill to take down Forrest. That was just through the smoke, I think. Don't think it registered quite, but now it's a 3-on-5, and they need to save. But Shox is already in the middle to catch them, and that's the AWP gone. That's a powerful hit to that B bomb side. Very similar as to the first round they won.
That's 3 out of 3 rounds where they've done a contact play towards the B bomb site where it's at least been effective of finding them the advantaged fights. It's 2 out of 3 of those times they've actually won the round. I would imagine they're going to go back and lean on that B bomb site. So Freiburg and Forrest, they better pucker up because they're going to get a lot of action for the rest of this half. Get right listening. I think his idea is to try and maybe go find that AWP right at the end, but Vitality have just swarmed it. Good kill, but from behind is Apex. He'd been quietly waiting that whole time. So good economic damage. Vitality have taken the first step to coming back in this half.
They really have. This is quite something. I expect a lot of people, I mean, myself tuning into that first half was just thinking, that first map was just thinking like, this is not even going to be, this is going to be done really quickly. So I'm glad to see that that's not the case. Because like we said, Dig have had their problems throughout some of these games here at Class Premier, but it hasn't been without like a signal of something cool, right? Like you've seen that in their play. You're like, yeah, this actually looks great. So that nuke map was actually a huge aberration. You're like, why this? Like, why not actually more defense?
Yeah, well, a lot of the positive discussion around this team has been their prep coming into matches. They seem to have like a really, really good setup between Fifth Laren as the coach, between Vendetta as the analyst, being able to build some solid game plans and some solid tactics to take on some of these opponents. Obviously, those, for whatever reason, fell flat entirely on Nuke, but here on Dust 2, again, looks good. So some positives coming out from this Dig lineup, and it's nice to see them bounce back like this. Now, I would like to see Vitality come back in this half so we can have one of those great grinded out maps between the two cores of these teams that have been battling for what feels like decades.
Yeah, there is so much history between the players in here. Out on long. A little bit more of a sneak play out. They're not fighting anyone out there either. Most of that is concentrated towards catwalk or middle. So, I mean, there's still powerful defense here. Get right going back to just take a look at it. Kind of wish that maybe they would swing the AWP back here as well, Holzerk, to fight long, maybe less so or more so than Get Right.
Get Right's going to come join up with them. You may get your wish. There's a mid crunch. I really enjoy this as well. Taking map control. They know they've lost long. They're clearing out underneath. They're clearing out lower dark early for the retake. Good find from Exist. Big trade. Get Right needs that kill, but he's caught in no man's land. Great shot from Apex. If Get Right was able to get that frag or just get into safety, it would have been huge. Halzert goes down. He's overextended, and this defense that looked interesting for a bit falls apart. Forrest needs to save the weapon, and Dig is out of money. Vitality have done it. They've reset the Swedish defense. And in the next round, this is the only gun that Dig is going to have.
I actually can't believe that Apex ran through the smoke, and I definitely can't understand how he got the kill on Get Right. It looked like he was just dead walking through that. So that's pretty good. Yeah, 9-3. The money all gone except for the AWP, which I think they're a little bit too far away to actually hunt down Forrest here. See how speedy they could be. Sharks would have to continue to go, and I don't think he wants to that much. Oh, it's just seconds away. But he'll be safe. So let's see how much they can get out of one AWP.
Well, imagine you keep it in Forrest's hands. He does have the armor. Ooh, we're getting a whole buy up from this Dig side. I did not expect that. I thought they would certainly save for the last couple rounds, but here we go. Half buy. UMP picked up by Halzerk. He's fully bought down to 200. But the rest of them are just Deagles and some nades on Get Right, Exist, and Freiburg.
Yeah, Deagles to follow it up. I mean, it's a rational choice.
It's not the worst call. It's not the worst call from Dig either. Look, 3 players stacking towards the B bomb site, even have Exist leaning in CT spawn towards mid and B. The op is in the back of the B bomb site. That's where Vitality had most of their early success. So it makes sense to at least put your heavy weaponry there for the moment. And if it goes, you know, the other direction, if they head towards the A bomb site, if they lose that, I mean, just stay in the B bomb site and have those deagles keep some spacing and help Forrest to save the weapon.
Yeah. That, I think, is exactly the plan. Out middle, Freiburg. Oh no, they line up.
Oh,
Forrest
no.
is there as well, and 2 kills. No trades happening. They need to get in here and get the bomb back, but they can't even do that. The killing continues in the middle, and they all get slaughtered. That is a real big problem.
That's a huge problem. That is a turn of events that I did not see coming. Good recovery from Dig with just the deagles, the UMP on Halzerk as well. Double kill from Forrest, double kill from Freiburg. And Forrest, the all-important turn over towards the B bomb site as RPK tries to come in.
Man. Oh, well, that is a way to get an early advantage. I like it. Forrest probably doesn't like it that much.
No, he's on the other side of the spectrum.
Could we get his webcam reaction? Is that possible?
I wonder how many times Forrest over the years has been picked off on that mid cross. I bet it's a pretty big number.
Yeah, you know, could be contributing.
When you play for 20 years.
Yeah, like that could be contributing some gray hairs, you know, in his beard or something like that. Just, you know, that alone will do it. Shox has gone down in return. And now they make the cross smoke. There is a bit of a gap, actually. That would have me worried for all of a second. But they seem to be fine. Grenade will land on top of at least one person there. No, actually, it gets mostly caught by the box, I suppose. So bomb plant should be coming in really soon. Apex is waiting for a minute. I think they're unsure about how aggressive they're going to be here, Dig. Wow, that's buying so much time.
This is great from Dig. Yeah, the 2 Molotovs and the nade is phenomenal, but it hasn't really put Dig in a good position for the retake. It's gotten them a little bit closer on Catwalk, but they were slow coming here. Now turning the corner, they're going to get smoked off. So all that timing, all that space, and even that 3rd Molotov coming in is neutralized by the fact there's a smoke on Catwalk. However, Dig do have 2 smokes left. They have got 1 on Exist, and 1 on Halzerk was just used. Get Right went down. 3 on 4. I don't know if Dig is going to go for this. They might want to call this off.
With Freiburg being that low on health.
That's the right call.
That seems to be a risk. All right, 4th round. If they can get a 5th, I mean, they're going to be competitive in the second half, right? Like there's going to be something to fight for here if they can get 10-5, which should be possible. Exist could drop for a teammate. That's helpful. Wow, what a turbulent couple of halves we've had so far in this game.
This is good though. I like seeing Vitality fight back in this fashion to give us a game. They've won 3 of the last 4 rounds, and despite the fact that Dig had a very great defense, and even this should almost be 9-5 when you consider the 1 round in the past 4 that Dig won was with Deagles and 1 saved AWP. So they've had a cool game plan, but Vitality at least providing themselves enough to see what happens at the start of the second half. Maybe they can turn it.
Ooh. Exist picking off Shox. That seemed like the kind of position that Shox would normally be a little bit more aware of. Sneaking out long with Cyber leading the charge. RPK holding middle. If they can get up long and keep RPK in the middle, I wouldn't want to have him actually join. I'd just say if the long push is successful, then RPK's position in the middle gets converted to a really powerful one. Now, they look like they want to push up a dark. And they will. RPK must have heard that.
RPK should hear that. Yeah, certainly the shot is going to give it up. He hasn't turned around just yet, though. Might have thought it was just a shot from the B bomb site. Maybe doesn't think they've pushed. Either way, this round being so slow played is putting him in a lot of danger. And now Apex is in danger as well. The peek from Forrest comes up. Oh, he gets the dink and he cleans it off. And now they know. RPK is a freebie for Freiburg, but he finds Exist. That's heartbreaking. Exist is going to be frustrated. Get Right watching the long cross with just a deagle. Still, it's going to work out. A 1-tap onto Masuta. It's all ZywOo left in a 1 versus 3, but he's only got 7 health, and Get Right ends it as well. 11-4 lead for Dig. They recover very nicely from the catastrophe that was Nuke, and we're going to do a break, and then we'll get the second half and perhaps the conclusion of the series, so stay tuned.
Don't have any of the old NIP players. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts the other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad, but pop towards the window. He's going to peek. He's going to find that kill. The pounce needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Magus to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Zipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually, it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Zipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Jävlar. Bra dog. Har inga flash för.
Nice. Jag har ingen flash heller. Enda CV. Molotov side. Vi kör på CV. Ja, vi kör på CV. Folk kommer med. Jaga mig, Särk.
Ja, jag kommer.
Droppa CT, död. Sista plantade, tror jag. Nej, CV. Nice.
Snyggt, grabbar. Tack. Jävlar vad vitt. Ni spelar så jävla bra nu, grabbar. Lägger smoke här.
Swedish just sounds so goofy. So interesting.
It does to Danish ears as well, I'm not gonna lie. Although they have strong opinions about our language too, Jason, so, you know. It's a whole regional battle going on.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun though. I enjoy that little rivalry.
Yeah, there's something going on there. They're right though. They were playing very, very good. So 11-4, that says it all.
Yeah, that's a really good turnaround, and I really, you could tell they were very well coordinated. They had to have been feeling good after that first half. The communication just seems so on point. To have that mobile of a defense, and a defense where you're giving up a lot of bomb sites so that you can stack 3 players in mid, or stack 3 players on catwalk, or put two players in B and 1 in mid, to be able to have that kind of a constant shift wherever Vitality is going, your communication has to be on point, and your trust in your teammates has to be very, very high as well. So I think that's a great feeling for Dig to have, and to see that result of an 11-4 half based on all of that. So good stuff from Dig. Let's hope it continues and they can take us to a third map, which would be Vertigo.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see that. I kind of hope we get there now. Maybe Vertigo could be the third and sort of more level map, because so far it's been fairly one-sided. Nothing crazy. Shocks pushing up there to try and look into lower dark. And I mean, again, with Saiwu and Apex, they've got a great position here. And out long, there is a P250 to maybe go and fight RPK up there. So that would be interesting if it comes to it. But they're setting up in upper dark with a bomb. So I don't know. They're waiting and they're not seeing or hearing or really encountering anything here, Dig. Silence across the map.
And a lot of information being gained by Shocks as well, pushing towards catwalk, seeing nothing in lower dark, seeing and feeling and hearing nothing in mid. Dig is just waiting at the moment for some kind of aggression, and it makes sense when you look back at the pistol round that occurred on Nuke when Dig was on their T side. That was aggression, that was a lobby crunch, that was Shocks pushing ramp room. Now again, you have him being aggressive on catwalk. RPK is going to get the first kill. That's out towards long, that's in the pit. And Shocks is going to go back and try and find more information.
Oh, yeah, back. Ooh, he gets caught by Exist. Not the best start, though. Saiwu will get one in return. RPK, he was had the right idea, but gets taken down. And Saiwu will finish the round. Good headshots coming out from him in the middle. And, yeah, a chance now for the French to try and turn this around.
Yeah, maybe because of the aggression of Shocks, maybe because Force went down, but it felt like, again, Dig, much like on Nuke, just never got to actually execute on their idea or what their plan was. They just all got stuck in middle. Tried to go up catwalk, felt too much resistance. They maybe wanted to go back towards long, but they'd lost Forest, so they didn't have anyone in that position. And then all of a sudden, when Vitality gets aggressive and actually peeks in towards mid, they're there for the taking. 5-11 as Vitality win the second pistol. That's now 4 of the last 6 rounds going to Vitality if you go back to the first half. And they're going to try and come back into this map. 4 FAMAS and a UMP against unarmored Glocks with 1 Deagle. Glocks.
What did you say? You like some sort of clock bird? Glocks.
Glocks.
Oh man. It's finally got to you. The madness of the current game.
Of the closet, of living in this closet for the last week.
Waking up at 5 a.m.
You work in esports, they said. It's a dream job, they said.
Now into the closet with you. Oh, grenade. Oh, wow. He explodes the whole team right there. Nice quad kill. Could have been the ace if not for Apex meddling and all of that. Still, that's pretty smooth now. AKs on Dig's side, so see how they do with this kind of a fight. That was a great grenade.
Yeah, it was a nice little bank shot. 5-round lead for Dig. AKs picked up. Freiburg down to the Galil so that he can get some utility. But still, Dig has the better buy based off of this. 4 FAMAS against 4 AKs. That's not a fight that you like. You're not a big fan of the FAMAS.
No. I really don't like it. RPK goes down, but Saiwu will return. Apex proving me wrong and getting the kill on Exist. Oh, but he couldn't make it back around the corner. That's unfortunate. The UMP not really doing that much damage through that mid wall. So 3-on-3. Saiwu's made his way into T-spawn. This seems like a genius move. He has to stop running pretty soon, or he'll give the whole game away. No one's hearing it, though, and Get Right goes down with the bomb. Forrest surely going to be able to catch this kill. Saiwu swings for it, and he was ready. Even though Forrest is low on health, didn't even matter. That was a headshot.
Freiburg in a 1 versus 2. He's going to smoke himself off, give him some space to work with. Flashbang is out. Now, I don't think he's ever going to expect this stack, obviously. Shocks peeking out a little bit wider. Freiberg's. Oh, he sees them both, and he's got them both. 12-6. The tower comes crumbling down, and that unbelievable clutch.
What is even going on? That.
Go on.
It's a 1 versus 3 from Freiberg, and again, they had the bomb up there. He did have like a minute, but still, I can't really believe that he managed to do that. That's it. That actually felt to me like Vitality were a little bit scared almost. It's like maybe just fight him.
Yeah, the tower felt a little bit like they're trying to be too tricky instead of just taking the battle. ZywOo's gonna smoke himself off, and he's gonna get picked off through the smoke.
Yeah, he backed right into that shot. Freiberg is low on health, but there's no one covering the A-bomb side at all. They are at catwalk at best. Shox has an HE grenade, so maybe he could show up and throw that on someone as the bomb is going to be planted.
There's a huge gap in that smoke, and they don't have another one to cover it. They don't have another smoke to get past this. They're just going to have to hold their breath and take the jump.
Swai is getting close with the MP9. They are jumping behind it, and Masuta goes down, trying to tap away with the MP9. That's really not what that weapon is meant for. RPK gets one. Apex with a huge double. Can't believe they made it. They made that look easy, and I know there was a gap and everything, but Dig didn't even really get fight back.
No, they didn't. Outside of Halzark at the car with that AWP, I don't think there was a whole lot of response or a whole lot of fight back. This is great shooting, great positioning as well from Vitality. They're coming back into this game, and with that denial of the bomb plant, no chance that Dig buys or invests whatsoever into this round, so another chance for Vitality to close the gap by 1, and you're starting to see some of the cracks, a few mistakes being made by Dig.
Down in the pit with RPK. We've got a couple of flashbangs and some pistols, so expect they'll try and just, once the Molotov is gone, set up, throw some flashbangs, and hope for the best. Flashbang will do a lot to RPK, but he's still able to pick up a double, and now surely they're going to be tagging in Apex. ZywOo even showing up to the party. Everybody wants, you know, a little bit out here. Oh, woo. They forgot about Forest.
Yeah, maybe they just never noticed him getting out there.
Yeah.
Chance for him to get a second kill onto it, but 12-8, we've closed the gap. Vitality coming roaring back into this map. It's 4-1 in the second half, 12-8 overall.
It's a 4-round gap now, 8-12 up on ZywOo. Still Dignitas, or Dig, with enough money to buy in their round, so that's super important. Plenty of grenades, no AWP, notably that, again, could be a little bit annoying if they want to fight ZywOo. I think Halzark is going to have the confidence to try and do that if they can afford it. But not this time. Oh, look at Masuta. He is on a mission.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see him holding that this long. Obviously pretty reliant on Shox to take first contact and be able to surprise him, but the better thing is he's in position to get a pop flash and move into Upper Dark to get information whenever he wants it. 4 players for Dig outside long. RPK holding the angle, and Get Right close up and ready to go. Here's the peek. Get Right just kind of stopped halfway. Half of his body exposed. RPK falling back blind. Oh, and Apex gets to the corner just at the right moment. 2-for-2 trade, but Dig take control of long A.
It did cost him a fair bit of health there. ZywOo was in a really awkward position. Yeah, he needs some backup out here, because otherwise he's going to be pinned down behind this box with Freiberg coming in from catwalk and the 2 others at long. They, again, only have 1 smoke for the cross, which, again, is really awkward. That's a big
It's not
gap.
a great smoke as well. Yeah, that's not going to protect ZywOo whatsoever. Actually, that little gap makes it even more dangerous. Freiberg stepping into that smoke. And ZywOo, big job to do. Here comes the utility for long.
Going to distract him a bit. Where's the backup? Where are all his teammates at? Masuta down the middle, and ZywOo just goes down. I'm actually genuinely confused about, I don't know. It felt like there should have been someone a little bit closer.
Yeah, well, Masuta was in Upper Dark that whole time. He never made his move until it was just too late. That's a fight he would have liked with a rifle. And this is going to just drift out of Vitality's hands, despite the fact they had a real chance. And you're right, ZywOo was just on an island in that A-bomb site for way too long. Way too long.
Yeah, that, I don't know. It's just everything about that I didn't really like. I think it's different if you have an M4 or something in that position. You could be quick to sort of move around and take fights at all different angles. But he clearly didn't even really know where to look half the time, and he kind of felt that smoke wasn't going to actually provide that much cover.
Yeah, I think he could sense maybe that it wasn't the best thrown smoke. It was kind of improv from Shox. But that was the real issue. While Shox was at the A bomb site, it wasn't a huge problem. It's just when Masuta's the one who has to come over and provide support when Shox drifts away from that A bomb site, he's got the SMG. And there's not really any kind of a flank where he's going to feel really good with an MP9. Like he's going to feel really impactful. But here we go, 5-round lead for Dig. They've taken control of the map at the very least. Fast pace for Forest. Opening kill provided.
That is great. Dig, I actually was starting to get really worried. It was starting to look like that they weren't able to do it after all and maybe couldn't close it out, but this is a big step in the right direction.
A lot of risk in this for ZywOo. This could be the round coming back to them. One thing they've got to manage, they have no idea about just yet, is Freiburg late coming back from B halls from watching Upper Dark. He's just going to miss the information. But if he turns either of these corners, he's going to be able to stop this flank from coming in. Here it is. Even if he goes down, it'll at least be the warning system. Good kill from Get Right leading the way. Apex using the whole magazine, and Get Right and Forest respond through the smoke. ZywOo's got to back off. It's going to be a 14th round for Dig, and this is looking like we're going to a third map.
Yeah, it's really feeling that way. Apex probably can't believe he didn't get at least a kill there, but Get Right was just ducked under the box and couldn't actually be tagged at all. So trying to save the rifle as Dig will get to 14 rounds. And leading the scoreboard there on the Dig side is actually currently Forest at 19 and Holzerg at 17. But the rest aren't that far behind. Freiburg 15, 13-13 on Exist and Get Right. So pretty good cluster of kills there, or spread amongst the team. It's going to be ZywOo with 20 kills, just one ahead of Forest at the moment. But yeah, they're starting to drift quite far behind here. Vertigo is the deciding map.
I was going to say the biggest problem is the money for Vitality. 2,000 for RPK and Masuta, 2,000 for Apex, 2,500 on ZywOo. So Shox can buy, but again, there's only going to be 2 rifles available to him. So a big decision for Vitality to make if they want to fight for overtime or fight for the map. It looks like they want to fight for the map this far back. Shox is just going to snap by a glass cannon AWP. And it looks like Dignitas or Dig is just going to straight up win. It's a B rush. And I would imagine they're calling this. They think it's going to be mostly a save. Don't think there's going to be the utility to stop them, and they were right. So Vitality, I don't like what I'm seeing on the minimap. I would like for them all to just bail out and run away.
Yeah. No point in risking it. But
you want to know what's really messed up though, Anders?
Go on.
Is because they chose to buy in this round, and then they give up the round, they're still going to have a real trash buy in the next round. Like, yeah, they'll be able to get some armor and flesh out some of the utility, but the buy is still going to contain 2 SMGs. It's still probably going to contain just a 5.7 on Masuta. Maybe he upgrades. But if they had just saved in a round where they obviously don't have a chance due to the call of Dig anyways, next round they'd have rifles. So they've kind of neutered themselves going into that 24th round.
Yeah. I guess it's one of those things where it's like you don't want to give them map point by just saving. Forest goes up with the bomb for no reason. Not that it really matters, but... Ooh, hold on. They could get the auto snipers here. Do it. They won't do it.
No, you don't. You're crazy. You are crazy if you think they're going to bust that out at 15-8. That's how you lose a map. That's how you piss off ZywOo.
That's how you send a statement. Send a message. Gotta let them know.
All right. So Masuta gets past or picks up a FAMAS himself. And Dig just rinse and repeat, baby. Nade, Molotov, it's put out. Flashbang is good for a 1-for-1 trade. Shox as well. He used all of his ammunition in there in the B-bomb site.
And look at Forrest. He's still holding T-spawn like he was playing a matchmaking game. Not even leaving. Exist gonna put the bomb down and Get Right also inside the bomb site with him. And there's Forrest with the kill on ZywOo. That's everything they needed. That might have just been it. Rinse and repeat like you said. Back with the same action. And this is such a Such a great turnaround from Dig after having been beat up on Nuke. They're back on Dust 2. Nearly a team kill. RPK alone in a 1 versus 2. And he's in a lot of trouble. A jump, and he goes down to 4. 16 to 8. Great return and revenge from Dig.
Yeah, you can fight all hyped up. Good victory on Dust 2. Impressive bounce.
Listen.
And Dig take us to...
This was just this was a real amazing performance from them. Obviously, Vertigo is going to be coming up next, so we will see you on that map after the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Cold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the 4th.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faceplant.
You lose your map, pick a strong map for you guys in Nuke, mate, and then we see you go on to Dust 2, your back's against the wall, and you just handle them. They start to try and make a comeback, but what did you say to the guys going into the second map, and how are you feeling going into Vertigo now? Because the momentum's certainly with you.
Yeah, no, I think that there's been a lot of frustration just in general, just the way that we've been playing, not only today, but the past few games, especially in Blast. And I think that Nuke is definitely just a showcase of that, of we're not getting really anything going on the T side. You know, we're not getting our star players really up and running. We're not really doing things together. We're not flashing together. We're not getting the trades. And I think people are just really upset heading, right after Nuke. I think one of the things that we said was, if we're going to lose, let's just lose playing our way with no fear. Like these guys, we saw in Vitality there on their seat decide on Nuke that they gave us no space to really do any executes. And that's one of the things that we really kept in mind on Dust 2 and just said the same thing of like, hey, if they're going to play this way, let's play the same way back. And let's just try to make the best of it.
So there you have it. I mean, that's commitment on the side of the, I guess, GM coach for Florin. They have a kind of a mix going on over there with Vendetta in the back line as well, helping out. But the players sounded like they were committing to the plan, and it certainly worked out here on Dust 2 for them. They've tied up the series 1-1 when I think a lot of us had kind of written them off after Nuke. It wasn't looking too hot for Dig after that first map. So, Maniac, let's start with you this time. What did you take away from the second map here? Where did it go wrong for Vitality?
Well, I want to focus on what did go well for Dignitas, because if we look at the check mark and the win condition exactly, the first check mark would be Forrest actually having a good game. He did completely disappear on the first map. We said it here. Top fragging for his team, 21 kills, a lot of impact, 95 ADR. Then you move on to Halzerk. I mentioned him. I name dropped Halzerk saying, you know what, he's not doing enough. He's not doing his share of the job. And he did shine here. 18 kills. He had a lot of impact as well. So these are the two names that were heavily missing on the first map and actually shine. Now you switch over to Vitality, and the flip side of that coin, at the bottom of this tab right here, Mizuta, the name, the player that really surprised me in this event so far, completely absent, unable to control that B-bomb side, and Shox as well. His Binome, his bro with him on the B-bomb side as well, unable to make the difference. So you have, on one hand, two players finally shining, and on the other, two completely turning off.
That was a very French way to go about it there, Binome.
Binome
partnership. Yeah. The bro. I like that. It's just like Binome. Yes, bro. Got it. All right, Thorin, what did you take away from this match?
I mean, everything went right for Dig, right? All of them had the performances necessary. We even got the Freiburg 1v3. We had a little taste of Nip Magic. I still don't know how Vitality lost that round. I think that round for me is indicative of how they played this map. Listen, the first half beatdown's one thing, but they were coming back into it at the end of it. Obviously, the start, the second half, not that bad. You think, hey, this is possible. But rounds like that, they just seem to throw away in almost like a nonchalant manner, as though they already thought, whatever, there's a third map, we're out of it. Which is bizarre, because the whole reason why this series should have been done and dusted is Dig has an 18% win rate on this over the last 3 months. This was the one they lost to Fnatic and looked like fools on. So if you're the guys from Vitality, you've made hay on this map. Like, you can absolutely come back into this one, but I feel like they absolutely capitulated way too early. With that said, excellent performance by Dig. I'm very excited to see what this third map's going to be like now, because I feel like all predictions go out the window on this one.
And this is where we start to get into Vertigo, and Vertigo could get really interesting in terms of just, fragging. And this is a map that both of these teams, I mean, what are we looking forward to here? Because we have a bit of time to actually discuss this third map in the series. We don't need to jump just yet.
Well, I mean, the good news for the viewers at home and for ourselves as well is that it should be a banger. I'm just looking at both team results. On the side of Vitality, they've won it 100% of the time past 3 months. They've beat NIP twice. They beat G2 on it as well, so nothing to be too shy about. For Dignitas, they did beat VP. I mean, they destroyed VP during this event. They beat North as well, but they actually lost to NIP in the run that was in Road to Rio. But I still think that both teams actually feel comfortable on the map. Definitely Dignitas how to go about it. I was listening to their team speak against VP, and this is where I actually, I echo Duncan's sentiment. I think all the predictions just go out the window. The fact that Dignitas won Dust 2 and how they won Dust 2 makes it just wide open for Vertigo.
How did you take the, real quick while we have you there on that point, how were the comms in this second map compared to the first map for for Dig? Were you able to listen in on them at all, or were you just zeroed in on Vitality?
Well, I was surprised because at the beginning of Dust 2, I felt the energy was really good. And, they did take a bit down on the first map, and I thought they'd just, kind of capitulate and just let it go. Actually, no, they were really pumped up, and anytime they were winning a round, anytime they were winning a clutch, they were kind of building that momentum together. So, and on the other hand, you had the Titanic just completely going, downhill on the side of Vitality. So I could switch from one team speak to the other. That was a kind of a different music.
Thor, what do you think about this upcoming match here on Vertigo?
I mean, when Maniac reads off the list of teams that they've beaten on this map, those are all teams who absolutely play and to some degree specialize in this map. Like, they've absolutely made this one their better maps. So that's impressive that they've actually got that many wins over it. When I saw Dig play earlier, admittedly it was against Virtus.pro, who've been a bit bad in this tournament. They looked comfortable. So I'm certainly interested, because the thing is, when I think of maps, I think of Dust 2 when I think of a team like Vitality. I do not think of a map like Vertigo. I feel like it doesn't suit a lot of their strengths. So I'm very, very interested to to see how good that T side is going to be. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on people like Apex and Shox for this particular map, because CT side, Zero will do what Zero does at his spots. He can take care of that, but I feel as though the team that should actually be better on both sides is probably going to be the Dig guys, actually, I would guess. But I would still take Vitality to win the series. I feel like they're the better squad still.
And Zywoo just continues to be Mr. Reliable for Vitality. It's crazy. This guy never seems to drop off. If anybody is going to do anything on Vitality, you can always look to him, and then it's the supporting cast coming up behind him. And I'm wondering how much of a load Shox is taking on himself when it comes to the calling side of things. And I know, Minyak, you could give us some insight, because when things go south for Vitality, it seems like his personal performance kind of drops off a cliff. I mean, would that be accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, without being too revealing, obviously, as to how the team operates, I can tell you that Shox definitely have some responsibility in terms of calling. Some specific rounds are his responsibility on his shoulders as well. And when they are playing map control, just classic default map control, and he's not on a side with Apex, he's going to be the one micromanaging the situation. He'll be the one dictating the pace. That is also true when, for example, Apex gets killed early on in the round, and suddenly, you know, you lose that voice, you lose that controlling rhythm, and then Shox will usually be the one taking over the 3 versus 3, organizing, okay, listen, guys, we put down the smoke, this is what we're gonna do. So he definitely has a lot to do, and this could also to some degree explain why his numbers have gone a little bit lower, although I don't accept that as an excuse in general. But on Vertigo, if my memory serves right, and if they kept on doing like this, he will be playing that middle area, which is very complicated now with that new open sort of boost that there is, and the fact that people do tend to have B splits now. Shox is gonna have a lot of work to do.
All right, well, on that note, thank you very much, gentlemen. And we're going to be keeping an eye on Shoxy here on Vertigo to see how it all pans out for Vitality. But before we get into the action and the conclusion of this series, we need to take a quick break. So we'll be right back, and then we'll be straight into it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here. We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it.
It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies the ball. No! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14! Now we do it!
It was ready for Vitality versus Complexity!
I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut! 16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Na'Vi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Na'Vi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
It goes to the third map between Vitality and Dig. It's going to be on Vertigo, and I'm kind of excited. I hope this will be a more even game, because it's been a little bit back and forth. Jason, what do you think? Does this change your mind about who's going to win this, the fact that we've gone to Vertigo?
No, I actually think that Dig's in some trouble on this map. We praised Dig a lot when we watched them play Vertigo against Virtus Pro just a couple days back.
Yeah.
They had some really cool set plans for the A bomb site. They had some really cool set plans for the retake and how they would use their utility. However, Vitality's obviously going to look into that. And on top of everything, you can give that much space over to Virtus Pro and destroy them in that fashion. You cannot give space over to guys like ZywOo, to guys like Apex, to guys like Shox. They will take advantage of that, and they know how to take advantage of it in a way that Virtus Pro couldn't. So if you're going to try and constantly play this passive retake strategy on your CT side, Vitality, in my opinion, is going to eat you up. So I'm really interested to see how Dig is going to adapt and if Vitality can find ways. But regardless, here we are live into the pistol round. Third and final map. The winner of this map plays against Fnatic in the next round of the Spring Showdown playoffs.
Wow, look at this aggression coming out over at the B side. That's 3 people pushing. Apex is also at least a little bit forward in middle. But yeah, how do you see this coming? Freiburg getting a straight headshot to take down ZywOo. Exists with one more. And they might be in a lot of trouble here. I think this is a cool idea, but it's absolutely blown up in their faces. Oh.
Ooh. Maybe not just yet. Yep, okay, it has. It's officially blown up in their faces. Shock's gonna try and rotate over to recover, but there's too many angles to check, and he just has no idea. Get Right's able to sideswipe him. Double kill for Forrest in the round, and Dig have the pistol.
That is, wow, well, that's pretty interesting. I still think that's a creative way to try and do it. I can absolutely see how you could catch a lot of people off guard with that. But I just to get back to what you were talking about, right? The way that Dig were playing that defense when they're on the CT side, when they just let you have the A plan and they have great retakes, it was very effective, but it did also look very one-dimensional. Like it was sort of the same approach every time.
Same nades, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm sure Vitality would have looked at, right? Like they would have seen that match and said, oh, okay, let's think about that.
And funnily enough, I mean, Dig kind of showed the workaround on their own T side. Like, we'll probably see it in this half, but remember, when they take that A bomb site, what they were doing against Virtus Pro is running up to that default plant spot, tapping the bomb, getting off of it, and moving straight into the corner. So, I mean, that can easily be done against them, and that is going to ruin the nade work as well. So if that's the only thing you're relying on in your defense for Dig, we'll see it in the second half. I think there's going to be some problems.
Still some Deagles in play. So it could be potentially dangerous. Masuta getting pretty near the edge. Flashbang being set up. Let's see if it's going to be timed well enough. There's the turnaround for it, but the Deagle is not really that great for spraying or taking down 3 people in a row like that. It's a cool idea, but I think the timing was a little bit off, and I think it would have been better if it had been RPK with the MP9 or something up closer. Anyway, bomb plant in that same position. Really out forward there towards the edge of the actual map.
Yeah, they did the exact thing we just outlined. They tapped it in default and they ran over to the corner, and even ZywOo is able to transfer over after that tap. He even flicks his crosshair in the direction of that corner and lands 1 shot on the planter. So they have the idea already, and that's going to be an interesting thing to see how it plays out. Good kill for RPK, and actually they make their way into the bomb site. This could actually be a little bit dangerous, but I think the time is just too far gone. No kits for the Vitality players, and they're all going to go down at the end. Good hold for Dig. Nice final shot for ZywOo, a parting gift for Forrest. 2-0 for
Dig. Getting the Galil though on side was interesting. That's actually a nice enough steal with getting all those kills as well. Don't think they'll be too displeased about that. But yeah, 2-0 regardless. And interesting catch there, as you said. Already some signs that maybe they have a little bit of a read on what Dig are up to when it comes to that plant.
I don't think that whole idea of tapping the default plant spot and moving into the corner is you know, specific to Dig as well. I'm sure every team is doing that these days with the way that has become such a popular defense at that A bomb site. When you play it passively, you have to have the nades coordinated and lined up to delay the plant at least, or delay to let the smoke subside. I like that challenge from Halzerk as well. Not afraid of the Galil in the hands of ZywOo, and only 2 players remaining. It's Shox and RPK.
Yeah, and only losing 1 this round would be welcome news to Dig. Could be a little bit sketchy if you lose, you know, 3 or 4 players, even winning these early T rounds, you know. Gerard has a lot of money, but he's all, well, him and Halzerk both. Shox and RPK doubled up for a mission to go find out what they can. Doesn't seem like they're being too effective at the moment. But yeah, I think there's a lot to learn about how these two teams are going to be playing, especially on the A side. Over on the B bomb side, when Dig have been playing this map, it's been Freiburg who's been sort of solo charged with trying to find entries over there and just guarding the B stairs. So it'd be fun to see if he's going to be effective in doing that.
Yeah, we asked the same question about Plopsky, if he was going to be able, for NIP earlier in the event, if he was going to be willing to peek up those stairs and take a fight. It will be interesting to watch Freiburg do it, especially because Freiburg is also the anchor defender when they switch over to the defensive side. He's also the player that holds down the fort at that same bomb site. So you have to imagine he's probably very aware of which fights kind of suck to take as that defender, where to look, where are the different creative spots to hold as the defender. So he might be able to have something if he peeks up and challenges. We'll have to see if he's got the courage to do it. 3-0 for Dig heading into the first gun round. No AWP for ZywOo quite yet. All M4s and all rifles as well for Dig.
RPK and Shox over at the B bomb site. A little bit of a forward aggression over at A ramp here, but I'm sure it'll subside eventually. It's kind of tough to stick around there forever. Apex is actually being very aggressive. That's a deep grenade. Freiburg, oh, he has the right idea, but still this could be dangerous to him. And maybe especially
with the Galil.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a Galil, not an AK, so if he hits the stairs, it's not going to do nearly as much damage. Halzerk goes down. And how are they going to come back and join Freiburg?
He's going to make his move now. Still has to be careful about that angle. Get right. Looking to lurk. Oh, and he didn't see it fast enough. And RPK, he's committed. This is a fight or die moment for him. Spots out the positioning, of course. That's Get Right pouncing over in mid. RPK's had some damage done to him, but there's just so few options for Dig at the moment. They've all receded with the death of Get Right. There's nowhere for Dig to go.
I think this is actually very smart by RPK to not sort of try and have a spray fight through or anything. Because if he goes down, I mean, it's a 3-on-3 and suddenly it's just open season on the bomb site. Trying to pull back instead and play it safe. Forest will be relentless in trying to hunt him down. Going to try and smoke it off. There is a gap there that maybe they could try and exploit. So could Shox. He's ramped all the way out. Have they seen him? Looks like they have. Ooh, tagging him through and trying to see if they can connect a little bit more. But backup is here as well. Apex showing up. Shox going down. Apex next in line. Exist with a huge double. And Vitality let a big opportunity go here. ZywOo, can he actually do this? 4 seconds left. Bomb plant going through in the last possible second. And ZywOo going to swing for it. And there's the shot to take down Forest. Man, what a close round.
That really was. Vitality is fortunate to get away with that. It looked like they were going to have that round all wrapped up with no big issues. Great job by, what was that, Forest and Exist to be able to crack into that bomb site, get the plant as well. They got something out of what seemed like an impossible situation for a while. So fair play to them. Shox was trying to be cute and just stay behind that pillar the whole time, and a nice 1 versus 2 clutch for ZywOo.
Yeah, I mean, I actually can't believe it got that close to begin with. I'm seeing a Krieg being picked up by Exist. That's so rare.
Does that hurt you? Is it painful?
No, I don't want the Krieg to completely die out. I just, you know, I'd be happy with it if someone's like, people are still picking up the AUG every once in a while, right? So I'm happy if it just has like its own little role with some people who specialize in it or you know, happen to be good with it.
Oh, that's a perfect Molotov. Nice little research done by the... ooh, that's not good. Flashbang comes in, but RPK does not want to get aggressive. He's just happy to still be alive. That's a fun little chess match that we just witnessed over towards the B bomb site.
The pressure right now on Vitality, having just, you know, only won that in a 1 versus 1, is tremendous. If they screw this up, they're going to be in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they'll be economically crippled for some time. Halzerk turning the corner, shut down immediately. Exist up next, but there's 3 defenders here. They're going to peek him from so many different angles. No chance for Exist.
Okay.
And again, another T-sided round where for Dig, it just feels like the plan never really gets executed in any way. And then they just get swept aside.
Taking some long-range fight here. This is actually a really big problem. Look at the AKs that are going to be stolen now. Should be able to catch maybe another one. No, not quite. So still 3 AKs being picked up total, and the other 2 M4s, obviously. And that's a flawless round here from Vitality. So not only do they survive, but their economy shoots up. No bomb plant and no buy for Dig on the other side, though.
And that I would have liked to have seen something a bit more aggressive, or at least pull the trigger on the strategy you're trying to run. But when Dig gets wiped out in that fashion, while they're still just kind of walking up the ramp, like remember we highlighted it. Vitality had no money in the bank before that round, and because of the indecisiveness, they survived with 5 players.
Deagle is already dropped fairly low. But Vitality don't... Oh, actually, they're going to push up once again. They're quite happy to push down the bottom of this A ramp, which is interesting. Apex... Oh, sorry, he was just falling back. I was looking at the minimap. I thought maybe he was going to be running down. So they've left Saiwu there now instead. He's just the only one looking in. Everyone else is going to take up towards the middle or over at the B stairs. Oh, they don't even have a flashbang or anything, do they? They're just going to try and walk around the corner.
Ooh, Masuta stepping up, wrapping around the box. Freiburg is up next. Immediate headshot, going for more. And they have to know, I don't know, maybe they don't know the bomb is there, but it's tucked into the corner. Halzerk just trying to stay alive. Masuta's going to stick around, but if he doesn't check to his left, it's just a Glock. Still have plenty of opportunity to recover. Triple kill for him in the round. And this one's all Vitality. We're going to be tied up when all is said and done, Anders. It's 3-3.
Yeah, tied up, but the problem is if it's back-to-back flawless rounds here where they have 5 people alive, that's you know, going from having no economy to having a booming one pretty quickly. That's actually them getting away with a lot early on here. And Dig, I mean, again, they've only lost 3 rounds in a row here. On top of that, they haven't had bomb plants the last 2 rounds, and they've pretty much had to invest everything into this round. Which, fair play, that's what they should be doing. But if they can't win this round, or at the very least get a bomb plant, again, Vitality are actually really quickly back in this game.
Well, and you have to imagine at a certain point coming up now with all this money, as soon as maybe someone from Vitality goes down in a winning round, you're going to start seeing the AWP picked up by Zaiwu. So you have to imagine things will get a little bit more difficult. Get Right is actually faster to challenge in middle. Happy to win that, but no trade. What a transfer from Masuta. Still 100 HP as well. That headshot into force was so quick. And Zaiwu adding on top. Finally, Freiburg fighting back, but it's a 2-on-3 effort.
Yeah, and he himself has taken a fair bit of damage. Sharks all the way at the back of B, not really interested in fighting, while Saiwu and Masuta are moving forward as a little team there, going to find a fight if they can. Which, this could be great if Sharks can stay alive. It's almost more important for Sharks just to sort of have them boxed in on that side. And then they could go for a bit of a flank. Oh, Masuta actually going the other way. Checking out A ramp, so he's going to be far away.
Yeah, they're just, you know, crossing the I's, dotting the T's, making sure everything's all accounted for. Shox is going to spot the first, and you're right, now it's all about staying alive because the flank is coming in. Shox does not have to take any fight, but he's going to anyways. And Zaiwu from behind shuts it down. Another solid round for Vitality as they take the lead for the first time in this 3rd map. And I feel like now is where we get the op out, unless Zaiwu for whatever reason won't feel confident with it on Vertigo. But I have to think that that weapon is going to make an appearance.
Yeah, I would have thought so too. It looks like they've skipped it, but I mean, it's just working so well. Maybe they don't want to, but I don't see why he wouldn't want to have the AWP over at the A ramp. Surely that's a dream kind of position for him most of the time.
A ramp, or I mean, you can be mobile with it as well. You could do A ramp, you could do middle, where they've mostly seen Get Right doing some kind of slower paced lurking. Like that would be not a bad spot for it at all.
Yeah. This is so interesting. Again, 3 people staying alive, 4 vitality in that last round, so still a pretty good setup for a first half here. Seeing half buy coming out, 4 grenades exist, 5th grenade. All right. Now, just cross your fingers and hope that it works. They're running up with them, here we go. They're going to be grenaded themselves.
Plant in the corner. Sorry. This is the whole plant trying to get the bomb down in the corner and nade it in the post plant. I don't even think they're going to get there.
No, they've already thrown their grenades. I thought they were
they have.
I thought they were going to do the same thing, but no, they just tossed them all out right away. Cyber's already got a quad kill, and it could be another flaw. They can't be allowed to have like 3 flawless rounds in the first 8 rounds, and they will. There's the ace from Cyber just to make things even worse. My God, he's 15-2.
Wait, where did those nades go? Why didn't I notice where they got sent?
I think they just tossed them at maybe on that right-hand side. They went for it. Oh.
Some frustration.
Halzerk's not happy.
Angry. Halzerk's not happy. 5-3. And yeah, there's just so much money on the Vitality side. 12,000 on Zywoo after the ace. 9,000 on Masuta, 9,000 on Apex as well. This is... Dig's got a long way to go before they have any advantages in this first half.
Yeah, and that's in spite of a pretty good start. See it reflected in the odds as well. Not the most skewed odds we've had so far, but I don't know. That economy on the CT side is really, really disturbing to me. Just losing so few players. Most frags we have right now on the Dig side is Forest. That's 6 kills, 5 on Exist, and then it just goes slowly down.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise considering Vitality's been able to survive with like 3+ players each the last 3 rounds. Deep nade in towards mid, Get Right's brought low, makes Masuta's job very easy to turn from the flash. And with this off-angle boost as well, he knows no one's peeking around the corner, and at any point he can get aggressive and peek deep in towards mid and get even more information for his team. But for the moment, he's content to be sitting in front of the smoke. Dig need to find some way to challenge these bomb sites. It feels like they haven't really been able to turn the corner and actually get a decent angle into A, and now over towards B. Pop flash, RPK with 1, and more information spotted.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that. I think the problem is the health that's left on the remaining players here. Forest almost certainly has to step up big. He's the one with the health.
Miscall?
Yeah. Feels like it. But now they're getting back there. Grenade, a little bit deep, and a lot of damage. She'll also put out Shox, kind of low on health, but they can't find him inside of the smoke. The spray not connecting, and Shox waiting for his moment. That smoke's going to fade any second. He's going to step out, stop the bomb from going down. 3 seconds, that's the round, and more kills coming in. What a perfectly timed lurk there from Shox.
What a god. He has been making such good decisions all day long from the first map to now, hiding inside of the smoke and making sure the time is his ally. The 6th round for Vitality. That's got to be heartbreaking for Dig. They finally found themselves in a bomb site, and this time just could not keep things safe. Man, if he's going to hit himself in the face, he's at least got to take that watch off. At some point, he's going to slip and, I don't know, give himself a concussion.
Oh, well, the shot's going down to Freiburg, but these are all really small comforts at this point in time. The main problem is just, I mean, obviously string of rounds, the ridiculous economy, and the fact that they just aren't getting, I mean, they didn't even get a bomb plant that time. They've lost the last 6 rounds in a row, and it's been 1 bomb plant in those 6 rounds.
And that was on the 4th round. That was so long ago. They've had no success recently to speak of. Boost up for Exist. ZywOo's watching it just with a shoulder peek, and yeah, no chance he goes down now. Gonna back away, let his teammates know.
Yeah, Apex comes in on the other side. Want to try and see if they could do it together, but they've already fallen back, which still is pretty good information to have to deal with. And Apex is going to go back to the A-bomb site just so that he's there in case they show up. This seems like good information, good little reads coming out here from Vitality.
Yeah, well, I think the only place that Dig can really go in this situation is B, because at least you can get, you know, partially up the stairs before you're spotted. If you head towards A, there's such a good warning system going on. RPK hasn't seen anyone due to the smoke. Another Molotov in front. Oh, he sees the jump. I guess they're trying to peek over the smoke. Does he see it? Yeah, he does now. Sprays at range. He's down to 15 health, but now they have the intel. I mean, Dig needs to go. There's 13 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
They need to make this happen and at least die before they don't get any bonus money.
Well, dying is something that Vitality love to help them out with, so some good cooperation there. I actually think RPK doubted himself for a second. I actually think he saw it the first time and he was like, wait, what? And then he just waited a bit. Could have cost him much more, I think. But another round where they lose, what, one person in that round?
Yeah. It's going real well for Vitality. They're,
Not for Misuta.
well, outside of that smoke. Outside of that smoke, everything else is going just fine. Here's the op. It's in Shox' hands. I wonder if Freiburg noticed the difference of no smoke being dropped into that choke point.
Yeah, that definitely could have been just a, you know, a slight difference. Good opening. So we're now coming over with the M4 to try and look for him. He's actually pushed up quite far. Got to be careful that they're not covering this. And yeah, good little return kill. Holzerk probably wishing. I mean, Forest is an Exister behind it, but none of them could even see anything there.
And ZywOo even gets a second smoke out of that off his teammate's dead body. Good nade damage. Chunks Forest down to 76. At least with that kill from Holzerk, even though he's gone down afterwards, that gives them a staging area outside of the A-bomb site. This is just a try peek. Oh, that's risky. ZywOo's got to back off now, surely, but no, he gets more aggressive. Turns from the flash. A tough off angle for Exist to deal with. I don't think he'll expect it. It's the second kill ZywOo's got to be worried about. There's Exist. Freiburg gonna turn the corner, and yeah, 1 for 1, and a no-scope from Shox. Oof. Dig have finally done it. Cracked into a bomb site, gotten a plant, and this should be the round.
Yeah, definitely helps out getting some of those early kills. That's nice to see. And RPK sneaking around the corner and getting caught. So, yes, finally a 4th round. Having lost, well, 7 in a row, which is absolutely out of control. ZywOo 17 and 4. Yeah, that's...
When did that happen?
Well, he did get the ace, right? That helps.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Here we go. Let's see if Dig can string them together. It was a struggle to get 1. They need a couple more before that economy from Vitality will disappear.
It's helped.
Again, Shox with the AWP. This time he nails the shot.
Yeah, and they have another AWP, so I think they're double offset. Oh, wow. I can't believe Apex won that fight. That's going to be very difficult. Surely not an angle he's expecting at all. But yeah, double up, I was going to say, would help, you know, dwindling down the economy there for Vitality, but not if they win the rounds.
Yeah, not if they win it clean as well. The op is passed over from the hands of ZywOo because Apex only has 5 HP. He can sit far back and just take his shot, hold an angle. And the rest of Dig has to figure out exactly what they want to do. Forrest and GetRight are together over at the B bomb site. In fact, Forrest just made a footstep that RPK might have heard. Exist is alone on the other side of the map, now coming to join up.
Oh, RPK. Again, there's no need to fight right now. Just get the information about where they're coming, call in the teammates. There's 2 of them in the middle that could be here really quickly through that window, so every opportunity. Oh, Shox. He's seeing it. Good read and taking down Forest. And now they are pretty much safe. GetRight and Exist. They can't even really make it up. There's 3 more Molotovs in play and a smoke and more flashbangs. How do you get through this?
I don't think you do. I think maybe you just save the weapons. And they're just going to try and crack into A very quickly, but again, the way this map is laid out, they can hear, Vitality can hear the footsteps the whole damn way. Good shot from Exist. Masuta now going to swing out. Time, 10 seconds. Molotov down as well, and that should be the end of the round. Gerright's forced to just try and make it happen. And what a champion running through the flames to get that done.
Yeah, doing his best at the moment. I mean, a bomb plant would be nice. Just again, the problem is they're losing these rounds, leaving so many Vitality members alive and not getting the bonus money themselves. And leaving that double orb alive now too, which is just making things worse.
Well, they've missed their window of opportunity to force an economy reset. Vitality's going to be able to have weapons for the rest of the half. So nothing easy for Dig down the stretch either. And we still haven't seen much of Dig like dueling at that B bomb site. We were wondering how much that was going to happen. And Vitality, I think the main reason why that's not occurring is Vitality has mostly had 2 players at this B bomb site. They've been willing to put an extra body there just to prevent that risk from even happening. And the reason why they're allowed to do it time and time again is because Dig hasn't been able to find any success at A either. That's the real problem. This A defense really hasn't felt too much pressure at all. Leg shot for Zaiwu. And listens for information as he walks back.
Or even the grenade doing a little bit. Some random shots coming out, but those won't connect yet with anyone. They've got the ramp control now. See if they could set something up. Good return on Zaiwu. That's going to be annoying for him. They have some smokes to put the bomb down, but they don't have enough for the after plant either. And where's Masuta going? I think he might be sneaking around, trying to see if he could flank them. Oh, wow. This is great.
Yeah, there's just so much delay going on. Dig is waiting so long to actually pull the trigger. This flank is going to be deadly. All they need is the littlest amount of resistance, and they'll get it. Masuta, there he is on the flank. Bomb site is lost. Freiburg adds one as well. Now it gets interesting. Double op setup. And if Vitality doesn't get a pick right now, he's going to tag Exist down to 6. Not the follow-up. The other op is in play, and they need a kill right now.
I can't believe Exist is still alive, and he gets a kill. What a hero. Big double coming out from Exist. That's actually massive, and I'm super impressed by that turnaround from Dig. They were already running into a lot of resistance at the A-bomb side. They were getting shot at the back by Masuta, and they found a way out anyway. That's great.
It's phenomenal kills from Forrest. I mean, that double kill is what really opened it right up. RPK out in the open. Not even really in any kind of safety, so the linchpin of that defense was Apex, and once he goes down and can no longer protect that avenue from Forrest, everything else crumbles. All the rifles meant to keep space for your ops are ruined. Freiburg gonna take a little bit of chip damage from the nades, but nothing too worrying. And Dig starting to fight back on this T side.
Yeah, they are, and that fight back is not too late, in spite of a really horrible start. If they can make this 8-7, then yeah, we've definitely got a game in our hands. Apex gets dropped by Hull. Zerg in this Forest 1 RPK, so this is a beautiful start. It's a kind of luxury start that Dig haven't really enjoyed yet. Again, great resilience from the team. This is really encouraging to see. Gonna find Zaiwu as well, so yeah, opening up the whole map now.
Man, it took them the entirety of the half, but they finally done it. They have finally done it. It took 7 rounds in a row for Vitality, and right after that, Dig seemed to have got it all figured out. Thank God they won the pistol and converted the following 2 rounds, or else this half would be way, way more grim. It's not going to be a full reset, but Vitality is going to be hurting for funds. These last 2 M4s that they have are very important. They cannot try and rotate and save this round or clutch it out. They just have to keep the rifles in hand.
Well, Masuta and Shocks, yeah. Doesn't look like they want to sort of fight them too much or try and run for them. They don't really have that much money either, so I guess it would suck if they lost some of those AKs.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get, Vitality's going to get 1,900 with their loss bonus, so Zaiwu's going to be sitting at 3,000. RPK is going to be at, what, 3,200 or so, 3,300.
Yeah.
They're going to need some drops for sure if they want to have utility, so the M4s are critical. 6th round for Dig. setting up a tower to survive the bomb blast.
Forest won't. Well. A little cheeky laugh coming out as we go into the 15th round. And let's see if Vitality can sort of bring it back here and win another round, or if Dig have actually found the formula. Again, I am kind of impressed that they actually had the resilience to stop Vitality in this game, because they really looked like they were just getting completely beat up.
And it's also nice to just have a competitive map in the series. Both teams have blown out the other on their home maps, which has been a kind of a weird vibe to this best of 3.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh, are we seeing? Are they gonna flash through this? Surely they don't wait for that smoke to fade. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, this is crazy. Exist has 2. Halzerk adds the final. That's a bold idea.
I agree with the flashing through. That would have made so much more sense. Waiting for it, like, you have to assume that they're going to be holding it. If they're there at all, someone's going to be looking at it, so...
I think the problem is there's some weird angles when that smoke clears with the way that box is, right? Like, they can be all the way to the left, they can be in the corner to your right, they can be behind the box on the left, behind the box on the right. There's just so many places you have to worry about when that smoke clears. Even with 3 players, there's no way to really coordinate and have your aim ready to go.
Oh, Sharks is walking in the middle. Wants to get closer to the RBK in case that's where they show up, but that is not where they're going to show up. So he has to get back here, and he has a chance to be a superstar if he can actually stop this attack coming in. If he can win the first fight, that would be big. That would buy him a little bit of time, but ooh, the flashbang, that's a friendly flashbang to take him down. Shock's turning and runs out of bullets. He had the right idea, but not gonna happen. 8-7 instead. Vitality barely coming out with a round lead at the end of the half there. And that's, again, a great comeback, I think, for Dig to even be in this match. We'll see if they can continue going into the second half. That's coming up after the break.
We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and he gets down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the straight finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Deal? Let's go, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take them down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take this just fight.
Let's go, G2, let's go. And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
The final half coming up. It's Vitality versus Dig. We're on Vertigo, and it was 8-7 in the first half. It looked like it was going to be another one of those really one-sided halves that we've been having all throughout this best of three, with Dig at Vitality at one point going on a 7-round run where there was only one bomb plant at all for Dig on that T side. So it was all shaping up nicely, but Dig, I think, just showing a lot of heart and resistance, and now they're going to be on the CT side, where again they had some really great retakes on this A bomb side. They have 3 grenades again ready for a bomb plant, I'm sure, if it comes around these A boxes. Let's see if Vitality have done their homework. Whole circuit going down, but still 3 HE grenades left.
Yeah, but those HE grenades won't come into play if Vitality can just continue to peel apart this defense. That first pick is just the first step. Halzert going down. Look at the way it's made the defense shift. And then all of a sudden, if Vitality hits a new location on the map, again, that defense is just going to get pulled apart as they try and figure out exactly what's happening. 3 players stacked at A for the moment. It's Forrest who's the only one really investigating the other side of the map. He's stuck in mid all on his lonesome. Also the only one without a grenade, and he's going to get a lot of pressure his way.
Yeah, he's got the USP. He needs to hit some great shots. There's one. Could he get a little bit more? Backup is coming in. There's Freiburg to help out. Big double kill from Freiburg and Forrest. Oh, he's going to land one more kill. That is amazing. They actually were in a lot of trouble, but Forrest stopped them and, well, slowed them down, and Freiburg stopped them, I guess.
I think Freiburg softened him up with a grenade as well. That landed in a perfect position to do a lot of damage. Then he's got an easy cleanup after that. Good shot from ZywOo. He's been stellar on this map for Vitality. He's got 20 kills and 8 deaths. Gonna turn this corner, 1 versus 4 into a 3, but again, the utility, the nades doing so much work. Get right goes down. ZywOo somehow finding some 1v1s, and he's gonna slip off the edge of the building.
Wow, that, I don't know, I didn't expect that to work out this way. I actually think Vitality were setting themselves up incredibly nicely. I like the pickoff, I like the switch going back to the B bomb site. They found it with just only 1 person in. That was everything you need. Ooh. Fifi having a moment.
His cats are just chilling behind him. They're taking a nap. They don't feel the intensity of the moment.
They don't care, do they?
No, it doesn't look like they do.
Isn't that the whole
cats.
purpose of cats? Ooh, also 1 kill there, but a swift return from ZywOo, and he has a Galil, to everyone's surprise.
I tell you what I like about this game so far is this is the first real time we've seen Dig respond to adversity. Remember, where they got shut down on Nuke, and that was pretty much comprehensive from start to finish. 16-5 in the favor of Vitality. There was no rebuttal from Dig whatsoever. Dust 2 was the other way. It was pretty much all Dig. They were able to just kind of run away with that game. There was a little bit of a pocket for Vitality that looked okay, but for the most part, Dig was in full control of that map. And it's been here where they had control early, lost it, and then fought back right at the end of that first half. And now we get to see how far they can take that. There's no Molotovs and no nades to clear exist out of this position. He's in a really powerful spot.
Yeah, he is with the MP9. I mean, they're going to have to hard clear him. ZywOo's sort of thinking about it. He's got the Galil out there, but he's very low on health. So, yeah, the MP9 could definitely come up big. He's running for it and assist, turning the wrong way at the wrong time. And that gets him killed. Oh, what a shame.
Oh, no. Oh, no, this is advantage to Vitality. And all those, we talked about the strengths on this map for Dig. As we saw them, where all the nades, the post-plant plans for this A bomb site, but they have nothing to make those plans come to fruition. They've got to just get aggressive. 3 players in this hallway. There's the swing. There's the trade for RPK. Back and forth we go, and it's Forrest in a 1 versus 1. But he's got no health and no kit for the moment. He's got to go pick that up very fast. But ZywOo's never going to let him get this defuse.
2 seconds. No, all he has to do is take a step out, and yeah, Forrest had to hold. There's nothing else he could do. He even got wall banged a bit at the end there. Sai will live for the round, and Vitality will have a great bit of revenge there. That was a lot, I think, was riding on that corner for Exist. Yeah, ooh. Almost.
The cat's still not reacting.
No, I don't know what it'll take. I've never had a cat, Jason. So.
Cats are great. I've never understood the cat versus dog battle. But we'll save that for another time. Maybe a podcast. 9-8 in the favor of Vitality. 1 round lead.
too controversial to bring up on stream.
Yeah, we would take all the attention away from the Counter-Strike.
Well, Forest is there with the Deagle, and they have more HE grenades. But sneaking through middle, look at that. 3 members of Vitality, they're in so deep already that this is becoming a massive, massive problem for the defense. That's like a, oh, we've actually lost the round. Forest, good headshot, but they don't need to go hunting. They can just get the bomb down here. I feel like they might be getting a bit ahead of themselves. Yeah, that's a much better plan. Thought they were going to go running around there, and that would have been a mistake.
I like it. I like the ruthless nature. I really enjoy that. Ooh, that's a nice attempt from Freiburg to the nade tag combo. Doesn't do enough damage. Vitality with a 2-round lead, and Dig have to spend 1 more round just sitting and waiting and saving their money, saving their funds for the next round. So it should be 11 for Vitality when all is said and done here at the start of this half.
Yeah, good reaction. Ooh, Holzerk is... He's pounding that desk.
Yeah, but that was much more... There's much more power in those hits than previously, and it's a good thing he did that for the desk, because we've also seen him hitting himself in the face, and if he used that kind of power on the face smacking, I think there'd be some issues.
Could maybe knock himself out. And I don't know if we have...
And we'd have it all on film.
We'd have it all on film.
That would last forever on the internet.
And I don't know if we have any, like, if there's anything in the rule book about, like, you know, pausing the match or anything that happens, so...
Yeah, can we sub a new player in? What for? Well, Holzer knocked himself out. Sorry, we don't accept that.
Yeah. Well, that's a grenade.
It's a grenade and a half.
Could have just as well been a Claymore mine that he just stepped on. Freiburg will go down. And that means it's open season here on the B-bomb site. Get right, the only one in health. And Apex is holding that part of the middle. Oh, he actually just turned for it. That's a little bit unfortunate. But they'll hear Exist and come to finish him off from the earlier nade damage. So, pretty good start to the second half right now for Vitality. 11 and 8, only losing the 1 round there at the beginning. But now, well, now they've got a good shot at it. 5 more rounds.
Let's see what the response is from Dig. They need to start getting into the action right now. This first gun round is very important for Dig. They cannot get buried too quickly in this second half. Forest and Exist leading the way with 16 and 14 kills respectively. And here we go. Apex going to challenge at the stairs almost immediately. Freiburg's playing far back, no aggression. Now they're going to start climbing the stairs. This is something we didn't see Dig do. Oh my lord, over the smoke. Holzerk never saw it coming. And there's Freiburg with a big win. He's also got Apex down to 15 HP. So Freiburg shuffles them away from this side of the map.
Yeah, Saiwu still moving up, but Exist and Get Right both moving up along the side next to him. Ooh, he was just holding that angle. Now he's going to go down instead. 3 more seconds, and maybe he could have had a free kill there. Looks like Shox wants to go and challenge. He's going to swing into it. Straight headshot on Exist and ready for more. Some good spam coming through, but not connecting with Get Right just yet. But Misuto most certainly will. And that leaves Freiburg and Forest 2 on 3. 50 seconds left, and Forest with a critical kill. That's the bomb down as well. Let's see if he can hold it here. He's afraid that someone's going to swing on that side, but that's not the case. Apex is holding a flank, and if he stays here 5 more seconds or 2 more seconds, he'll have it. And now, if they could get the bomb down, they could actually maybe run for it, but I don't know if they can. Shox is picking it up. Forest now relocating. Are they aware of it? I don't think they are, and now they definitely know. He's trapped back here. He's in a lot of trouble, and he should not be winning it. I love the idea of Forest relocating that, but I'm not sure if they heard him or if he just shot himself too quickly.
Yeah, I was wondering that same thing. I was like, this is a cool relocate, but certainly they can hear those footsteps. Regardless, this round is all won and lost in this hallway of death. Get Right assumed that Shox was the only player there. Masuta stepped into his place during the reload, and it's just a back and forth affair. And yeah, you could see Fifi knows that's a big round to lose. I admire that Fifi's still rocking the Gunners.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Been a hot minute.
It's not. He's not even playing it. He's still rocking the gunners. I like that.
21st
Gunners is a
round.
technology that's been lost to the world.
Yeah, there's no thing anymore, is it? We got 4 HE grenades, and listen, for as much as we hype them up, Jason, we haven't really seen the effect of all of these grenades.
No, I mean, the real strength of them comes in when there's an actual set piece towards that A bomb site. There's an actual plant trying to go on behind the smoke. Vitality has never really just aggressively attacked that A bomb site as a unit. They're kind of really drawing these rounds out. Action is occurring before any kind of attack towards the site. So the emphasis isn't so much on trying to get the plant down in a chaotic situation, which is where all those nades are useful. It's first and foremost about fighting and eliminating most of your opponents on the way in.
Well, the odds seem to be favoring Vitality quite a bit now. Which again, I guess is not surprising. They have really shown themselves. Now look at this though. They have shown up all at the right bomb site with these grenades. And now they're just waiting. Should be waiting for the bomb plant itself. Oh, Get Right going down. He had one of those grenades primed. Deep nade here from Apex. It's going to bounce around the corner. And that is really going to do a lot of damage. And there's the bomb plant with, I don't know. Oh, no, not quite yet. They just fake it the once, actually. I thought they were going to go for it. Shox and Apex get a couple of kills. And now they're going to go for it. Smart stuff from Vitality. They've done the homework, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we kind of outlined at the beginning of the map all so long ago, is it's a very cool when we see it work for Dig, but it's a strategy that it's easy to kind of get away from, that it's easy to dodge the damage. You just tap the bomb and back away, and Dig kind of have to throw their nades on that first tap. Otherwise it's just ruined. So, man, they're going to have to find a new style of defense here. All they've done is won the pistol round and lost everything after that. 5 rounds in a row for Vitality since losing the pistol.
RPK and Apex taking a bit of damage early on, but Vitality are 3 rounds away from picking up this match.
This series.
This whole series, you're right. How's RPK got into this position? Oh, wow. Ooh. The return from Freiburg. Out of the world. That's just amazing.
Powdering bottom since 2009. Freiburg is back, baby. ZywOo over towards the A bomb site, gonna try and find an entry for his team. 26 kills on ZywOo, leading the charge. Double op setup that they have to deal with though. Although both of those AWPs on Halzerk and Forest, one in middle, one at the B bomb site. So here there's only Exist and Get Right. One nice shot, and there it is from Shox, and a follow-up from ZywOo. That is stunning. A follow-up, a third kill as Halzerk rotates over. That was so fast.
Oh, come on. They just had that setup. Freiburg gave them the 3-on-5, and then the A bomb site just gets wiped out. That took like 2 seconds, and just 2 of them were gone immediately.
That's what I mentioned, that if you're Dig, you cannot give a team like Vitality this much room to work with. You can give this real estate and survive giving it to Virtus Pro. You will not survive giving it to Vitality.
Flash setup from his suitor to go and peek. That's a really nice little combo. And Forrest just has to hope that they won't find him inside of the smoke, but that was fading as well. They will. That's 14 rounds, and that... Man, that's a round that Dig would love to be able to rewind at that 3-on-5 point and get another shot at.
If you're gonna play it this passively in a 5-on-3, which I'm not even really against in theory, it almost feels like it has to be way more passive than that. Even just sitting in the site, once they're starting to get up to the different angles, it's craziness. It's like they've got so much room, they can take a peek. You have no idea of the timing of when the attack is actually going to occur. They can just walk close up to the positions with impunity. That's the real danger of it, is you just never have a sense for when the peak is going to come, and you can see what happens. Shox is just out in the open, able to find Get Right as he's transferring into the site. ZywOo peeks over towards Exist position while he's just reacting to the death of Get Right, and it's a complete disaster. 14-8, Vitality 2 rounds away from victory, and Dig, I guess they have to buy into this. Freiburg's already picked up the M4. So maybe you plant that at the B bomb site and see if he can hold it on his own again. Everyone else with Deagle and nades over at A. But this is a dire situation now for the Swedes.
I don't know. I mean, this buy that they have here, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't have more, but at the same time, I guess there's also a risk involved in that. I just don't see how they could be winning this with the Eagles and USP and that one M4. A lot of grenades. Ooh, that will help out. Great headshot to follow. Apex trying to shoot over, but this is dangerous. Another grenade landing on 2 of the players, and they're really soft. They're going to try and see if they can fight this one back quickly, but if Freiburg gets here in time, this can absolutely turn in their favor. Oh, and the Zeus coming in, sapping RPK. It might not be enough, but it does sound amazing.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Freiburg's still so far off. He's going to come over and see if he can get something. Maybe an early kill, get it pretty clean, and he still has a chance at a 1 versus 2. But there's no kit. That's the other worrying sign. I don't believe Masuda saw him. Nade's not going to do anything except do some damage around the smoke. Apex just survives, jumping on the railing, and that's the kill Freiburg wanted. Now he's committed, and now he goes for it. And one more, right over the edge of the smoke. And ZywOo, a quick transfer of position, and Freiburg is a long way to fall.
15-8. It would have to be a 7-round straight comeback here for Dig to try and play into overtime. And as we're talking about it, just the numbers here, ZywOo is at 28-10. And it's in 23 rounds played, so that's fairly ridiculous once again here. Freiburg can't believe it.
Oh dear, oh dear. All right, Dig, a big challenge up ahead. They've got to win 7 straight. AWP and Shox' hands on this T side. AWP for Hulzerk.
Painful timeout, having to sit and wonder how you're going to make it through. The half buy means they still have a shot. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's a long way down. But here we go. AWP on Hulzerk, MP9 on Freiburg. That was the price of buying the M4. It's not so bad.
Well, here's the issue with it. It's not so much the weaponry itself. It's that I think that's going to cause a second player to have to be a bit more dedicated to sticking with Freiburg if there's ever pressure applied.
Oh, this could be dangerous. AWP on the other side. If it peeks around the corner, Apex, can he see it? It's close at this point, but not quite yet. That's going to fade, and there's the kill from Apex. There are more people here. They're pushing through, and Exist lining up what could be a big double. It'll be Get Right instead, and a 3-on-3. That was important. That was critical that they got that return at the least. But now they're going to go for Freiburg, and now that MP9 could be an issue. He's got some backup coming in as well. Freiburg going to swing around. The flash is there. Have they seen him yet? I don't think they have. In spite of the fact that he was right there, Freiburg going to be able to... No, actually, Forrest, and there's the cleanup. 15-9. Wow.
Yeah, that's a tense battle on the A ramp. Good thing there's a third player there. That's the second time that little, or like a glimpse over the smoke. We saw ZywOo pick one off over the smoke earlier. This time it's a boost to peer over the smoke. Second time Dignitas or Dig has been caught by that. But thankfully, the rotation back was so fast. The utility of Dig is able to stall out that hit and give Freiburg a clear line of sight. Just 6 rounds away, Dig, from forcing overtime, 9-15.
All AKs, which is fine. On that T side, looks like they want to test Freiburg's fortitude over here. And actually, I mean, one good pop flash right now when he's a little bit further back. He's going to have a slight slower warning. See if he can get any counter grenades out in time. There's the flashbang. Yeah, he's going to have to fall back. No grenades being thrown. They're going to be right on. He turns for it. They swing wide, and a quick trade there. Forrest also going down. My God.
Get Right's here, though. All 3 players are here. Smoke is going to slow things down. Some nade damage surely coming in. Molotov as well. Bomb needs to get planted, and that's a risky route to run. But look at this angle. RPK can see under the smoke. I don't know if there's a way to clear this out properly. We'll see when they come in. They're going to have to wait for the smoke to fade, but this is a dangerous position for RPK.
Yeah, right, going in and checking middle. He hasn't seen anyone yet. Now the bomb is down. No more grenades on the T side. A single smoke on Hulzerk in case they go for a defuse. I mean, that's going to be huge for them if they can. ZywOo showing himself. Nice, clear. Get Right and Hulzerk both, and now it's on Shox. Let's see if they can find him fast here before it gets uncomfortable. He's got a very strange angle, taking down Exist, and now Are they going to come look for him? It's dangerous to just put the smoke up and try and defuse. He can hide behind that one too. He's waiting. He wants to get a bit closer. There's the tap of it. Oh, and he walks into the AWP. One more round for Dig.
That's a close call. That is a tense retake. Well done from Dig. I didn't see how they cleared out RPK so easily. I would assume he maybe peeked into the boost spot where Get Right was, but these were some solid entries. Yeah, he swung wide. Ooh, if he just stays tucked into that corner, what a difficult crossfire to bust open. Bit of a mistake, in my opinion, from RPK there. Still tough, 15-10. But Dig, it's good to see them fighting back, and they might get some breathing room. They might get some kind of help if they can take all this economy away. If they prevent a plant this round from Vitality, they can at least maybe get a little bit of an easier round coming up.
Well, that was part of the key when Vitality were on the CT side, right? They stopped so many rounds where they couldn't even get the bomb down. So that does limit the economy quite a bit. Nice grenade. Ooh. They had one that did like 10 damage to each player, and that one was way better. And now it's going to get really uncomfortable trying to get up those stairs. They do have all the grenades, and they're all here. So it's go time.
I think the tough part is this is one of the rare times we see Dig with just exist deep at the A bomb site. Get Right and Halzerk both holding mid, so they're going to be quick on the rotation over. Halzerk now coming to A just to be safe about it. This battle is everything. If Get Right goes down, the flank to the bomb site is opened up for Shocks. Freiberg has gun out, nade out. Forrest saves his life. Forrest behind the smoke looking for more. And there's Zywoo chiming in, but a double kill for the Legends. And Forrest is going to help them hold on to this. Apex and Shocks are forced away.
Yeah, he's coming through the middle, but it might be a second too late. Oh, and he reveals the position. Man, I mean, it's not really Shocks' fault, but Apex is actually running to the other side. Shocks is controlling the middle of the map. They can at least get the bomb down. Now, how much can Shocks do from here is a big question. He's going to fall back. I almost wish he would have just held it the whole time, but yeah, quick bomb plan at the very least, and Halzerk should again wait for his teammates, even if it's tempting. Wow.
There's no nades. There's no nades for Vitality, and Dig have 3 players. They've got 2 smokes, plenty of flashbangs, and a Molotov. You have to think the Molotov is surely going to come into this position.
Yeah. Oh, there we go, and he's forced out immediately. Now all on Shocks, 1 versus 4, and they already defusing. He might as well back on out. No way to get back into this one. He's sticking around for a headshot, but it'll be another round. 11 to 15 here.
That cheeky little bastard. That nice little headshot on Forrest right at the end. Takes the weapon away. A little bit of economy damage dealt to Dig, but they're going to be fine with it as long as they keep winning. Plants helps Vitality. They're going to drop down to a half buy with Shocks' AK. So a bit of money management down the stretch, but Dig is making this look like it's possible. Just 4 rounds away. This won't be an easier round, but certainly easier than dealing with an AWP and 4 AKs.
Yeah, that 1 AK-47 on Shocks. Not always so easy to find a place to put it into use. Sort of, I don't know if it makes a big difference, but I just always feel like it might be easier to find a more fair or even fight over at the B-bomb site, those stairs, than it will here on A. Oh, damage through. This is dangerous. That's a wide swing from Halzerk, and he's going to get dropped. And now they're coming for assist, every single one, and he can't take it. Get Right has to stay back, and he must stay alive. Oh dear, that was a little bit of an avalanche.
Yeah, I don't like those decisions from Halzerk or Exist. Especially Exist because of at least fallen back. Halzerk was already dead. Way too committed to defending that A ramp.
How long are they going to stick around?
Up next.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know.
Look at Zywoo, he's going to take him down. That is so unfortunate. He wanted to go check. I mean, he wanted the information more than anything. I don't think he wanted to fight.
Well, he got the fight. He didn't want it, but he's gonna get it anyways. I believe it was a great philosopher who once said, "You can't always get what you want." And here we are. This is gonna be Vitality taking the map just like that. They drop down to Deagles and it works. It'll be 16-11 for Vitality.
Yeah. Wow, that's such a... I mean, it says a lot, right? One little misstep there with the overpeak, and it's done. 16-11 as Vitality will take down Dig. On all 3 maps is what it took, and yeah, definitely, I mean, we saw some mistakes in the overall lineup of Vitality, but in the end, I mean, Cyber at plus 30 kills, I think, towards the end there, so really, really impressive, and a good performance from the French side. We'll get the analysts to break it all down, and that is going to be coming up right after the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
But you got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot on Devalda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B site.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just going to feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP. And the door's open. Amanek's going to rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted. 3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
Shocks, it was such a dominant performance on Nuke. And then we swing over to your pick of Dust 2, and they play you at your own game. What has happened to your Dust 2? Because we keep seeing these odd results from you guys when you did have such a strong start on it earlier.
Actually, it's really funny that you say that, because at the moment you just tell me that, I was just preparing my tweet for, after the game. And I was like, wrong Dust 2 these days, Like, definitely, there is definitely something like is not going well on this map since 2 or 3 matches. Actually, it's really hard to tell you why at the moment I'm speaking, but it will definitely something we will take care about for our next match.
Well, I would say, from my personal opinion, that you're much better than needing Dust 2 to be your pick, and you've shown us that on other maps as well, mate. Now, Vertigo, right, it started to look scary because going into the second half, they actually managed to even it up after getting the initial 3 rounds. Then we come on to your T side, and it was super solid. A good win for sure, but are you also feeling a little bit relieved? Because there could have been a chance for Dignitas to come back.
Yeah, definitely. You never know what can happen on CS. So it was plus on Vertigo. We didn't really have that much information. So it was more like okay, let's see how they are doing, and let's try to adapt quickly. Coming up to the second half, I think that Zaiwu and I did a really good job talking about the A ramp. And we managed to take them off guard to always have this area. And I think that was the key point talking about our T side today.
Well, the T side worked out wonderfully for Shoxy and the lads today. That's what we took away from this match. Getting the job done on Vertigo. Nip, Dig fought back at the end. It's never going to go away. It's always going to be in your head. But Dig fought back in the end. It just wasn't enough on that second half to to take it to overtime and to take the fight to Vitality. Doran, you were already, I mean, I was following you on Twitter a little bit there, and you're already popping off in terms of how there just isn't the firepower on this Dig roster right now.
Yeah, I think stylistically that's what's cost them this series, in my opinion, because obviously first half was all right. You know, it's a map where you can get a CT roll going, absolutely. Vitality, it's not like they're the most decisive team right now in the game. The problem is, when it looks like Dig's just basically rolling over and letting you walk into the sites, I don't think they had much choice. Like, guess what? At the end, when they tried pushing up and contesting that ramp, etc., and taking the fight to the Vitality players, they got absolutely murked, and now everyone's going to laugh at them and say they were stupid for that whole Zerk push, etc. Like, that's the problem for me, is I think once they'd gotten to the end, like the sixth half of this game, it's just drilled into your brain, like, right, if you peek early, Ziwu kills you. If you try fighting, the AKs get you. Like, it was hard to do any of this stuff. Like, look, like, what do you expect this guy to do? He has to make some sort of a play early. You can't wait until everyone's just walked all the way to the top of the ramps. Remember, they have, like, none of the trick boosts. They had no clever smokes or flashes, a counter utility that no one else has. No, like, super genius one-way smoke. Listen, they did their homework on T-side. They did a good job, actually. They put themselves in a position to win. The problem is, like, Ziwu was a god in this game. I don't know what you're supposed to do. So I don't think Dig had a way to win this game, personally.
Well, that was some quick thoughts there in terms of the firepower, but now we're actually going to have a chance to catch up with Freiburg here in an interview.
Freiburg, nuking your pick wasn't exactly ideal, but you really took it to them on Dust 2 and the confidence looked very high. What changed in that one for you guys?
I think we played way too passive on Nuke. Like, no one tried to make a play. We tried to play too much like perfect CS, you know, where everyone's just playing their default like robots. Well, on Dust 2, we just said, like, in between the maps, I said, like, if we're going to lose this game, I don't want to lose this game like this. I just want to go and play, like, hearts out. And if anyone wants to make a play, just fucking do it. Oh, sorry for swearing. But, like, just play with confidence. Like, do what we do during practice and stuff like that. But we didn't do that at all on Nuke. But I think we showed some of that on Dust 2 at least.
Freiburg isn't wrong in the sense that they did show some form on Dust 2, took the fight to him on Dust 2. You saw a glimmer, and they tied up the series, obviously. But Vertigo, when it mattered most, Maniac, they weren't able to step up.
Yeah, they weren't. You're right. And I just want to elaborate on the firepower point for a second, because obviously that's a term that we like to throw around, and we like to talk about the lack of firepower. Well, I think it is most impressive and most remarkable on Dignitas because they don't make that many mistakes. They more often than not are in position where they could get the kills. I have in mind a couple of rounds where there is a CT ramp, very pushed. He has people from the back. He should get 2 of them, only gets 1. Another time he's on the B side behind the box. He gets only 1, but he should get 2. That is why we talk about firepower, because these people, these players, they don't make that many mistakes. They don't make silly plays. They don't look like, you know, idiots when they play, not at all. But in certain scenario, when you should get 2, they only get 1. When they should get 3, they only get 2. And suddenly the round doesn't make sense because you haven't really utilized your positioning.
Oh, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I mean, it does feel like the struggle is going to be there for Dignitas for quite some while. And you know, Halzerk really shows a lot of emotion every time we come to camera on him and something's going against him. It's like he's slamming his desk. You know, it feels like watching old Olafmeister or Krims. See if he can step up. As long as he's got that fire, it's going to be something for him. So, I mean, where do we think, as far as the rest of this is concerned, as far as the rest of this bracket is concerned, how do we think that Vitality play out? Now, they're showing a pretty good return here.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality did better on that map, right? And some things were definitely working. I think I had the clip ready just in terms of team play that I wanted to show you guys how Shocks and RPK do play together. But you have it here. I'm just going to share. It's a bit of a trivia, right? It's a bit of a detail, but there you have it. Shocks is actually flashing for RPK. He's going to get the information. Doesn't spot anyone. Here's a few steps, and then he's going to get Molotov. What you might not realize is that when the Molotov will hit on RPK's feet, which is now, he's ready to smoke it. Shocks says, no, don't do it. I'll do it for yourself. So Shocks actually throws the smoke, gets the attention off of RPK, then peeks on an angle with the AWP, and there you have it. That's the kill. So this is a small little detail, just a little bit piece of chocolate that you have over here, and it also allows me to elaborate on Shocks' role. You know, Shocks is definitely handling all his position on the CT side. That's also why they play Apex on one end, Shocks on the other, because these two, they are the one that decide and dictate the rhythm on the CT side.
You would also expect them to have the experience on the roster as well. RPK never really seemed like the guy to step up in those sorts of roles where he would take responsibility. You kind of just put him there as the tank and he'd mow him over. And so, I mean, right now, as far as the brackets are concerned, here we get them. Mouse Sports will be going on to face off against ENCE. That was our first match, our first best of 3 from Europe of the day. And now Vitality going on against Fnatic. And that'll be going down tomorrow as well. And so, now, we're not done yet because that's been the theme throughout this entire tournament long, is that we will be moving on into North America later on this evening. We will have a break, but first let's take a look at our predictions. How did it play out for Europe? I don't want to look at them, actually. Yeah, no.
Oh, no. Jason is up there. Oh, no.
Man, that's just frustrating. But we're tied up at least, you know? I mean, I lost the lead, but we're tied. It's not all over yet. It's not all done. All right, we're going to be back in about half an hour's time, guys, for the North American part of the bracket here. The playoffs continue, and now it's time to hand it over to Scrawny with Shot Style.
Back with the CS Money Shot Style, where we talk skin style and everything Counter-Strike skins. Of course, it means we're back from Blast Premier. We've started the Showdown, and that means a new collection of skins for us to talk about. But not all of them are going to be new. A little revisit is needed, I think. So we bring in Shocks. We're going to go ahead and dive into your inventory today. So I'm going to start off with the gloves. Okay, I think the gloves are the start of all skin inventories. You see them all the time. The specialist gloves, crimson kimono, the black and red style. How long ago did you get those? Do you remember?
Actually, it's pretty new. I think I got them since maybe 2 or 3 months, no more. And I just decided to buy them because I wanted some gloves which are red to come up with my M9 bayonet crimson web. But since then, I just changed to a butterfly Doppler. But it's still a bit red, so that's fine.
Listen, you know, you've got your AK-47 Fire Serpent, you've got your M4A4 Asimov as well, some older rifle skins, and I respect that. Do you plan on changing out any of your rifles anytime soon?
Definitely not anytime soon, except if there is a collection that I'm like, oh yeah, that's so sweet, so cool, I want it, you know. But so far the new collection doesn't makes me really feel like I want new skins, you know. So I'm fine with them, just not because it's all, but just because in my opinion it's just the ones that I prefer. That's it.
Okay, so they did it well when the older skins came out, and you know what? I think that's Fire Serpent is going to be one of the best for a long time, personally.
Yeah,
listen,
definitely.
man. I want to close on what I found was very interesting about your collection, and that is something also sort of old that has come back into Counter-Strike as of late. That's the Tech-9 nuclear threat.
Yeah, talking about the skin, like I always loved the nuclear threat since it just arrived. It looks fresh, it looks new, it looks something that's cool, that not a lot of people got it, you know. So I actually got in my inventory as well the P250 nuclear threat, but I'm not playing with it at the moment.
Okay.
But I keep it in my inventory, you know.
Right, it's there in case you decide to make the switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect that, man. All right, so this is our first CS Money shot style back in with Shocks. We got the update, the 2020 version, and I appreciate you stopping by to talk skins with us, man. Yeah, let's leave this one here, and when you go ahead and buy that new M4 or new AK, I'll be sure to bring you back on the show.
Sure.
I mean, obviously we got frustrated about it. Always losing to Astralis and Liquid. I think Liquid we lost in finals twice. Astralis we lost to major final. I mean, we won them on the Madrid one. But all I'm saying is like we never could get the form that we are actually capable of going into one tournament and maybe winning it to going another and being in the finals and maybe having a close game. Like usually when we played really good up until the finals, sometimes we had horrible finals or we just didn't match their skill who was in the finals with us. I think Madrid was the only time when it actually clicked, like we played proper, and even in the finals I feel like we were the stronger team, even though like Astralis was they had the 27 win streak on Nuke.
Yeah, they weren't bad. Yeah.
And we just let them pick Nuke because it was funny, and as every time we spoke about sometimes we were gonna win Astralis and we were gonna let them pick Nuke and we're gonna win it, and it actually happened. I mean, we had our permaban back then. I mean, I don't know, was it Vertigo? Yeah, I think. And obviously we needed to ban Vertigo so they could always pick Nuke, but we were sure that we're gonna win them one time and we're gonna win them on Nuke, and then that's when we broke their streak and won the best of best of 3, and that's a final where I can say things clicked. So we've seen that as well, but too often it happened that we just didn't bring it on the finals.
Okay. Because when and this is a leading question, because when I look at your results, right, you went to DreamHack Masters in Dallas, you placed second, you lost to Liquid in the final 2-1, not a bad result at all, it's a big tournament. You went to Cologne, and that was the first time I feel we saw you, Cologne 2019, you went out of the group stage, I believe, not winning a single game. That was the first time we saw ends really falling apart from each other. Then you went straight to the next tournament, which was IEM Chicago, where you again went to the final, you lost to Liquid 3-0 in the final, but still, you went to the final. And then the Starlighter Berlin Major, which was a fun one. Now, it's a leading question because when you look at the results leading up to the Starlighter Major in Berlin, they weren't that bad. You had that one event in Cologne where you didn't perform at all, but anyway, you ended up in a situation where after the Berlin Major, it was decided you didn't have to be part of the team anymore. Was that because of the frustration that you guys couldn't get over that hurdle of beating the teams in the finals, or was it simply down to the fact that Cologne was a disappointment? Can you try to maybe put some words on what happened in that period and how was the team chemistry that led up to the fact that they or you decided in common that you were no longer going to be part of ENCE?
I mean, it was just a matter of time until we had this tournament where we don't make it out of groups, because I felt like before Cologne we made out of every groups there is. Like every group there was, we always made through. So obviously the tournament was somewhere that we just don't get out of groups, and Cologne was the tournament for us.
Sure.
Like just as we lost in 2018, we didn't make it out of the groups. And 2019, the same scenario. So for us, I think it, like for me at least, it just built motivation and was a learning curve. And we spoke about it. We spoke about what went wrong, what didn't go. Like I remember we played against Heroic or something.
Yeah.
And I just remember the mood on the server wasn't the mood that we usually have. And if we're playing against an underdog team, you could say, and they are, playing their hearts out and giving everything, and then you watch our camp, and if we start losing, it's not the same case. Like, we didn't bring the same energy the enemy put, and which simply lost it.
Okay.
As for like these things build up to the conclusion of me going out, I don't think so. At least, like, from what I've heard after the fact, is like it was gonna happen eventually.
Okay.
And that's the moment they could bring Sunny in, so it happened.
Okay.
So obviously Sunny was in most sports, and they got the chance and they went with it. So I don't think the results mattered, to be honest. But all I'm saying is, like, we were waiting for the tournament that we just get blown out of groups, and we bounced back after. Like, after that, we bounced back. We went to the finals again. We play, like, even the Berlin Major, even though I knew that I was gonna be out of the team after. Like, I asked the team before the major, like, okay guys, I can either play this tournament with you, but you need to guarantee to me that everybody is gonna, you know, trust me. Everybody's gonna play to their best, these kind of things. And they were like, yeah, sure, like, we would be more than happy to play with you, because, like, they had, I feel like they had the thought in their mind that I could be a guy that says, like, fuck you, and I don't want to play with you, and go to the major with the coach, or with Sunny. I don't know if that was even a chance to get Sunny. But they were more than happy to play with me, and I'm glad they wanted to play with me. And all I could ask for in that tournament was a good run, and me playing good individually, or as the leader still. And we got into the legend stage, but I just think, like, I don't know what happened in the Renegades game, the 100 Thieves right now.
Sure.
But we just didn't show up at all. I mean, they prepped better. They were the better team in that series. We just didn't wake up at all. We didn't show the same face we had on, like, going up to the legend stage. So nothing we could do about it, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, sure. And I think, you know, this may be a theory, right? But once you made that legend stage, you knew you were secured for the next major. At least you thought you were, and that maybe also played a role into it, right? You basically accomplished what you needed to accomplish as a team at that point. I'm glad you mentioned it a little bit yourself, and feel free to say no to answer this question. But can you try to explain how it is to be a player? Because I think a lot of the viewers out there would love to know that, because it doesn't happen often. You're basically being benched before the major, and you're deciding that you're going to continue playing with them at the major and then leave after the major, right? To help them out, but also help you yourself, I guess, to find a new team. Playing a major and playing well as you did is a good window of opportunity. Can you try to explain how that felt to you as a player? Did you feel sad? Did you feel motivated? How was the feeling for you personally going into that major? Because as you said, you did well. You landed a good team afterwards, and I think you can, at least from my point of view, you can be, you know, proud of the performance you did at that major. How was it for Alexi B as a person?
Well, first of all, it was hard, but I got the news a good time before the major, so I could, like, think about it, think about the big picture, everything. And every sign or everything in my mind just said, like, you're not a god in a sense that you've been on the scene for a long time and you've been to fucking 15 majors or whatever. Like, I've only had one major, and I made the finals, of course, but this was the second upcoming major for me. So every bell in my head was just ringing, like, if it's possible, you play this major and you play it for the, like, to your best ability, and it will help your career. And like, with that said, obviously I wanted to know that the players want to play with me or want to listen to me if we go to play a major, and that's what they said and that's what they did. So I'm happy they wanted to play with me, and I'm happy I went there, even though, like, once I was in there, like, going to fly to Berlin and to be with a team, and, you know, like, things out of the stuff out of the server you don't want to think about, or something like this. Like, see, you're in the same prac room. Those kind of things are, like, you just have to live with it. Like it's only gonna take 1 or 2 weeks and then it's over.
Okay.
And I just have that like for my motivation, and yeah, I mean, like if I think about it now, I'm glad I went there. I'm glad I played to the best of my ability, and maybe it swayed the view some people had for me, or maybe it I don't know, impressed someone, I hope. And then that's all I could ask for.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got for yeah.
Right,
we're all.
done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think
it's got
I'm this guy.
It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
I'm going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team. Yeah, we got
All right, Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko? Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes. Sorry, bro.
My name.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
All right, let's get to it. I'm the best coach in the world.
All right, Scrawny, I've enlisted you to help me out in this, right?
Let's do it.
Now, you're Canadian, but I don't know how much you know about actual football. None of the soccer or anything like that. We've got some of the West Ham players here, right?
Yeah.
Premier League players, and we've got the pros. We've got Dupree, we've got Rush, and we've got Apex teaching them a bit of CSGO, showing them the Blast performance map. So we're gonna have a look at what they do, see how good they actually could be, mate.
Let's check them out. Let's just go through the basic first of all. So obviously, the mouse is pretty much the key in this thing. So the mouse obviously is this is where you look. Yeah. This is how you obviously aim. You press this one to shoot. Yeah. Pretty straightforward.
This game, you need to shoot when you don't move. Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah. Really good one in black.
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to that. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, it's just complicated. I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can
So
feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe he likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just strafing. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
Please. So if you kill the last guys on your map, and then you can try and move. Thought I have. Oh. That's the one guy there. Keep him hiding. What are you doing Yeah, there? he's hiding there. Now you can go into the elevator, shoot up and open. Yep. And then you go into the next challenge. Oh, okay.
You play matchmaking, like the competitive matchmaking with your friends, or?
I just play competitive.
Yeah. Competitive.
Yeah.
And I like this already, because Apex is being very more hands-on than what we were seeing over there.
Again, no distractions, you know?
And we may have spun too early on this, mate. We may have gone for it the wrong way.
Some back, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
The movement, man.
I'm really impressed with it so far. Headsets on, they're looking a lot more serious with it. We're seeing them actually do pretty well. Apex could be the dark horse in this from what we thought, mate. He definitely could.
We'll have to come back and check.
Like if you just take the headset on, you can hear how he should be running around like you in a circle. Can you hear that? He's running from the left ear, then to the right ear. Can you hear that at all? No. No? It sounds. Have I got me the wrong way? It could be, yeah. Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you have it on like that. That's why it's so difficult. I get it. So which way should I have it? This way? Yeah, like that. So you're gonna be able to hear him like running around in a circle on you? That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're gonna get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
All right, let's see what they do, Scraw. Okay, Dupree started off strong, of course.
Yeah, see, when it really boils down to this, James, it's my eyes fall onto our football friends. I think if the difference in times, it's going to boil down to them.
happened, man?
I know, I've changed, I lost my gun.
Oh no, press one.
Press one. Press one. You can do it.
There, he's figured it out.
Where's one of them hiding?
Oh, he's missed one. See,
Firebox.
now he's looking for a last
If I had to
one.
put money, it's on Firebox.
Someone's playing hide and seek with me.
He said someone's playing hide and seek.
No, it's his banner, surely. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he sees it.
He's got him.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, I've had a nightmare.
The sneaky player. That's even in a real game, right?
Of course.
It's not just this.
Keep your eyes on Dupree, though.
Dupree
finishes.
I've had an absolute nightmare, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, nightmare.
I couldn't find one of them. He's playing hide and seek, mate.
Really? I had struggles too. Just one more, you got it.
Die.
There we go.
Yeah, a few more.
Die.
Nice.
Good shots coming in.
Die.
Last guy, last guy. Nice, and then you move on. This is the movement part.
Okay.
There's no time with this, so you just take your time with this one.
Here we go.
You rush, and you have to hit.
Oh,
almost, man.
Find him. Snods, you ain't getting this for, mate. This is way too hot for you, mate.
I'll let my shooting do the talking, yeah?
Yeah. We'll see.
Let's win it, mate.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
We've got to go super fast so we want to try and close. Like we saw rusted. Headshots being landed.
Reload.
Oh, he's missing.
I love.
Oh, surely not.
Don't you wish you could go back, James?
And just not know, yeah. And see how difficult
Relearn
it
this
would be.
game all over.
Well done, Snowdy!
By the way, Apex is tearing through this right now.
This is the more challenging one, right? The smoke screen.
So, he's
AK
opted for that
spray?
tactic.
It's crucial.
No, it's a jump.
Oh no, that's the jump.
The big jump.
That's it.
Yeah, space, the big one. Yeah. Up. Now forward, and they both.
Yeah.
Heave ho.
You lost. Hey.
Snods, you were honking.
I know.
You were honking.
That shooting one, that ball one, I was doing so well over there as well.
Right, now it's time for Rush and Yarmolenko to try this out, so let's get them ready into it.
Get the headset on this time.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off.
Okay, fuck it.
Straight out the gates.
Oh, okay, this is a bit faster. He's actually not far behind him at the moment. This is really good.
But will he
You
clear
said
the
Rush could be a
corner?
good coach.
Yes, he's lost someone. Yes, come on! Hide and seek, come on!
That's what happened to you two? But
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that on
yeah.
that map? Or
No,
that?
the next one.
No, really.
Yeah,
Yama!
right, left.
Yama! Yama!
Yama.
On the right, on the right.
That says you're in the boxes,
Behind-
mate. You don't know where they go.
He's behind him. Turn around.
Well, he found him in the end. Anyway.
There we go.
Rush is going fast.
Boils down to it.
Okay, he's still got one more to find here.
Maybe jungle.
Oh no.
God, this is hard, dude. I have faith in you.
Look, we haven't seen a single footballer manage to get past any of the movement segments. Just that first piece could be just the difference.
Very good.
I love
steer
Yama.
from there. All right, let's find out who actually took the win here. So, we'll start with this losing team. It is Rush and Yarmolenko. You guys will be having to do the horrible job. 3,936 points.
Bro.
The team walked away with the win.
We did it.
4,417 points. Dupree and Fredericks. In style, they got the job done.
Love it, man.
Apex, you sit in the middle with Snodgrass there. You got 3,971. So you got to do the honors now.
Yeah.
Give them their trophy. You got to bow down to the masters.
Thanks, lads. Thank you, thank you.
We're gonna host.
And that's it. A lot of fun being had here at Blast Premier. I hope you guys enjoyed watching it all. Thank you very much to West Ham and all the players that joined us to take part in this. We'll see you guys next time.
All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. We are hopping into the second half of our day here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. We've done the EU matches. Now it's time to get into the NA matches. The first round of the playoffs, as the groups finished yesterday, and it was an all-out brawl. Now we're going to see who goes deep and who's going to get into the finals going down towards the middle of the month. So I'm Sembler, your host, and joining me on the desk, Maniac, Thorin. Guys, welcome. Fantastic work on the EU desk, but now it's time to talk about the Freedom Birds. Now it's time to talk about North America. So, what are we looking forward to here? What stands out, Maniac?
Well, I think the first step for me would be digesting the gigantic burger I just had. You know, I just had my little break and that was okay. My belly is full. My brain is a little bit slow. I'm going to have to get into the mix. But as we see, we have two great games coming up. You know, Genji versus Triumph, Cloud9 versus MIBR. And I'm just going to throw one number out there, guys. In all the games happening in NA so far, only 3 games have gone under double digit for the team losing. Only 3 games have been that one-sided. Everything else has been a massive brawl.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Thorin. I mean, it's been nothing but 30 rounders, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously one of the interesting things coming into the matches we have today is I don't think as a result you can be that clear about who's going to win either of these matches. Like, I feel like right now the form in NA is depleted from the top end. It almost seems boosted from the lower end, and they're kind of meeting in the middle.
There is a bit of the wear and tear going on. We've seen that, I mean, that story has been kind of repeated throughout the top teams. Evil Geniuses are the one here that we have at the top of Group B. They topped out Group B, but it was a struggle for them. Definitely a fight last night. But this is how the bracket looks. Genji versus Triumph in the first round, and in the second round, MIBR versus Cloud9. And so, you know, Evil Genius is topping that group. They get to dodge this initial scuffle, and then Furia, you know, they've just been doing solid work.
Yeah, I think Furia is probably the only team that left us with a feeling of, okay, they're on top of it. They dominate their subject. They know what they're doing. Individually, one step ahead of the rest of the competition. They have their own style, sure, but as Duncan alluded to today, it feels like they rely a little bit less on completely reckless aggression. I think they kind of dialed back a little bit in that crazy style. They still have some individuals who do it. I mean, Art has been doing it better than anyone, but I feel like their game is a bit more complete in how they approach it. And as I said, to me, they're the one team that looked like they were dominant during the group stage.
They made it through fairly unscathed, yes. And I mean, as far as on the other side of it, Evil Geniuses, I mean, Zeus just joining that roster, doing a tremendous amount of work. We've touched on that as well throughout this in terms of his communication and trying to bring up the team. I mean, are they the team to beat right now, Duncan, in this group, or is it still Furia that hold the crown?
That's the tough call to make, really, because if you notice, even the recent results in NA have been completely up and down. Like, if you look in DreamHack, some of the results there were bananas. Genji managed to basically win the Road to Rio thing, and then before that it was Team Liquid still dominating everyone in EPL, and then not even making the final of the Road to Rio. So I feel like everything, it's just on the day in NA for me right now. I mean, a lot of it's like individual play. NA has typically not been as much of a strat-heavy region. Not that many teams in the playoffs right now even who play that style. So listen, EG still, in my opinion, have the biggest arsenal of weapons in this particular tournament because we have no Team Liquid here. So if they hit the right day, which admittedly hasn't happened for more than a half at a time so far this week, they can win this tournament entirely. Then again, I've seen enough play from Furia, from Triumph to believe some of these underdog names can also be the champion.
That's the thing. Triumph has really taken this group by storm. I mean, they've tied it up. They've taken it 30 rounds with even the top dogs in there. They've really been doing work. And a big part of that, as we see, is analysts, coaching staff getting in there with the information. And James Banks actually caught up with Triumph's analyst as well. And so they actually talk about it here. James, do you have some information to give us?
Yeah, there's been a hell of a lot going on with Triumph, right? And we've seen deflated at the top and boosted at the low end is what Thorin said. I think what we can look at that from is I was speaking to Sheikh Zula and he was saying how it's actually benefited them, this whole Corona situation, that all the NA teams are back home. They're actually getting regular decent practice coming in. They're able to scrim against teams that generally spend most of their time away, even just boot camping in Europe, playing all the other events everywhere else. So they're actually finding themselves having a better chance in this. Now what's really interesting is for Triumph, they don't have a coach at all. They have an analyst called Tacitus and he's actually been putting in crazy amounts of work. Now, the team itself are definitely grinding, but him and Sheikh have been working a lot together. They were saying yesterday he did like 6 hours of prep just for EG. He's going really in depth on it, and he's even realizing to the point where, because we look at analysts before, right, and you can see some of them, they're good, but maybe they're just numbers and they're just giving the information and passing on. This guy actually understands it, and he understands that, okay, certain teams can't be read, they don't just have many defaults, they're playing more on the fly. He's seeing the smaller details in there, which is what I think is giving Triumph quite a big boost in it. And he says even our individual levels and individual players haven't always peaked to what he's seen them and knows they've been capable of in practice. So I actually think in terms of Triumph, there's a little bit more to see than what we've already seen from these guys, and you know they've impressed. So if these top dogs don't step it up coming into this, like Gen G, right, they're the clear favorites, they should 100% win this, but Triumph, they definitely been putting in the work, and I think at this point they might even be hungrier.
Yeah, that's a good way to end it as well, because they are the ones who have got something to prove right now. And Gen G, it feels like they've just been playing not to lose, not necessarily playing to win. And so thanks very much, James. And we'll be catching up with you later on with the interviews. These were the last 6 matches here from Triumph as well, where you could see this, wins and draws, but just going the distance. It's only Chaos. Well, they got smashed, but it's a tough break with Chaos.
I think
so. What can we take away from this, gentlemen?
I just wanted to say that what has been impressing me the most about Triumph is not the fact that they can get that many rounds versus the likes of 100 Thieves or EG. It's how they do it, right? Because it's one thing to just have a very good day, you steamroll an opponent, you just surf on the wave of momentum, don't really look back, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, we won 16-4, that was amazing. No, actually, sometimes they had to fight back from a huge deficit. Sometimes they had the lead and they let it go, but they had to somehow find the composure in themselves to close the round. So that's how they got to these results, and the fact that they are, after all, a super rookie team, that is very impressive to me.
And actually, we have an interview with Sheikh Zula on that topic, so let's go ahead and hear what he has to say.
Now, what's going to help you seal the deal today in a best of 3 against Gen G? What's it going to take from you guys, and what have you been working on?
We're just going to need to step up individually. That's kind of what's carried us, this whole way, is that we've been fragging as a team and we've been performing as a team. So yeah, especially if we can get 1 or 2 individuals to step up and really give, some amazing performances, I think that'll bolster us for sure. We definitely have a lot of stuff that we haven't shown yet. We've had about a month of practice where we don't really have a lot of games on HLTV that these teams can look back and anti-strat or know what we're about to throw at them. So we have a lot of stuff that's unprepared, over numerous maps. And we've kind of been able to keep our map pool small. We played Dust 2 twice and we played Nuke once. And then I think we have 2 other really HLTV games, which another one was Nuke and the one's Inferno. So we have 4 maps that teams have nothing, on us. So I think we have, the benefit of them just not being able to anti-strat too much against us.
Well, the idea of hiding information from your opponents, the element of surprise, it's a time-honored strategy there, so you can see how it makes sense for Triumph to be making full use of that going into their matches. As far as Triumph are concerned, I'm just looking forward to watching them play, because now it really is them with everything. They're playing their hearts out. This is really entertaining CS.
Yeah, it is. And listen, there is one element that I want to consider right now. Usually when we are on LAN, there is a clear cut between group stage and playoff. That's just how it is. I've been a player. I can tell you it's a different mindset. You go, you do your group stage matches, and then you really focus, you really activate, because this is playoff now time. Stop goofing around. We got to play. Is it going to be the case here? Because we are remote. This is online. Is there going to be such a big step from the challengers? Not from challengers, but from the favorites. That's usually what happens. Favorites, they maybe they goof around a little bit in group stage, then it's playoff, and they go 100%. Is this going to be the case here? Are we going to see Dreams getting completely stomped on and crushed? Because it could be the case. If this was offline, I'd see it coming. Now online, I'm not exactly sure.
And Thorin, would you concur?
Yeah, here's the thing. If it was LAN, yes, I think in that scenario, Gen G would it would almost be like having an extra player on your team in terms of the pressure it would put upon the others. I also think you'd expect at least 1 or 2 Triumph players would feel the pressure of the moment. I think the fact that this is an online tournament, though, I don't expect as much of a difference. To me, it's the series element is what now gives Gen G a better chance to win. The best of ones also means, if you get a hot start, someone just has a really nice one-off performance, you can potentially win. Best of 3 is more of a grind, and it's more about being able to survive through the lows, to capitalize on the highs. These are the things that, the guys from Triumph here, I don't have the experience of, and they definitely don't against this caliber of opposition. I will say though, a thing that does bode well going into a best of 3 for Triumph is when we saw that graphic that showed all those maps where they'd either drawn or beaten all those NA/American teams, they were playing 5 different maps, and that's actually something I expect in this particular matchup to catch a lot of people off guard, because Gen G, the more that the tournaments went on, so you can see it here, look, they're going on Dust 2, Nuke, Overpass, Inferno, and even though, yes, I don't even know what RBG is, but they also played Under Thieves on Nuke, and I know they can play that map, so that's actually a very positive sign, because I feel like once we get to the veto later on, I feel actually Triumph can be the ones who can really dictate where this goes. Gen G, especially after that first big LAN performance, once they got to the online competition and ever since, they've actually looked like they've gotten a much more shrunken map pool, and they really don't have the same like go-to killer picks that some of the other NA teams do. Like, I feel like they're vulnerable even on the maps they might pick, so I'm very interested to see where the veto will take us.
That is going to be what we get to look forward to here, and you're right. I mean, when it comes to predictions as well, predictions, you're thinking, hey, groups, groups and brackets, different beasts. Different beasts. Hey man, all of a sudden it's like, this is where we're not allowed to gamble or anything, but this is where you can get your taste, get in there and have something riding on the line. I was chilling for Astralis earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, oh, let's go Astralis, even though they're gonna lose, but whatever. So as far as Gen G are concerned, Maniac, as I control myself here, as far as Gen G are concerned, dealing with Triumph, dealing with that uncertainty, that's something that Shake talked about in terms of being difficult to get information on Triumph. Is Lumberdaps going to be capable of sifting through the wood and finding the gold?
Well, I mean, Sheikh Zula is definitely on the money when he says preparation against Fest is going to be complicated, right? There is a very finite amount of information out there to prepare specifically for Triumph. But where I actually give Gen G a very good fighting chance, or rather even the edge, is that in terms of style, in terms of strategy and how they approach the game, I do believe that Triumph will be a much, much more comfortable opponent than Furia was or MIBR was. I've said it before, I'm gonna say it again. I think Gen G is comfortable against a team that tries to play conventional, kind of normal, square Counter-Strike, fundamentally sound. We know how to approach the map control and stuff like that. Whereas Furia MIBR, some of these rules, they just take them, throw them out the window, and play extremely aggressive, individually based, obviously individually oriented. I don't think that's going to be the case with Triumph. I think they try to approach the game in a more conventional way, and this plays into Daps' strength because he can analyze what's happening, he can predict what the next step is going to be, and he can win that chess game, that mental chess game, which I think is one of his strengths as an in-game leader.
What's going to be fascinating is to see how he deals with the individual talent that have shown themselves very capable on this team. And in fact, one thing, I mean, you can talk about the structure of the team, but you can also talk about the fact that in the recent match that they've been having, it's just basically across the board. There's no weak link in the chain. They're all pulling together, and they're all coming up with the clutch plays or the big shots. And so that's going to make life a bit more interesting for Daps as well, because now you don't just get to go, oh, he plays there. He's weak right now. Let's hit him. Or that you'll have to figure it out live on the spot. So really enjoying how this is going to break down here, because now we're going to get into that best of 3. And so this is the thing where, I mean, we have so much time. I kind of want to even start with that, where it's like, where do you think the maps could go on this one? Where do you think we could actually see this fight take off? Because now we actually have some real time to discuss.
Well, basically,
and Thorin, you're the map master, so I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, the big problem, you can see it on screen right here. It's what I've said for Triumph every time. Unfortunately, a lot of NA teams don't play Overpass, and it is actually the permaban of Gen G. So as a result, the best map on paper for Triumph will not be in the pool. Now, luckily for them though, if they've done their homework, second rotation ban for Gen G is typically Nuke, which certainly is a map that we know Triumph plays. They almost beat 100 Thieves on that map. This is another map that they saw was in their win rate before, so I think that's a potential pick. The other option though, and apparently this is what they did the last time they played, is to pick Dust 2, a map that obviously they almost beat Evil Geniuses on, a map that I personally think Gen G can be a little bit ropey on. So I would actually prefer the Nuke pick. I think you can make them more uncomfortable there, but if you want to just go with fragging, if you want to go off just individual players, Dust 2 is definitely an option. Then you look over here. The interesting detail here is that the guys from Triumph themselves tend to ban Mirage. Well, that's technically the best map and the go-to map of Gen G. So I think Gen G probably has to default back to their old pick of Inferno. It's apparently what they did the last time they played. And I actually think they're somewhat vulnerable there. I don't necessarily know. Listen,
I've never seen Triumph play a big series before, so I don't know how many maps I can ever actually just give them before they play. But as I'm painting the picture here that Gen G, I think, will be vulnerable on all of the maps that will be played today.
Fantastic. Which, if they're vulnerable, means that we could have a Triumph upset here in the bracket. That would be an interesting way to kick things off. But some guys who are looking to put a halt to that and who are looking to get the win today are Som and Automatic. We had a chance to catch up with them.
Now, Triumph today, they've done a lot better than expected in their groups, but you've played them before. How do you feel you guys match up against them?
I think that they're a really explosive team, and they can kind of just like start off really strong, and once they get rolling, we should be able to beat them.
Now, Triumph, right, you've got them today, a team of young, hungry talent that really seem to be putting in the work. You won over them in the road to Rio, but they've definitely changed a lot since then. So what do you make of them?
I'm pretty sure I tweeted this before, but I'd say all 5 of those players have potential to be at the top of NA. I think all of them are individually skilled enough in their own category to where they can compete against the top. So this isn't really a game where we can just shove off and like mess around, because I believe that all of them actually work hard and like know a lot about the game. So I think as long as we show up, we'd be able to take care of them.
Well, that's a reassuring attitude to take, especially given the fact that Gen G have shown themselves to be mortal this tournament. Not really any match here where Gen G, it feels like they can kind of coast through. So Som having that mentality going into this, Tim focused as always. It's looking good here on the Gen G side, at least going into this match versus Triumph. Did you guys take anything away, pick up on anything in those interviews? Maniac, we can start with you.
Well, I mean, listen, they're pretty good at PR, right? That was a nice, clean interview. It looks like one I could have given when I was a player. I'm just looking at this Gen G roster and I'm thinking their level will be the barometer of that game. I do believe that if Gen G show up, if all the individuals together come together at the same time in terms of level, they completely outclass Triumph. It's just how it is. Bentet, Kusta, Som, Automatic, these 4 names, I think they can take over anyone on the opponent roster, right? We've seen Som have quiet beginnings, but then he would show up specifically with the AWP. I have this MIBR game on train in mind, obviously. So if you can do that, suddenly you have that double op setup that can be very deadly. Automatic is always doing the job. He's very consistent. Kusta was actually being quite firework, you know. I didn't really expect that from him. Across the board, I'd give Gen G the advantage. But if they just play by, 85%, 90%, then suddenly, yes, of course you have a game, because the guy from Triumph, they can play Counter-Strike.
No, they certainly
I'll
can.
give you
They've
one
shown us
little
that all group stage long. Yeah.
I'll give you one little side fact there before we get to the veto, just so I can preempt this already, is since the 3rd map that they played in that Road to Rio series that James Banks referenced was Vertigo, which presumably will not actually be the first ban of the guys from Triumph, because that would open up the Mirage pick that Gen G likes. That is what would be interesting to me, is if Gen G was ballsy enough to pick Vertigo, because then you could throw the entire series out of whack. Like, I'd love that if you can start out a series on a map they aren't comfortable on, you just smashed them on it last times, they're not predicting you to pick it. So this is where I want to see how confident Gen G are in their own minds, because just playing into maps like Inferno, maybe letting DOS 2 come out, at that point in time, you're actually suggesting to me you're not that confident and you need the comfort yourself. If I'm the guys from Gen G, I put the pressure on the opponent. I make them in an uncomfortable scenario. I make them have to second guess themselves, and all that prep they did yesterday go out the window.
That's exactly what you should be doing if you have the upper hand in a sort of scenario. And so what we're going to do before we get into the pick ban, when we get back into this, we've discussed a bit of the maps, and now we're going to get into the ban. But first, we have to take a quick break. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be gearing up to get into the first map of this best of 3.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kiss, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out. So if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but Ahoy connects 3! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes 3!
He didn't just do that! Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Close to middle, they know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad. Yeah, just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Oboe alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Oba will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity, 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
Welcome back. And you were listening to the sultry tones of Scrawny and Launders during the break there. And they will be casting these matches as well on North American turf. They're going to get the job done. So let's take a look at our journey for the day. So far, we've made it through 2 best-of-3s in Europe. Astralis versus Mousesports, where the Danes fell at the hands of the Mice. And then Dig versus Vitality. So 2 best-of-3s that have played out. Mousesports and Vitality progress onwards in the bracket, and that's the end of the line for Astralis and Dig. Now we're going to move on into North America, where Gen.G and Triumph are waiting to clash in a best-of-3. And by the sounds of things, both in interviews and from the analysts, it's sounding like it's going to be a very tight match between these 2 teams. So we've had a little bit of time to discuss the maps already. Now let's start getting into them and just, sinking our teeth into this best-of-3, because the maps are going to make everything happen here. So, Maniac and Thorn, I hand it over to you. Take it away, boys.
Well, I think Duncan did an amazing job at setting the scene. I can just tell you what happened last BO3, and then we'll be able to compare. Last time around, Triumph removed Mirage, Gen.G removed Overpass. We see the Overpass removal from Gen.G coming in. The maps picked then were Dust 2 and Vertigo, but there is already a question, Duncan. Is it going to be the Vertigo ban?
I mean, the problem with that is you have to be confident in your own Mirage. It looks like Mirage isn't that good. Amazingly, they've done a ban of Train. I don't even know why. I don't even know what universe they thought Gen.G was going to pick Train. I would, at worst, do that second rotation. So I feel like that could be a mistake in itself now, because, I mean, does Gen.G just go right into Mirage? I mean, typically they probably would.
They could go to Mirage, they do actually. So now if you're Triumph, how can you box in Gen.G? In what world? What can you do? Maybe not nuke, that would be too risky. Do you go for Dust 2, but then Dust 2 you play into, the mechanically gifted players that you have in front of you, so that's a risk either. I don't really know.
This is a nightmare for me if they take Dust 2. Like, I think it would be such a mistake at this point in time. But then again, they've set themselves up for that. I guess the logic is at least they're 2 fragging maps. Like, they've gone for a pick of nuke themselves. I don't hate that. That's obviously a map that the guys from Gen G themselves often remove second rotation, so they've shown they're not that good on it themselves. It's not terrible. Like, this was the map that they looked really good against 100 Thieves on from that economically disadvantaged CT start, so I can see where the confidence is coming from. Thing is, listen, I mean, I don't know that Gen G would have predicted this would be the pick, but Gen G have such good players. You can get away without having the best strats and utility if you just have superior firepower. So there's still very good chances for Gen G in the series. I mean, it's looking like there's still potential for that Vertigo as a decider.
Yeah, it could. I'm just trying to do the math. That's what's left. It's Vertigo, Inferno, and then Triumph will be the one choosing. So last time they played Inferno, Gen G destroyed them 16-8. But the problem is Gen G also won Vertigo 16-1. So it's like deciding, okay, with what sauce are you going to get eaten? They actually go for Vertigo, fair enough. You know, when you do 16-1, it could just be one half. It could just be one half. It is technically possible. It just doesn't bode well. I think Gen G... Oh, it's actually Inferno. Sorry, my bad. I misread the chat. It's actually Inferno on the last map. Okay. Still, I think that Gen G must feel somewhat happy with that veto.
I think Gen G won this veto. Like, it all starts with that train ban. I'm amazed they were so scared of that. Like, I actually thought Gen G kind of robbed that game away from MIBR where they stole it away with that Som hopping at the end. So I would have loved to, like, listen, there's no way the train was getting picked, but I would love to at least make them do that as the second rotation ban. So I feel as though it might be a misstep here. With that said, everyone can play Mirage, especially if you are like an NA semi-pro. Remember, every single FPL clip you ever see is in the B-bomb site of Mirage.
Where multi-frags around and, you know, you're just jumping out of the apartment into your doom. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. I'm glad that there was so much depth to this pick ban, though, in terms of who needed to go where, and that it did wind up. So you think Gen G as well, just kind of forcing Triumph to pick their poison in the end? Vertigo, Inferno, it's just like wherever we go, we're going to have the upper hand.
I think Duncan said it right. The train ban coming in from Triumph did put themselves in a weird position. There was always going to be a punish when you decide to throw your first card and take away train. When Mirage is a possibility, when Vertigo is a possibility, where you've getting beaten on last time you play, and you're going to use your first veto on train. So obviously they have a logic we might not have, but I think it just skewed the veto totally in favor of Gen G from the get-go.
Yeah, just to throw one last thing in there, it is worth pointing out, they themselves have bigged up all this extra practice. This could very well be a scenario where this is basically predicated on scrim results we don't see. Like, maybe they've played train against Gen G, and specifically that one matchup they just get murdered on, and so they were scared that Gen G is just going to pick straight into it in light of that. But that's an area where I would just say, if you are the guys from Triumph, take heed of this, which is that it doesn't matter what happens in practice. What people will pick and will confidently pick in a best-of-3 series is very different from a one-off scrim, in my opinion. And I don't think, actually, Daps is the kind of bold IGL who would have picked straight into that. That's just my own speculation there.
Well, we can see the difference here in map win that's getting highlighted currently, but it seems very even across the board throughout the rest of this in terms of performance on Mirage for both of these teams, and this is over the last 3 months as well. Do we think that this is just really up in the air here? If Triumph hit the ground running and put the pressure on Gen G early, could they be up to the start? I mean, looking at the veto, it feels to me like this has to be a 2-0 for Triumph. That's the impression that I got left with after you know, we got through the veto analysis. I mean, would you concur on that, Maniac?
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, 2-0 would have to be the go-to. My problem is that, individually speaking, for Gen G, I think everyone is just too comfortable on Mirage. Even a player like Bentet, which you could agree, or rather you could argue that maybe, you know, his integration into the lineup is not final yet, maybe communication, maybe he needs to find his way in some very tactical maps. Okay, that would be an argument. Problem is, I've seen him play Mirage. I guarantee you he knows how to play Mirage in that team. He feels comfortable there. And I feel I can say that about each and every one of these players on that map. That's the map we saw Kusta popping up as well. So it boxes me in a corner where I just have to say Gen G must feel comfortable.
And Thor, a last thought before we get into this match and I can hand it over to the casters?
I think Gen G can potentially win any of these maps, but I will say I do think that this opener, especially because it's going to be the first game, I think Triumph has to potentially win this Mirage game if they want to take the series. Otherwise, it's very different playing Nuke, your home map, when it's the second map and you've lost the first one. That puts all the pressure on you, and suddenly that CT half that you're guaranteed to get the 12 rounds on doesn't feel as easy anymore. So I think they've got to come out. Luckily, it's something of a POG map. They've got to have a really strong fragging performance in the opener.
So true. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. That was perfect. And now it's time to get our casters involved. Scronders, Scrawny and Launders. How's it going, fellas?
I was going to let Mohan take this one, but now I've jumped in. Yeah, Mo's always stepping it up like that, isn't he? Yeah, both of you guys looking great. I think Thorin actually leaves us on a really good point where... Here, I'll join in.
Bye, somewhere.
Let's get wild, boys, because this one's going to get hot. I'm going to tell you now, Mohan. Duncan's last point about, the pressure of Mirage, the pressure of taking that first map, it's so applicable to the situation, but we shouldn't forget that the last time these teams matched up, that's the exact scenario that happened. A 16-1 to begin the series, and Triumph, who had Dust 2 as the second map, were able to push it into the third decider, where we still saw Triumph take 7 rounds on the T side of Inferno and then just flop at that final hurdle. And if we want to compare this situation to another Cinderella story that happened just last week, we had the likes of Chaos in a BO3 series take it almost to the playoffs, but then again, that final half of the final map in their final series was where they fell short. We've already had that with Triumph versus Gen G. Will we get it again today? We've got to land on a third map to even contemplate that possibility, but we begin here on Mirage.
Yeah, I think it's always great to try to draw some of these historical comparisons to try to add some context to the match. But I think the desk explained this perfectly. It's really hard to say what we don't know about this veto. For example, landing on Mirage is a specific choice by Triumph. They could have banned this if they wanted to. Gen G's highest win rate map. And since their last veto, a lot has changed. Them playing Dust 2, for example, but now having gotten rid of it. There's a lot of things here that could have been different for Triumph, and it was kind of on their dime that they allowed it to go down.
Agreed entirely. So let's see if they made their own bed with this one. Pistol, not going too bad, as Grim does pick up the kill towards Catwalk. This is actually going to compromise the B site hold for Gen G. But as long as Grim stays alive, if he dies, then the T's turn their attention over towards the market, and we can see the bodies start to stack. But here comes Grim with a second headshot. Kusta trades, and Spongy 3 HP dropped by Kusta. Kusta could be the difference maker, because even if we go head-to-head on individual levels, right, if you look at the results from Triumph, the resilience versus EG versus 100 Thieves and Cloud9, then why wouldn't they be able to take Gen G? Why wouldn't they be able to compete versus the individuals of this? Well, because Kusta has looked better than ever in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Kusta has been Zipix and Magisk all in one, in tier 2 versus like tier 2, tier 1.5 NA, of course. But still, he's been like the best player on a roster that is absolutely stacked to the brim with talent, and has had not only some great multi-frags on as an anchor, but also has shown us the most, I think, clutch potential of anybody on this team, which is the most surprising thing. And yeah, Moses is somewhere smiling about this fact. Here's Junior to come through with the scout headshot opening. Always dangerous to go down for mid control as a T. It's appealing up until a point, but when you cross this triple choke point area in front of connector, this is when things can get dicey sometimes.
Grim's been spotted, still able to take down Kusta. That's a Galil, AK versus Deagle. And it works out well. Bentet, he's going to get flashed towards CT. Poor Junior just hard eats the flash and then body bumps into the wall, so he can't actually get back into the cover. So the AK-47's going to cut through a defense. Gen G utilizing connector to get this bomb down and convert that pistol into a second round win.
I really appreciated Psalm's interview before the match, talking about Triumph and just how he believes that all 5 of these players have potential to be at top of NA. But by that same token, that level of reverence kind of worries me for Gen G, or I mean, just as a thought that, maybe this upset doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility to Gen G themselves. And again, there's so much that we don't know about what has happened in scrims to tell us how comfortable and confident both these teams are right now. Who they've scrimmed on what map, how successful they've been on what maps. Like, we've got the recorded stuff on HLTV, but this is by no means a first meeting. And not even a second meeting, even if you count the best of 3 on Road to Rio. They could have potentially have played against each other many, many more times.
Yeah, I believe as well that Som kind of contradicted himself in that interview. You know, he sat there for a minute praising the individuals of Triumph, saying that each of them in their own roles could be at the top and could compete with the best of North America. And the moment he finishes all of those points, he says, but I think we can still take them. Like, his supportive argument was against the fact, right? It's wild.
Well, I just want to say, like, you know, I'm like happy he was super transparent about it, but he did say that, you know, we can't sleep on this team. Is basically, I think, what he was trying to get out at the end there. Which I think, you know, is healthy.
I wouldn't either. But recent results show promise. Shake, even with a pistol, gonna cut down Kusta. So looking to add up some damage, but he was the only person towards this B site. So Triumph, they're gonna have to give it up or just try to throw something against the wall here. What's Spongy at? He's got that MP9, and he goes down to automatic. So going from bad to worse for Triumph. Gen G, strong start on the T side.
Playing to your strengths. Always a consistent theme in these vetoes. Yeah. Almost never a good sign when a team does pick into a map that's weak for them. But yeah, with any a team with just like that's in the middle of their gestation period, where maps are going to pop up in their veto constantly, there's just not much that the stats can go to show you about how they'll do in the future. 3 kills on this round. And Junior, does he keep the AK? Will it be given to him? No, Bentet says no. Hell no, you don't get that AK, sir. You buy your own gun next round. Junior has enough for the op. They'll all rifle up behind him. For automatic 7.3k, you think, yeah, he's going to go ahead and participate in this op duel as well. We're into round 4, the meat and potatoes, as commentators like to say. And now we'll get to find out what Triumph have to bring on this establishing round versus Gen G on a map that they are very, very comfortable on.
This is it. The proving grounds. Round 4. Dapsy's going to get real aggressive, offering half of his health away just to establish early ladder control. And he gets in there unspotted, uncontested, unchecked.
Yeah, it's a big piece of map control, even for the 50 HP. Being able to control window. And again, look at the CT setup, okay? The guy in jungle, if he backs up, he's in danger. Moving forward, he's in danger to connector. And there's a specific angle, he's in danger to the palace push as well. But that's a good way to get back into the round. Spongy with a aggressive B push by himself, no less. That is an amazing amount of map control to get back. Like, this eases things up on the A site. They're keeping 3 players dedicated to this fight now. Connector, though, connector pressure could be big.
Usa drops Curry, dink from Grim, but it's Spongy who's managed himself a second frag. Junior is going to get pressure from the ramp, and instead of falling back, this time he moves forward. Automatic's going to be planting just on the other side of the triple box, and Junior doesn't want to gamble his life away. Could have tried to aggress with this one, but he's got 2 teammates behind him, and he's looking over towards the Tetris. Kusta, he's going to get mollied to the top, but Junior not ready for it, although Sheikh Zula is able to trade it. He trades out after his own molly. Automatic scoped in on the ticket, sees the head, and takes Sheikh Zula. Now Spongy 1 versus 2 has Automatic barely alive, but Bomb's so far gone, and he is still outnumbered, so he has to just fall away from this. There was a world where, because of Kusta being burned out by the molly, Junior could have held it, but Sheikh had to hold his own grenade after his teammate had gone down. They lose man advantage, and even with Spongy on the 3-piece, all he's going to do is save the op.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. In terms of order of importance, once that Molotov goes down, if you think someone's to Tetris, we don't watch the angle. I mean, you risk dying if they're going to peek. They're not going to just run and save. They're going to go and try to fight if they know they're in danger in this retake with 3 players coming out of CT spawn. So there was some dissonance there between the incendiary landing at Tetris, which they thought a player was there, and them holding the angle for a player that they would hope would pop out. Because if they didn't think a player was there, they shouldn't have thrown the Molotov. It actually made things worse and got Junior killed. Great round from Automatic, though, to hit those 2 op shots. The first one, Connector, that was some combat level opping. Like, he was in danger, got dinked instantly, and hit the shot.
Som trying to just roll through Sheikh Zula. He's going to die to the Deagle. trade fragged out, and Junior goes down for free on Cat. So bomb plant off of this. That single op saved is yet to find any kind of contact, and even though Grim gets one off the 5-7, Kusta once more able to trade this one away. So Spongy just looking to survive, looking to move that op forward. But the 5-0 start for Gen G on a map that we already expect great things from them from. It is still very early, but it is still very much Gen G.
Yeah, the contents of the round look good so far for Gen G. And that last round, you know, Spongy comes out with this play that you normally have a player help you push B-apps or some supporting grenades, and he wins that duel pure. And then having B-apps control when Gen G are going to go and take A, usually that's disaster for the Ts. And will there be an upgraded gun? Yeah, AK, 2 players alive on both sides. Triumph have been doing a decent job at getting some kills on these rounds at least, but somehow Gen G's economy is still very heavily propped up. They get to buy up. They've got 3 rebuys left over in the tank. And yeah, Triumph will give it another shot. But yeah, for Triumph, I think if you replay that round on the A take, the hold goes a lot better. And Gen G had to hit some pretty great shots. I keep looking at automatics, you know, 1 kill in connector. That makes a huge difference because he gets the kill in the retake as well. The post plant from his perspective. So I'd say Triumph, I would, you know, kind of start it out similarly. I don't think I would change too much from their end. And also Kusta wins that duel versus Curry. They have the close ARAM set up for that. They have 1 player watching connector for a connector peak. They lost both duels and then it came close at the end. But yeah, it was a good start.
Second attempt on the full gun rounds. This time, oh god, I got the hiccups. Double op for Triumph. And they're going to post one up on Catwalk early. Spongy, he's looking through the gap, so he's got a little bit to work with. And don't forget that just yesterday, Spongy, he posts a 1.23 rating, going 23-16 versus the likes of Evil Geniuses. His best individual showing in terms of the Blast Spring Showdown. And they've got the 5 versus 4. Ooh, Kusta, he's going to eat a hard grenade.
Yeah, they traded nades, but the A-ramp one was just a bit more well-placed. Grim, front connector. Like this spot for him. You know, very crispy aim on Grim. Haven't seen him come into full effect just yet. But they have been either winning or drawing their games for the most part, so it's not like he hasn't been doing his job. Bent to smoke top connector. And the T's evacuating from the A-ramp with the bomb still at the back of mid. Unclear what they want to do just yet. I think really hoping to get an opening kill back.
They're being given a lot of space in middle, and I've seen this right from the beginning of the game as well. Think about how Daps has run through Molotovs just to get into ladder. The consistency of the flanks to pinch on B. Ooh, collateral from Spongy. That one's definitely going to help. It actually delays the cat hit as the player has to go back and grab bomb, but Som hands on the op, and down goes Junior. We fall into the 2 versus 2, and will Triumph, they're both coming in off of the catwalk. Doesn't seem to be expected whatsoever just yet, but they're going to have to move forward, getting closer to the bomb site before anything can actually start to unfold, and Kusta peeks right into it, traded back by Som, looking for the 4th kill on the round, and he is so pinned down now behind the van. He's just going to cower and try to hold the corner. As Grim gets closer, he could go over top, and Som doesn't know where it's coming from. Grim with the clutch and Triumph on the board.
Whoa, he just went for the straight out wide peek with the pre-fire. Som had no health left over to survive any bullets on that. Yeah, tough position to be in. Really nice clutch attempt. Gotta love how Som played that. I feel like it was very smart. Even getting the kill on Junior inside of Market, it felt like he was going to be Junior's food at that point. But he dropped down with awareness, and yeah, Spongy. I mean, that's an enormous collateral to be able to grab. Oftentimes you're fortunate to get the collaterals here. It couldn't have mattered more. Yeah, big 1v1 here to win. It was another round that started off, honestly, incredibly well for Triumph.
Yeah, this one not starting so hot. We see Junior trying to jump over to the catwalk. Looks like he ate some flashbangs. I'm not quite sure. He was like stuck on one side of the railing and just gets pulled off.
I think so they were probably expecting top mid smoke, and he jumped, and then yeah, I think he missed one jump to get up top, but he still would have been in a pretty awkward spot since there was no smoke there.
Yeah, they just went for the hard and fast swing Gen.G. But there is something worth checking out here. That's going to be Curry with the ramp control. So sure enough, we do have Gen.G taking over the A site, as Triumph still sit patiently with 2 players deep B. You can see Bentet and Som very wary of the ramp, so if Curry doesn't turn his head around soon, he is done for. And that's that. Bomb plant, no rotations near. Grim, he's got to get out of here if he wants to save the gun. Oh, and he just runs into the crosshair.
Yeah, the setup is pretty good from Triumph, but they don't use their B players to get the information together, and there's no rotations, and everything is so static. Gen.G suss out their positions. There's absolutely no shoulder peeking going on, and sometimes, you know, that can cost you, so I can understand why they're not trying to overextend. Curry's just doing his job, but with no one covering, Gen.G make a good play by staying completely silent. They don't even try to tap the bomb there, if you notice, which was kind of cool. They just went and looked out at A ramp because they didn't see anybody else on the site, and they were rewarded. So Triumph get outplayed in this other round, and yeah, see, he's probably just assuming there's going to be some smoke, either window, top mid, whatever, delayed peek out mid. Junior's fastest way to get to Cat would have been through the window, but they call out the way that he's going to play it as well. So Gen.G, they're definitely looking super solid in terms of the way they're approaching, and they're even winning some disadvantaged situations where Triumph start out strong. Definitely feels and looks like Gen.G are more comfortable.
I would say I'm just comfortable with their opponents, and again, to reiterate what we had as the veto unfolded, is comfort on Mirage. Right, this is not a new place for Gen.G to be found. This is the bread and butter. It's the home turf, and they still managed to lose a man in Som, but Kusta claws it back. A little bit of Palace control. You can see the frustration as well starting to boil over for Triumph early. Junior, who didn't make his jump, just getting blasted back in his chair. Curry, who unfortunately never even had a chance to shoot back, just executed from the sideline. So I would understand the frustrations last round as Gen.G perfectly lurked into the map, and as you said, so silent. There was no grenades, there was no bomb tap. Poor Curry never saw it coming.
Shake doing a good job of looking around, seeing if he can get a kill. He's snagged one, Gen.G playing it carefully. Triumph know they've anti-eco towards mid a few times. Where they end up is a mystery, of course. And Triumph, you know, so how patient do they want to wait? Do they want to just chill on A and see if it's going to be a connector split? They're going to make some kind of gamble because it looks like Gen.G want Cat.
And they're going to take it. Entirely open for the taking. Zero defense here at B. So Triumph going to move forward with what they've got. This is starting to get very scary for Triumph, but it's wild to think that, you know, if we were to even just pull up their recent results, you know, some of the performances we've seen from them already this weekend, just it would not make any sense prior to seeing it unfold. You know, we think that this new era of online Counter-Strike could create the Cinderella stories, and I don't think anybody anticipated it from the likes of Triumph. You know, maybe Cloud9 was going to finally rise to the occasion and dominate the opponents that they have been struggling with, the likes of 100 Thieves and EG, MIBR, or Furia even. But Triumph was written off from the very beginning, and I think that at the moment, that applies here to Mirage. Gen.G writing them off pretty quickly as they take their 7th T round.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with respect, right? Like, I mean, they're definitely having to work for these rounds. Some of them are very close calls, to be honest. But Gen.G they're winning every single time. So that's kind of starting to mount. And of course, at a certain point, it doesn't really matter if Triumph figure this out. But yeah, so far, I think you just kind of, if you're Triumph, you're like, yeah, we prepared, but we weren't practiced enough. And some of the stuff, you could see the ideas, the execution's not meeting it halfway. Now the flashes come up and over. They're going to try to stop the problem where it hurts is mid-control, defended against for the CTs. The Ts now have to respond. They're going back towards towards A, excuse me. There's still a lot of rotators here, though. So it can be an open site, and it could come down to retake grenades. Oh, but no Cat.
Grim.
Oh, wow, there's no stair smoke.
Nope. There's a Molotov to land on top of it, but Grim has already done his damage. Spongy with the perfect smoke spam, drops Som. Bentet pinned in behind the triple box, and Daps doubles back just to ensure that the flank is clear, also allowing him to rotate over towards the Palace. Bentet's position still unknown. Triumph gonna walk into it, but good trade by Curry, even being on low HP. There's 4 CTs remaining. Make it 3. Daps downs 1. Junior claws it back, and that's gonna be the second round for Triumph. The all-in ramp and Palace hit from Gen G not working out here in round 9.
Sure, yeah. And if you keep someone in CT spawn, the double benefit to taking mid control, if it goes unanswered on the T side, is obviously you've got 3 players who are ready to retake A from connector. They're already in good positions. We see a couple of these kills come a little bit fortunate, of course, but the reason that it looks like Triumph get lucky is because there's limited amount of spots that Gen G can play in. If they don't have CT spawn control, they don't have connector control, they don't have stairs control, and they're trying to plant the bomb, well, there's going to be some players standing out in the open in between smokes. Like, nobody's going to be in their perfect post-plant positions, and that's what the CTs earn themselves. Ooh, Shake. That's just a very, very close miss. Not even sure how that didn't go in. He almost died, so maybe you should just be happier that he didn't die. But now kind of a bit of a reset. A nice answer there from Triumph, trying something new, and it working out quite well. But now that Gen G have established back at mid, it's going to be kind of about, can they condition Triumph? Is it expecting the same results? But Curry, this time around, he's not waiting at A-ramp for the execute to come. He's going to try to get that opening kill. That's another 5v4 here for Triumph.
Yep, nicely done. And it doesn't come by way of what we saw from Shake on the peak. If we could get a zoomy boy on Shake's op attempt, I think that'd be a nice picture to paint for the start of this round. But since that failed attempt, it has gone well for Triumph. Junior gonna just blast automatic away, and even then pops up into the apps, tries to track the third, but Spongy lends a helping hand. Junior starting to piece together some individual form, and we know that once he gets rolling, once Curry's good on the multi-kills, once I think Triumph stop playing so reserved and go for that next level of aggression, as seen with Curry on the opposite side of ramp, as spotted by Junior just trying to lock down duels here on the B site, and not giving Gen G map control, not letting them get onto the bomb sites, but rather cutting them down early. Look at the result of it. It's pistols back for Gen G, and a very real chance at a 4th for Triumph, but an all-in through the Palace. Ooh, this can be fun. It can also be dangerous, but it's always fun. Molotov goes down at their feet, and oh, the mow down. Grim, he's gonna get 2. Curry, a frag, 3 assists, and the final kill. That's a beauty of an anti-eco.
Put a little hot sauce on that one. The Molotov and Palace, the spray down. No one at A-ramp to throw a flash. You know, that's the SK special. What happened to that eco round? One person A-ramp, smoke CT, flash over. 4 come out and try to get the bomb down on default, but I probably wouldn't have stopped this Molotov, I don't think. So I think we saw the only fate that Gen G could have expected with that. No need to get frustrated, of course, just a full-on Glock round looking for a bomb plan if possible. Junior makes his jump, and we see that cat smoke come down now, which helps him cross. And it's all just to get to this one position. Kusta, oh, the lurk up the A ramp, but Curry. What man, I don't know what was the clue for him, but he wide swings on the A ramp and just deals with that problem before it happens. 2 duels now, won by Curry for opening kills, both versus Kusta on the A ramp.
Betway odds coming in. Gen G still favored as they held onto the 3-round lead, and these odds, of course, the live odds for the series. Finally, away from the best of ones, we've got overtime back on the menu as well. Exciting stuff. I said yesterday that maybe since now we'd play OT, we'd never get another 15-15. And then, of course, the first map of the broadcast today was an immediate tie. But focusing on this one, Curry, he's doubled down, not just taking out Kusta, but pushing into the Palace to cut off one avenue of assault. He now has the flank on a player like Daps, who's just trying to cross this bomb over, 12 HP, and Daps has cover from Connector. So a weird situation unfolding here, but Curry's low health too. So him versus Daps on A ramp is crucial, and it seems like Triumph are going to pick that up. They're going for the retake. They've got 2 ops in the equation, and even with that double man advantage, it's looking a little worrisome. But Spongy's patience pays off. It's called the murder hole for a reason.
Yeah, for real. It's a perfect nickname. Som He'll have to do it all. Can someone finally kill Curry is the question. Yeah, he dies. You know what? This is getting a little bit close. That spray, yeah, off the corner of the smoke. There was potential, but yo, my guy Curry, man, he with 10 HP. First of all, he wins his duel versus Kusta again on the A ramp, rotates around to Palace, finds this dope off angle to kill Automatic, even though he has 10 HP. Instant headshot as we see Automatic clearing a different angle, and then still finds a way to get a third kill. That is an insane impact for the amount of health he had. And the fact that we're looking at all these kills from wildly different positions is already impressive. So really good work there on the A ramp. Honestly, when we saw him being so passive on the A ramp previously, it's good to see him changing it up and being a bit more dynamic, because the last time he just eventually got flanked on from the lurk through the whole A site. And it felt like, oh, well, if he's not willing to move, that'll probably happen again. But yeah, he changes it up.
Ooh, there's Junior through the smoke, finding Kusta. Grim's M4 now a little bit closer. And Curry, ooh, he wants to go through this. Or let's look at the barrel stuff, a man inside the smoke, but there's so many players. Curry, good spray down, does the damage, gives Junior a helping hand, who then extends past the flash. Grim off stairs with one, and Automatic having to clutch this in the 1v4. He knows that there's CTs coming in from their spawn, and he does nothing about it because Spongy takes his head off. I really want to start painting the narrative between Som and Curry here. Both 17-year-olds on this server, both the youngest for each team. And even young Junior, 19 years of age. Grim as well. This is an incredibly young roster in Triumph. Average of 20 years across the team.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're drinking from the fountain of youth. They're doing good, and it's cool. I mean, I feel like there was a narrative about, recently Tier 2 NA dying. I really just had no idea there was a team that was this kind of they seem so polished for how little exposure they've gotten. And now, yeah, it's a best of 3. The circumstances are greater than ever, and they're still looking super consistent, playing clean CS, responding well, adapting. Their aim seems great across the board. As you mentioned, with the age, they've got a lot of time to develop as well. And yeah, there's still more to see. And man, happy this game is close. Whoever wins, this is the match of the day for me, based on what we've seen. And I feel like Gen G are playing well, trying for having to earn every round back into this game. And it's very fun to watch, man. I'm super happy that this is a close game.
Double scoped, gonna miss the shot, Spongy, and lose his teammate. Sticks around, and it's gonna cost him. Som just taking names over on that B bomb site. Now the bomb's still in T-spawn, so this round's not quite over, but I don't think they're gonna need the plant. The frag's coming in easy. Junior's position now known, and there is still a threat nearby in Kusta. Junior's gonna jump up into the open, and that one costs him. Even with Junior landing the leg shot, it's Gen G with an 8th.
That's all about Som, man. He just coming through, dismantling the B apps. That's a problem that he dealt with. That was a problem earlier in the half so far. Would love to see the opening kill statistics to see how they went, because we've definitely seen some rounds won 4v5 for Gen G and lost 4v5 for Triumph, So I'd love to know how much that dictated the actual outcomes of the rounds, and if Gen G have a pretty cool stat in terms of their rounds won after they have lost the opening kill. But now we're into the last round of the half. Mr. Daps scouring it out over at mid. Players in connector wanting to fight. They're right. Oh my god, he's flanking them. This is a fast split. Might be exactly what they need, but Grim and Junior combined for 2, and that's a shot in the side of the head. Okay, that's a hold.
Yeah, a hold and a half to close this half. Triumph going to keep it as close as they can, but considering this all started them being down 0-5, I think that closing the CT side 7-8 isn't that bad. They still have a long road ahead of BO3 series coming in. We'll see you after the break for the second side of Mirage.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an intercafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexi and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Right, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude. A bit of a rocky start for Triumph on map 1, but if you compare it to the first map the last time these teams met, a 16-1 on Vertigo looks way worse. So they'll switch over to the T side here on Mirage, buy up a little bit of utility, and try to make the comeback happen. Launders, do you believe?
Yeah, I do. I really do, man. I mean, there's no reason not to. I always believe in especially the team that comes back at the end of the first half, even if they are lower on rounds. Just like you're saying, I mean, we all know, for better or worse, this is definitely a big game of confidence. Let a lead like that slip. It says a lot in favor of Triumph. So we'll see if they can continue on. Curry was definitely a centerpiece of that first half with some of his rounds, and we know how good his entries can be. Grim also, he ends up getting his 1 kill in window. This opens up the jungle side. However, Psalm answers back with 2.
Yeah, Kusta playing off of the...
No! Curry just turns attention, takes him down. It's Psalm. Psalm has been the only successful story for Gen G in this pistol. I can't believe Grim gets 1 kill. I can't believe Curry turns attention and just deletes Kusta. That's not supposed to happen. And neither should the 1 versus 2 ace clutch from Psalm, but he's already close to the bomb, doesn't have a kit. At least not currently on him.
He could have actually confused with how far they are. But now they're just in such... They're not even peeking. They're in such good spots.
He taps it once more. Again, they call it out. There's the peek from the opposite side. Psalm, he just wants an opening. I mean, clearly he's got the aim. 3 kills off the USP here in the pistol, but it's not going to be enough. Triumph
tying with their very first T-side round.
Man, this is another thing, you know, Counter-Strike these days, it's about being half smart, but also being able to aim, and they're so consistent across. Basically, all 5 players have, like, outstanding maps, and it shows in rounds like this. But, yo, this is an insane round for Curry. Now, that's a straight-up whiff from Kusta, right? You can't have that happen. Sometimes I feel like, and I don't know how you feel about this, but it's more comfortable to be, like, standing and moving with the target than it is to be following around a target while you're sitting in a corner. I don't know if that's an excuse. That was you know, that was a whiff that they basically, you know, that really changed the course of the round. But trying to see it from his perspective a little bit.
No, I feel you. It's when you're just sitting in a position. It's easier to hit shots when you can move. You know, give me the jiggle peek. Give me the corners to play from. Spongy, he's gonna fly out from the palace, clearing Bentet from underneath it. Curry catching Kusta yet again. Oh, we've got to get that one on the replay. Just because it wasn't looking like Kusta was trying to commit to the fight, just more so flexing the deagle, trying to keep them back a bit. Junior's Mac 10's going to create a little bit of space, but Som comes in through smoke, and that drops the bomb carrier. They're still in the favored situation with just automatic on a scout, but it's the fact that they have to recuperate bomb while the counter-terrorists can still get into the mix that's a little bit scary. Grim, he's going to catch them, trying to go for peaks with a kill and an assist. It is him and Curry taking us through the conversions. Triumph lead by 1.
Yeah, and that's the first time that we said that this game. So again, we started out with the 5-0 half, and since then Triumph have not been in the lead. So this is kind of, yeah, this is nuts because it doesn't even look, I don't think you can see, you can't even really see Curry on Kusta's screen. So yeah, it's a straight up pre-fire up and down from downtown. CT setup. Som's got the deagle. He can be trusted with the deagle, okay? He literally got 4 kills in the pistol round and bought the deagle and still has as much money as everyone else.
Yeah, he bought himself this little, you know, graceful gun. A little bit of cover fire, but nobody's really peeking here for the CTs. They don't have much to peek with, to be fair. A flash is going to go over CT spawn. Junior's looking to rack him up. Doesn't clear the corner right away. If this was a gun round, he'd be dead. But he's able to still make a little money. And Spongy's going to do the same thing. So Kusta and Daps, all that's left. There's 1. And he gets a measly Mac 10. Doesn't even want to pick it up. I don't need that.
He actually tried.
Junior
somehow got... He, like, eat it, but it didn't... His arms weren't long enough.
Oh, yo, yo, yo. Hello, Daps. Don't you wish you bought a kit? He's going to go ahead and give chase. Curry waiting for him. That's Triumph to double digits first.
Man, Triumph at 10. Like, imagine if they won Mirage. I honestly, like, the rest of the they must have expected Mirage, so hopefully they were ready to play this third map. But well, it felt like this veto favors Gen G because of Mirage.
To be fair, it's like the only result that the only thing that explains the train pick is that you are guaranteeing Mirage will be the decision, because I mean it almost seemed nonsensical at the point, right? You want to take away the very best map unless that month of practice that they seem to be revering, this was calculated within it. I mean, I feel like it was very clear they wanted to take the group stage to Dust 2 and Nuke, and now we see something new.
Here's the double benefit too, right? Like if Gen G expected them to naturally ban Train, then Triumph are going to be even more of a surprise on Mirage if they had practiced it at all. So that maybe they're slightly better to have left it, but because it's more of a surprise, it could have wasted a few hours of prep for Gen G depending on what they were looking at.
I really respect it, because it's like, not only do we have this incredible tale of how Triumph have gotten here to begin with, not only were they 1 round away versus Evil Geniuses from securing the top spot of the group, but now they're going to do the BO3 upset attempt on the hardest map possible to begin. It's like they're playing Counter-Strike on the hardest difficulty. They love the challenge, but here's a challenge. Daps coming in with the 2-piece. Curry extending out from Palace's Shake. Ooh, gets them from mid, and he upgrades from the Mac 10 to the AWP, cutting down the first first one and forcing Som to clutch. Som has been a consistency here on Mirage thus far, and he keeps Gen G in it, but only one survivor, not the best situation to be in. Check out the lack of money here for the defense.
Good spots on the hold. Madness from Daps. 2 kills, super huge by him, and almost pulled out that third. Trades, they have a sliver of a moment on each of those duels to make sure they grab them before the other CTs have been peeking. So Gen G is keeping up with the aim, and good to see Daps playing well. It feels like Daps has some kind of, he's like a Togepree, like he has like these incredibly high peaks potentially. You don't often see them, but they are genuinely incredibly high, not just like very good or like above average. Sometimes he has maps where it seems like he is an actual star player. Here he's only kind of woken up in the second half, at least from what we can see, but those are 2 pivotal ones. So just want to give him some flowers, you know what I'm saying, for that performance.
Did you call him a Togepi?
Togepree?
Okay, not Togepi, because that's a Pokemon.
Not Togepoo,
you confused
not
me
Togepi.
for a second. We move forward into the other gun round, but as I said, the money's low. You see it in the MP9s, the lackluster grenades, although automatic could be the difference maker. He's got this op trained forward. Junior already taking a shot at him. Good flashbang to force him off the angle. Saw him inside the window. Falls out. Looks like he wants to go get that cat control. That would definitely enable automatic to focus fully on the apartments instead. Sure, he doesn't have Som tucked into one of the closer corners, but he doesn't have to worry about getting picked from here. Although he still seems wary. He puts down the smoke and keeps his head on a swivel for now.
Tim. Yeah, he's got a. This will be one for the resume if you can pull off this hold. But look at the T's they peel back into the spawn. Grim looking at mid now. Wonder why Triumph are not committing. And they want to see if there's an A push potentially. They're suspecting there's an over-rotation from Gen G. So far, no, this is what we always see, the close A ramp push-up. This will be a real test for Triumph to see if they can clear this out well. Aren't great guns here for Gen G, but they're good close-range weapons, that's for sure.
Definitely, and the well-timed smoke. Ooh, Curry tries to force the issue a little bit. Runs into the ramp so that he doesn't lose vision, but in doing so has an offset crosshair. And Bentet turns his head to take him down. Now they could run into another close-range MP9 in Daps on connector. Both fronts of this A site under siege. 15 seconds for us to see if Gen G can lock it down, but Grim comes in from window. 8 seconds, they need that bomb plant, and he's got to sprint. He just has to run forward, and no, they need the kills. The kills more than anything else, and with 1 CT at B, this one's done. The clock plays against them.
One of the least dignified ways to lose a round. You know, you don't want it to be that way. For Triumph, we've seen this sometimes on their T sides where they don't work hard enough to draw out utility, and they're very patient to wait out utility because they don't like running through smokes. It's partly, it makes their executes look a lot cleaner, but they force them to respect the clock to a point that they can lose. And they're Gen G. I mean, they do what they have to do. They got the re-smoke down on A ramp. We saw this on Nuke. I'm referencing Nuke versus 100 Thieves on their T side where, and sometimes, yeah, they just wait behind nades, but they didn't draw anything out. They wanted to go through with that full A exec and couldn't do it. So they'll have to be, I think they'll have to be a bit more callous when it comes to attacking sites and let it be known a bit more, work harder, apply pressure while you're about to execute, you know, leave something for the CTs to guess about, but at the same time, don't simply respect all of the grenades that come your way.
It's weird though, right? To have to, you know, employ that level of confidence. Like, who are you to run through a smoke versus a major winner in automatic? But you need all flavors of Counter-Strike for a delicious buffet. Som, he's going to come back from behind Van, regains vision and dies to Shake. Automatic's going to take a little bit of damage and loses Daps. Can't manage the up-close scope, so what do you know? Bomb plant here for Triumph. They muscle through the B site. It looked dangerous for a moment, and it still does, because Kusta's got one. But it looks like he wants to retreat. This is Gen G giving Triumph an 11th round. They hold on to the lead.
Well, they do it, and they do it on a save, so they have some extra money on top of recovering better guns. They get the B site, the bomb plant on top of this. Kusta, does he at least get a kill? No, he'll fall back. Bentet was not in a position to come through for the retake, and Kusta, when he got that 1 kill, maybe they would have thought about it. But yeah, this is a Triumph hitting 11 before Gen G. Not what you'd expect after that last round, that's for sure. Automatic got tested hard there. He legged Curry on the jump across, and then Curry was able to get information on the band player. And so he became kind of this very good space creator and worthwhile sacrifice as his teammates traded without dying further. And then, you know, Automatic as an op versus rushing pistols, Tech 9s, and Mac 10s is not going to have a fun time without a teammate to help drag attention away from himself. So there was a lot of pressure on that opening kill, and it wasn't delivered.
Towards the top of mid, Grim immediately trying to make the most use of the AK. 3 USPs around the double M4 save, and one of which goes down. But Bentet can trade it, and I don't think Triumph want to get into this gamble fight. You know, Gen G have more to lose here, so they...
Oh! Yo! He was looking at connector,
Junior.
man. I think.
Looked like a flick shot.
I don't know what that looked like
one
to
on the
you.
replay.
Yeah, holy smokes. If he was looking at connector, that's a mad flick shot. And that's one of the only guns, too, that he took out. And it's now in a very dangerous spot. Som will go ahead and grab it. But in maybe looking for more information risks getting killed and making this round even a little bit worse somehow. Oh, his patience pays off. He actually is going to hear Spongy. It's going to initiate potentially a flank, a good risk to take in a round like this. It'll draw the B player out, and they can kind of overstack towards A. Spongy maybe making a mistake there by running too quickly. But how is he to know?
Catches up to them. I mean, ooh, yep, he's going to catch up, take down Junior. That's a low HP player down. Now the T's, they realize what they're getting into, but the most that can be here is 2 defenders. Although Daps wastes no time. He's already up from connector. Bentet back at the bomb site. He finds Spongy with his head turned. 20 seconds left over. Triumph starting to fumble this. Daps pinned in on the staircase, down thanks to Curry, who now has to clutch it versus Som, but the bomb's gone as it falls forward. Som peeks, and Curry's gonna get this back. He has a chance, and he turns as Som comes wide. A 3-piece for young Som, starting it off on the flank, rotating as fast as possible, and denying Triumph a round they should have won.
They even waited for anybody to push top mid, but Som didn't turn this corner, so really good awareness by him to just assume. And yeah, that was a flick through the floor, basically, almost looking at window. Yeah, this is pretty nuts. Man, Triumph come close. This is all about Som, of course. You know, win the 1v1, get the 3 kills. Come off with that big flank. Shout out to Wireless Mice.
Yeah. See, you know, we've had some of our European players just, you know, slapping their own foreheads. But if you're a Wireless Mouse player, that's how you prevent yourself from hitting your own head. Because you're not going to break a mouse. You know, you can break your face, but don't you dare break your mice.
Don't hurt the hardware. Anything but the hardware. Oh boy, look at this. Bargain Basics been by Triumph. Galil, Tech 9, Deagle, and the op on Junior. It's the only bit of solace for them here in this buy. No one crossing just yet. Some pressure towards mid to hold out that stairs player from peeking into the A ramp. But now they'll just come back. Not too much utility left over. They're going to set up quite quickly, it looks like.
Betway odds coming in. Triumph a little bit more to the even odds. Gen G's still the favorites. Bentet, he's going to be on top of Firebox. And we've seen some wild antics happening from players on site. The flash from Kusta and an assist versus Curry. So he gets his hands on both of those first frags. Now it all starts to unravel, and not in some feeble, flimsy type manner. No. That is conviction. 5 up for Gen G, 1 round in the lead, and we're in that back stretch now. Just a few more rounds to go.
Definitely. It comes down to these final few moments after we see what's going to be a save. Round nicely played here by Bentet off of the kind of the precipice of the smoke, looking for these 3 kills, staying out of line of sight while also having impact. Nicely done by Mr. Ferdinand. Mr. Hansel Ferdinand.
Hansel Ferdinand.
Hansel.
The Polish king.
Hansel. Polish patriot.
Kusta, he's going to try to hold off the window play, knowing Grim likes to jump in here. Grim even hits the dink, but can't finish off the frag. Som not going to be tested towards Catwalk. Focuses forward on the windowsill. And Spongy, well, he's been seen as well. Flashbanged fully, hiding in the corner. Please help! And there's nobody here to aid in his attempt. It's Gen.G 13-11.
Wow, that sounded a lot like Vanity.
Yeah, they all start sounding the same after a while.
Yeah.
It's just, that's the voice of Tier 2 North America.
Yeah, Som is really a kind of a fourth quarter talent, it feels like. I mean, he's been good this game. Like, he's already good. But what we saw on Train the other day, that was something else. It went from 1.5 kills to like a 1.5 KPR in the second half, ending with 19 frags. Never seen anything like it. Kusta, oh my goodness. Is it a free shot? Oh, they're looking for him. Poor guy doesn't expect a third one to run out mid. But Bentek, cute angle here inside connector. However, B-site in danger. Automatic will run back. They didn't expect this.
He's got a pillar to play off. Automatic finds one on the window. That's going to drop the bomb carrier. Som coming out with the headshot versus Spongy. Seen Shake as well. Shake's going to challenge the window. Gets one step closer to the bomb site. But they lost their man advantage. They kicked this off so well. Som dying to Automatic. The sniper, such an issue through the window of Marketplace. Curry, ooh, he's going to try his hand at the 1 versus 3. Som, whose position hasn't really changed much, could be figured out to be back behind bench. And don't you dare forget that Automatic sits on only 7 HP. We praise the ability of Curry for multi-frags. He's 21 kills deep at the moment. And he already kicked off this 1 versus 3 with a crisp headshot on the fully HP'd player. I love that he just buys time. He just waits here. He sizes him up a little, and now he's going to have to activate, but oh, blindsided by Som. Just peeks into the bench and dies, giving Gen.G their 14th triumph, losing gas.
Yeah, Som was absolutely obstinate about the angle that he was going to hold there. Not obstinate, adamant, excuse me. That means the same thing. About how much of the angle he was going to give up on the bench. Yeah, he's participated in abstinence from the fights. And that's a very, very nice angle. Opposite side of the bench, holds just as much as he needs to. And yeah, Curry had the right idea. As he pointed out, Som hadn't moved much, but it was nicely played there by Som, man, staying alive. He's been clutch over on the B site. 14-11 for Gen.G, and Triumph will come through with the half buy. Always a scary situation, but Gen.G, they definitely look now more like they're in the driver's seat in this half. However, it feels a lot like the first half, where a lot of these rounds, they come down to the wire, and there's a couple of very, very close situations. The trade potential is so high on Triumph, it feels like they've always got a chance. But experience will be the decider of this map. We'll find out.
Difference being, of course, is that when we started to see the CTs and Triumph come back in the tail end of the first half, well, they still won half of those rounds, more than half of those rounds, by way of defuse. So retakes were a key piece of their success. Whereas we contrast that to Gen.G, Triumph haven't actually planted a bomb that Gen.G go ahead and defuse. So we've seen them actually die to the clock a couple of times, and it's really getting onto the bomb sites that can be the struggle. Som, even with players flooding from all directions, manages to hold them back for the moment. Spongy's on 2 frags and the upgrade into the AK, but none of these players other than Shake have Kevlar, and Automatic's op on rotation. Ooh. He B-hops back into the window. The movement's good, the aim is good, the rounds are adding up, and we have Spongy now tucked inside of Arch. Tees starting to fall one after another. Junior goes down, and that's Gen.G with a 15th. This CT side delivering.
No opportunity for a draw this time around. This map, it'll have to go to OT, and we'll have a clear victor. Triumph, you can never write them out. So we're going to see. They also saved for this situation, brought it into a scary point here with this B-site take. Definitely a chance to do well, despite losing that round. But yeah, Som looking, or not Som, Automatic looking nice. The movement there, opping well. 15-11. historic North American scoreline, Connor.
The old classic. Just as popular as 12 threes. Shake Zula starting to run up from Cat. Dap's gonna go for the peek and dies. Ooh, and through the smoke, Shake Zula's gonna find Kusta's head. 5 versus 3. I mean, it's not impossible for Gen G to still claw this one back, but Triumph not going down without a fight. They're gonna try to take this to the wire. Don't you forget that Triumph, to get here in the group stage, came back from a 12-3 half versus the likes of 100 Thieves, came back from a 5-10 half versus Cloud9, and yesterday versus Evil Geniuses, they split it down the middle at 8-7 each half. I mean, they are no strangers to resilience. It's just they've never done it in a series of a BO3 or one that has this much on the line. So, 3 more to go to take us into overtime. Something that we would have wanted to play out between this team and their opponents more than once, but we've yet to get it. Until maybe today.
Curry has been an outstanding entry fragger this match. He has created so much goddamn space. He never, ever hangs his team out to dry when they go in exec on sites. He's jumping out, running, often dying, and still somehow maintains a positive KD. I feel like he has been a two-way player in this game, as he is in basketball as well. And yeah, he's looking good.
Kusta cuts him down first. Good trade frags. Junior with the double flash assist, and Automatic misses one of the op shots. They don't want this bomb to get planted, or else they're going to have to retake with 2 snipers, Gen G. A lot on the line in terms of economy. And Shake Zula, don't you dare peek. You hold that angle for the rest of this round, because if Daps can't come through jungle, then I don't think that there's any chance in hell Som and Automatic are going to retake through CT with ops. But Shake actually goes one better. Oh, and he lines up the oppers. $10,000 stacked on a couple of corpses as Daps gives him the space to make that play.
I love how you say that. Say it louder for the people in the back. $15,000 knockdown, you know, like that. You need to absolutely highlight that with a yellow marker, because that's we can see the impact now. 3K on the players left over, and all of the players that die when they're trying to save could have been players attempting a retake, as unlikely as it would be. So Triumph 2 rounds now from tying up, bringing it to OT, and it looks like there'll only be one really substantial round that they'll have to win. If they don't win this round, screw Triumph. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens in round 30 when Gen G actually have guns.
Oh, 30 rounds of Counter-Strike. My 30? Beloved.
No, man, we're getting at least 45.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll get there if we get there, but at least it's 30. At least it's 30. I don't like to I don't like disappointment in my life, Launders. Okay, I've started to temper my expectations. In these pistols, I don't expect anything. Spongy and Curry gonna cut down the first 2 to B defenders. Daps does shave one off. Grim, poor guy, gets wallbanged by a USP. You don't see that every day.
Also, like to say their A takes looked quite good last round. I like how much pressure they kept exuding into CT spawn. They made that retake close to impossible. You know, made sure they could get the bomb down and covered all their spots. And we've seen how patient Shake Zula can be. Oh, wait.
It's not over.
Oh, sorry.
It is not over.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kusta, okay, you madman.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't think.
I was looking. I turned away. You know, I'm on my feet. I turned my head. I look back at my monitor. Kusta's in the middle of the bomb site, just spanking noobs. And sure enough, Triumph, they're gonna have the bomb blow up. So 14th round is theirs. The 30th about to unfold. Daps the only survivor.
Yeah, the kills are completely inconsequential, except for that Kusta might have a few more nades this round, but all of Triumph can buy. So this should be a sick round to maybe end the game on, maybe bring it to OT. Everybody's got what they need, relatively speaking. And man, yeah, that was pretty sick stuff though. Nice showcase of Deagle frags. And who is that?
If I had to make a guess, I think that might be their Brazilian analyst that James Banks was talking about, saying that Triumph have been putting in incredible amounts of preparation. They don't have a
Cool,
coach,
cool.
but he's an analyst and on cam. So, you know, if he learns how to
What do
give
they
pep
take?
talks, then he's a coach as well. Bentet, he loses a teammate. Kusta cuts one off of the Palace, but now he has fire to deal with, and Bentet gets taken down. Sheikh Zula versus Kusta inside of jungle. This could be huge. But Sheikh, he has the flash go past. Saw him fully blind, gets the kill. Grim can't manage it. Now the man advantage back up for the CTs. Kusta's gonna take another, and Genji stopping them at the final hurdle. Round 30 yet again. Oh, what an awesome attempt on that T side. A slow start from Triumph in the first half, but almost taking it out of regulation. Map 1 goes their way, but if you think about the improvement in this team from the last series between the two, 16-1 on Vertigo compared to a 16-14 on Genji's best map, this series is far from over. I'm gonna see all of you, every single one of you, here after the break. Don't go anywhere.